the Steel Toe Morning Show.
Good morning and welcome to the Steel Toe Morning Show. It was just me on repeat. It was an endless cascade of me, which is the best dreams I have every night. Just an endless cascade of me. Welcome to the program. If you're not dead, welcome back to the show. Lovely to have you. I am very excited. Year 10 of Steel Toe begins, and I did not die. April did not die. Gino Bisconti is dead. Keanu C. Thompson survived. I believe Johnny's alive. We'll check in just a second. Tom Chilstrom, still alive. Jesse Towler, heard from him, still alive. A shitload of people traveled from out of state to come hang out with us this weekend. Oh, man. We actually, and we'll try to tell all the stories of the anniversary weekend here this morning. We'll miss a lot of them, but we'll try to get as many as we can. And if you were there, feel free to chime in. If you have the hotline number, feel free to call in. Feel free to let us know in the chat. But I'm already getting overwhelmed trying to remember everything. I just need to embrace the fact that I'm going to forget. Let's go ahead. Let's check the connection here. Do we have? Nope, no Johnny. Oh boy, Johnny. So this morning before the show started. Oh, there he is. Wait a minute. We might.
Oh, great. Now there's no
hold on.
audio.
There he is. There you are. You're here. Bring your camera down.
No,
You're here. Oh no, Johnny. We can hear you. Johnny, can you hear me? We can do this bit again. He looks so defeated. Let's just watch him. We'll tell all the anniversary show stories. We've got a lot to talk about today. Let's just watch Johnny struggle with the audio for a quick second. Oh, he's gone. Oh, damn it. I wanted him to do it live. I love the we can't hear Johnny bit. Do we do the we can't hear Johnny bit when he comes back? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? What do we do? I think that's what we do. Citizen M, were you disappointed to find out Citizen M was convinced that Carl was going to be doing Steel Toe on WATP, and I had to break the news to him that that's my buddy, and I don't think that's the case. But I hope he wasn't disappointed. I have not caught up with Who Are These Podcasts on Patreon yet. A bit of a busy weekend. But we have a lot to tell you about. We have a lot to inform you of. But I want to have some fun with Johnny here first. Once we have some fun with Johnny, then we'll tell you all about the entire weekend. The big thing, I tell you what, Cheetos must have been very happy business-wise with how things went this weekend for the anniversary show because Cheetos has decided to knock out all of today and most of tonight's goal. We're $95 away from the evening. So we'll have overtime and all that stuff for you this morning. But hell, you guys might knock it out tonight. Or you guys might knock out tonight, today. So thank you, Aaron's Period Pill. $5 says, good morning. What took April so long getting back to pick you up? Look, we've got stories about that one too. It was, I know everyone wants the big story about, a big three-way or a swingers convention or something. It's a much better story than that. Let's see. Johnny's not back yet. He said he had no audio. I might just have to move on without him until he gets here. I tell you what, Johnny. When you get back, just start making noises to let us know you're here, and we'll bring you up because this is one of those, like you keep the car, you're really late for something, like a funeral, something that you're going to be judged if you're not on time for. This is one of those things where, like, the car's running in the driveway, and, like, I can't wait for you to pick out your shoes or, I might just have to take off without you, and then you just meet us later in your car. That might be the way it goes. Yeah, Johnny says I have no audio. I don't know.
I just got back.
Oh, are you here? You're good?
Yeah, I just reset everything again.
Yeah, but we can't hear you. So,
yeah, but you can hear me. You're responding.
Oh, yeah, shit. I fucked that bit up. All right. I got too much to do. I couldn't execute the bit because we just got too much to do this morning. Hello, sir. What, you just had a system was a little weird?
No, Zoom is a problem. It literally updated everything. It changed all its settings. Now it won't find my camera, and it changed my green screen filter that I built just for you to do the OBS thing. So
you look fine.
Yeah, it's literally Zoom. And it's not even just this, dude. There's a story that came out last week. AI is like tracking people's keystrokes to learn their password. It's got like a 97% efficacy at doing it, except when you use Zoom, it goes down by 5%.
Really?
So apparently Zoom even fucks up the AI.
Well,
so
that's good. That's a good thing, though. That Zoom fucks up the AI.
I mean, yeah, you're using a computer program that even other computers go, oh God.
All right. Well, welcome to the show. I don't know if you heard or not. Cheetos has thrown his appreciation for what happened.
I heard
this
someone
weekend.
did. I didn't hear who. It was Cheetos.
Our buddy Cheetos knocked out today and most of tomorrow, so we thank him for that. All the links are in the chat, but I don't think you guys are going to need them. I mean, if you want to, thanks. Great. Mark Atkinson becoming a Baby Boot member. Thank you very much. Johnny, what do you say we knock out this, catch up with this chat as best as we can, and then we try to go through the wrap-up of Season 9 of Steel Toe. It's going to be difficult.
I'm so glad I didn't leave when I did. Like, I was like, crap, I forgot something, and I was pissed because it's hard for me to walk around. Yeah. But that was the best thing because one crazy shit show or another started happening, and I ended up just waiting there until you left because I was like, I don't know what a party bus or it's
the end of the night when I sobered up because look, when you start drinking during that cornhole tournament at like 2 p.m, once it gets to, when the comedy show's over at 9:30 or whatever, it's not fun anymore. You're under those lights. I have a pounding, splitting headache, so I'm just pounding water, flushing it all out. So I got sober at some point in the night, and I got to tell you, I love everyone that came out. It was such a fun time. I had a blast. But when you get sober and you're around people who have been drinking all afternoon, it can be exhausting. It can be really difficult. Luckily, I found a few other people who took the same tact I did and just said, "Oh, I stopped drinking hours ago." Like I had to cut it off.
The group that showed up at the end there kind of cleared all of us out in a weird way.
Oh
too.
Yeah. So the Steel Toe people, once we got karaoke going a little bit, and I love the idea of having karaoke after the shows. When you've had people just shit faced all day long,
it's not going to work.
They don't have the energy level left to go up and do karaoke. We had a handful of performers, and then we had the people on the actual show did about 5 songs or so. So there were about 10 to 12 karaoke performances. But then the bachelorette party with the obese gay man in Jim Dangle shorts from Reno 911 showed up, and that was about it. I'll start with
a literal tattoo of a mushroom on his hip. He had a mushroom stamp.
I didn't see that. I didn't get close enough. I will say one story out of turn. And then a little bit later, we'll recap. We'll even look at pictures. You guys will look at our vacation photos for the anniversary show. So I was giving out cash to people who did karaoke. If they did a good job or if it was funny, whatever. I just walked up and gave them $20. Well, one of the guys, I can't remember. I think I was singing a song with. I think Gino and I were doing Bent. And then while Gino and I were doing Bent, which April has a video of, which I don't know if we'll play this morning or maybe on the evening show since April has it. But when we were finishing that up, I see a guy walk out of like the bathroom area. Mm-hmm. And he's an overweight guy. And he's wearing tiny little shorts. Like the shortest, like little tiny, like I don't know how you didn't see his balls out of the bottom of these shorts. And they're tight. And he's wearing a shirt. Correct me if I'm wrong. Was it a crop top?
No, it wasn't a crop top, but it did say Sullivan's on it. That's all I remember. It was like a bowling jersey or something that said Sullivan's.
So he had a tight little shirt on, and he was a fat guy. He gets up on stage. Yeah, he gets up on stage to do karaoke, and he's singing a really gay song. And I'm like, this is fucking hilarious. This is great. I thought one of our fans had committed so much to the karaoke thing that they went into the bathroom, changed into this really gay outfit, and started singing a really gay song. So I walk up as that guy's performing, and I'm like, this is hilarious. And I just hand him $20. One of our fans, I can't remember which one, comes up to me and is like, dude, you know he's not with us, right? I'm like, what? He's like, no, the bachelorette party just came in. He's with them. That's just some gay dude. And I'm...
You could have gone home with a date.
I'm like, oh, shit. I just walked up to some remarkably gay fat gentleman and handed him a 20 while he was singing on stage. It was bad. But
don't worry. We had an ambassador that night. Cheese was there.
Oh, God, we'll get there. We'll get to cheese.
We'll get to cheese.
Cheeseburger Pie, one of our longest time audience members, going back to the radio days. Cheese got out of a little 30-month vacation that he was on. And when he decided to come to the anniversary show, and it was great to have him. But we have to ban Cheese from talking to anyone who's not associated with the show. He just can't communicate with people in the wild.
I think even just people associated with it, we just have to kind of keep a perimeter around.
Yeah, Cheese needs to, Maybe we need to put him on probation too. I don't know. Thank you to putting up a poll for becoming a Baby Boot member on YouTube. Appreciate that. All right, let's catch up with this chat, and then we'll tell anniversary stories. Again, thank you to Cheetos knocking out most of today's goals, both in the morning and in the evening. We're $95 away from tonight's goal, so thank you very much. Dario Delfino said, I assumed Gino was quiet, reserved, and well-behaved. He was the belle of the ball. People absolutely loved Gino Bisconti, but he had an expiration date on him.
Some people tire out early. They need to, call it a night.
Yeah, some people just, they need to head home. That's all.
They need a little nap.
Hulkamasha Baby says, how are you doing, fatty? 7 to 10 pounds over? No, I thought the same way you did. I thought it was going to be 7 to 10 pounds over. I am the same weight this morning. Actually, I'm a pound under what I was last Monday. And shut up that I know that. But I'm very happy with how I handled myself this weekend. It turns out that when you don't have time to eat anything and you're just drinking all the time, your body just dries up.
Yeah, you run out of food. You're going to do something.
Yeah, so that was really nice.
No, you pounded water at the end. I was going to say, you didn't drink any water.
Oh, I flushed it all out at the end of the night. I had that I was under the lights, and I'd been drinking for the last 2 days at that point with golf and the anniversary show I was just getting a splitting headache under the lights. In fact, that was my stage light to let me know to get off. Once the headache started coming back under the lights, I was like,
time to go.
Yeah, we're going to bring this thing in for a landing. Union Jack says, how drunk was Gino by the end of the night? We'll get there, but Gino was in fine form. Curly Adam with $2 says, R.I.P. Johnny. That's back when we're having the struggles there. Johnny's okay now. Hung Solo says, I left after Gino drank his first half gallon of whiskey. We'll get to all of it, I promise. Let's go to Annoyed Wawa Supervisor says, is everyone dropping the ball at work this morning? Both of my openers showed up late, and I had to put all the coffee urns out myself. Ugh, it's terrible. It's terrible. Sorry, buddy. Thank you to putting up a poll for becoming a member. Grinch Girl says the end of the night was the best part. Yeah, I disagree. I disagree.
Define the end of the night.
Yeah, what was the end of the night? Exactly. Union Jack says, I can't be sober around drunk people. I don't think it was all the drunk people's fault, except Cheese. I don't think it was all the drunk people's fault. I think when you get sober after that long of a night, you're just so ready for bed and you're so ready to go home that everything's going to annoy you a little bit.
Yeah, funny stopped being a thing. Now it's time for sleep.
Aaron's period pill says that guy on stage was Sully from Monsters, Inc. Yeah, that's a pretty good. Yeah, if you go, he just looked like Sully from Monsters, Inc. You'll get a good idea.
I saved him. It definitely would work. The same body type. I
have a request of you, and then you and I are going to find a alternative to Zoom before tomorrow.
What's up?
I'm going to have you log in and log out because if I'm talking and you talk, you completely cut out.
Okay.
So your audio completely cuts out. So log out, log in, and just jump back on. Okie dokie. Cheese was a bit of a character. Yes, I'm just trying to catch up to the chat. I'm not going to be able to. We'll grab a couple of you here, and then we'll get into the stories of the weekend. Matthew says, Gino drinking straight from the Windsor bottle didn't help. Yeah, we'll get there. Thank you, Hobo Chili Recipe, for the $5 over on Rumble. Says, good morning, Aaron. You literally have gained 50 pounds over the weekend. Your shirt looks like an ill-fitting condom with your which your 3 inches of angry has never felt. You know, Hobo, it was sad not having you at the show, and I'm so glad that you're back this morning. Thank you guys very much. 90 away from this evening's goal. Thank you very much. Okay, so with this being the start of year 10 of Steel Toe, that means that this weekend was the end of year 9. It was the anniversary show, and it had been sold out for a couple weeks. We had, we did just take the standing room only people, and we shoved them in. We had crowds outside to the patio. We had crowds outside to the back. I will tell you this, the audience was really great at, if they wanted to talk, if they were just drunk and being a little loud, rowdy, whatever, they'd just walk outside as a group, and then another group of standing room only people would walk in. It was a fun little filter system that they had going on to fit everybody into the building. It was great to see that many people there. Hundreds of people checking out the Steel Toe anniversary show. We got some pictures to show you later. But Gino and company get here on Thursday. Geno and Keanu get here on Thursday. Gino comes in on Friday to do the Rumble Friday show. It was excellent. It was really great. Go check it out. Rumble, Steel Toe Morning Show on Rumble. Go follow us there. And after that, he and I had already started drinking, of course. And Johnny, I think you're better now.
I hope so.
Yeah, sounds better. So we started drinking during the Friday show. And then we had to go pick up Keanu after the Friday show. Not Gino and I. We went with April as she drove Gino and I to get cigars and then go pick up Keanu. We pick up Keanu. We go golfing. Golf was a blast. It was just each cart, the girls' cart, the guys' cart, grab a 6-pack of beer on the front 9, 6-pack on the back 9, drinking and golfing. And, Gino, I will say this, Gino golfed pretty well. He had a pretty good game. We all kind of started breaking down a little bit towards the end of the 18.
Once the booze started kicking in.
I'd like to just blame the booze, but I think it was also 2 older gentlemen golfing 18 holes and just
being old.
The muscles getting a little tired and the shots weren't hitting the same. But also it could have been the booze. The girls can tell you all about their new friend, Gary, that they met on the course. There was a 63-year-old gentleman who looked like the dad from the American Choppers.
Oh, Jesus.
Who was handing out golf balls. Like, whenever we ran into him, he'd give the girls golf ball. Like, here, put these in your bag. I have 3,000 golf balls at home. And then he started telling the girls about the pool that he has at his house and where you can find his house and if we wanted to come by. And, oh, yeah, big Gary. Keanu loved Gary. We sat there. We're on the 18th hole. Like, it's time to get teed off on the last hole and be done. And this fucking Gary, he just imagine kind of a portly fellow with the big handlebar mustache, sweetest guy in the world, and he's wearing a Redskins John Riggins jersey. And he's just like talking our ear off about his house and the pool and, the work he does with veterans. And he asked Gino and I if we were Afghanistan veterans. And I corrected him. I said, no, Gino was at the Battle of the Somme in World War I, but he is a veteran.
I hail from Germany.
My people didn't fare so well. Dresden was a war crime, and nobody will acknowledge it. So Gary starts talking the girl's ear off. He didn't care so much about Gino and I, but he really wanted to let the girls know that there was a pool. And if we wanted to come over. I knew he didn't give a shit about Gino and I as soon as Gary said, we said, oh, you have a pool? That's great. He goes, well, we have a pond out back. That might be better for you, natural water and all. Yeah, pool, pond, it doesn't matter. So we do the golf thing, a lot of fun. We go out for dinner after golf, and Ryobi is at the bar that we decided to eat at, and Ryobi comes over. He joins us. It was the first out-of-town Steel Toe fan we had met around town that day, and that was really cool to see. And of course, at the show, so many people from Florida, people came up from Wisconsin, Georgia. I lost count.
All over the place,
All over the place they were coming, and that was great. Thank you guys very much. Somebody from Chicago coming up. But
it's not all winners.
Yeah.
Per se.
Right. Some of them I think were just refugees. And then, Thursday, we had this idea. We're like, we're going to take Geno and Keanu. We're like, do you guys want to go to some shitholes? And like, yeah. So I said, oh, okay. What would you say would be what's the first bar that pops into your head when you say, hey, you guys want to go to a shithole?
What's that one down on, over by Sauk Rapids? Shit. I can't remember the name of it.
The first one we brought up was Boudreaux's.
That's the one I'm thinking
of. On the east side, yeah. So we're like, we're going to go to Boudreaux's. It was like a classic, almost college night where we're going, oh, God, we're going to take you here. We're going to go here. We're just going to go home real quick. We're going to rest up. We're going to recharge the batteries. This is around 8 o'clock. Like, we're going to go
God, you never got out, did you?
We're going to recharge the batteries. Fucking old man Gino and old man me are asleep on a couch and a chair, just sitting back, out cold, while the girls watch Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. And we didn't make it back out Thursday night. Thursday night, we kind of fell asleep. And then April and I get up. We get everything ready to go for the anniversary show. Gino and Keanu get their beauty sleep. We go to the party, and that's where anniversary weekend starts. The cornhole tournament, we're going to iron out some kinks in the cornhole tournament next year. Nobody is going to staple the brackets in the middle of the playing field where in order to update the bracket, you have to actually interrupt one of the games. That slowed things down terribly. I ripped that down about 2 rounds in and switched that out. My partner and I got good news, bad news on the cornhole front. My partner, Aaron's period pill, and I knocked out the 2-time defending champions, Granite City. Knocked them out of the tournament. Gone existed. But a new set of new set of ringers came and kicked the ever-loving fucking shit out of us. And we came in third, which, you know how much money you make for coming in third?
More than fourth.
Not a goddamn dime. So we finished just outside the money. Actually, a family won, so or a group won. So 2 people won, and the people who came in second were related to that group of people. So there was a dynasty.
Ooh.
Yeah, at the top of the
man.
tournament. Oh, my God. This is where you're going to have to help me kind of piece together the day, because I was running the tournament during the day, and there's just a shitload of people, and I'm saying to to whoever I can. I'm giving as much time to anyone I can. Like, I don't have time I had time to get Johnny one drink, and then it's just, people are reporting their games, and then I got to get the next game going, and then I got to see when my next game is, and the whole thing. It was a mess. So a fun mess. So I'm trying to talk to whomever I can, but Johnny has more of a bird's eye view of what's going on. And Johnny, I will say this. Gino was 100% completely at home, in his element. Basically had a whole chunk of Stonies where he was holding court like some sort of drunken Jesus.
For like the whole day.
The entire day. Gino's just there the entire day, and Gino is on the entire time. You ever watch In Hot Water? You ever see Gino on another podcast? That's how Gino. That's just how he is. And Gino is just on fire the entire day, and people are eating out of his hand. I mean, they loved him. I tweeted later in the night when he was on stage, and he went on stage and he fucking destroyed too. I mean, it was a big room just filled up to the rafters, and they were just uproarious with laughter, and then sometimes cheering. I did tweet that Gino's set was less of a comedy set and more like the beer hall putsch.
Kind of.
Yeah,
he had like a weird. The whole night was weird just because everyone's set. It's hard to do comedy when you have an audience that interacts with you because they're very comfortable heckling and interacting. So that's always just a weird thing. But the way it went from Tom to Jesse and just that crazy stuff, the footage I have is very interesting.
You've got good footage?
I've got a lot of editing that I'm going to be doing. There's going to be a lot of cutting room floor leftovers.
Yeah.
There's a lot of not for the internet.
Anybody who wondered, like, why wouldn't they just let someone go around filming and like streaming the anniversary show? It's like Johnny, as a guy who filmed, like every year we have the same rule. We're like, guys, you can't just put this shit out there. Like I have to go through it for like a week and a half where I'm going to play it over once just to watch it. And then I'm going to start like chopping out pieces. And then it's going to be a thing where like it's going to get shortened more and more because I'm going to go back over and be like, that might be too close. Yeah. And because Johnny has to cut for a week and a half. Even the pictures April took, April's like, Jesus Christ. She's going through them going, I can't put this up. I can't put this up. I can't. You know, a lot of people say, oh, it's an event you need to experience live. That's no bullshit. With the anniversary shows, you have to experience it live because we wouldn't be able to exist. It's just a clusterfuck. It happens. You go there, and then even Jax, the DJ, my friend that I'm going back with, working for him soon. Yeah. He came out after like the party. He's like, did you know the party bus was coming? I was like, no. It's like, it's the fucking weirdest thing ever. It's like I showed up to do the comedy show. It was fun. It's like, and then they're doing the karaoke thing. And now I got a fucking party bus full of people. Right. He's like, what the? It was wild, man. It was a lot of fun. We're going to get everybody's stories here, but the comedy show was great. I pushed the comedy show I pushed it forward an hour and a half this year from when we usually have it. And I will say the crowd and the well, maybe not the comics. The crowd was less drunk than usual. I think that move worked pretty well. No, I think that move worked great. The only comic who even was drunk was Gino, and that was he didn't. You didn't really notice it affecting him until after his set. He's a professional. Oh yeah, kept it on tilt till he was done. I mean, you had Keanu. What a great girl Keanu is. She's sitting there intercepting shots for Gino as people are throwing shots. She grabbed one and took it because she kind of saw where this was going. It was like, no, you'll kill him. You can't keep pouring booze down his throat. And he will drink it, all right? So don't be like, well, he can say no. No, he can't. No, he can't. He's a pro. He will drink it. He's a hospitable gentleman. And, he had to be intercepted. Finished his set, and you're like, oh, my God, Gino's got like another 12 hours in him. He's flying. It was definitely what we call stage energy. And once he got off stage. He crashed hard. It's like his body said, it's okay. It was Pepper Potts talking to Tony Stark. his body, after he got off stage, he sat down on the bench and his body went, "You can rest now." and then after the set, Gino rested. And Gino got brought back, and Gino got tucked in nice. And then April and Keanu hung out for a while, and then they came back to get me. In the time I'm waiting for them to come get me, the crowd that was left, and we're talking midnight, 12:30, damn near 1 o'clock. Damn near 1 o'clock. These people, some of these people that are still hanging out have been there for 12 hours.
12 hours.
They've been there all day. And some of them still drinking. Like, I was sober at this point. I was just, I was exhausted. I was wiped. These people still drinking. The gay gentleman from the party bus comes outside, probably around 11:30, 12 o'clock. And I was telling the story of how that guy, I thought he was one of our listeners doing a bit, and I gave him $20 doing karaoke. Fucking cheeseburger pie decides he's going to go up to this group of women and the gay dude. And the minute I saw him go up there, I'm like, dude, this is going to be some kind of like gay harassment thing. He's going to think that, poking fun at the gay guy is hilarious and it's going to be taken the wrong way. And you just hear a dozen people shout, "Cheese, stop. Cheese,
just leave him alone.
Cheese, what the fuck? Leave him alone." And you see him yelling and laughing his ass off. And the body language of that group just continues to be, "Shut the fuck up." Like and then they start leaving. Like they're heading to their bus and they're going to take off to their next location. And we go to Cheese. We go, "Dude, you just walked them. Like that was a group of people. And you just.
We're here spending money, dude. What do you.
Right. And he goes, No. They were leaving anyway. I think they just took off faster. I go, "What did you say?" He's like, "Oh, I kept asking the gay guy if he would kiss these certain guys." I'm like, "Yeah."
No. He kept asking the gay guy to kiss you.
Oh, to kiss me.
And he offered him like $5 to do it. And the gay guy refused. To which he thought a better offer would be, okay, $4 to kiss Aaron.
Yeah. And they were offended. And they left.
And the best part is he's pitching you and you're sitting on the little bench there. You've got Keanu's hat and her stuff. You've got Gino's jacket. You're standing there like a homeless person holding all of this shit, just going, "I want my wife. I want my wife and I want to go home."
I really was. I was just like, I'm looking every time a set of headlights came down the road. I'm like, "Oh, is that her? Oh, that better be. Oh, man, I hope that was her." It wasn't.
The best is when it was a truck. Her. There was a GMC truck that came rolling through. You're like, "It's her," and it's not. And you're like, "Fuck."
I was just like, "God damn it. I want to go home. Cheese, what are you doing?"
And then I sat there the whole time, and I'm like, "Nah, dude, I'll take you home." But the problem is, with everything that happened in my car today, you're going to get a contact high just riding in it. So I was like, if you ended up having me take you home, I was going to just drive up to your driveway, open the door, and just roll you out like a wet blanket and be like, "All right, there you go. He's yours now."
Oh, God. Can you tell weed is legal in Minnesota now? Holy shit. You walk out of that bar, and it was just, you go to that outside area. Oh, boy.
And that was just my car.
Yeah, that was just going to Johnny's car. That wasn't even the crowd itself. It was a lot of fun. I'm going to go through these pictures because I'm realizing as I sober up from this entire weekend, I don't remember near as much as I thought I did.
Yeah. That's the advantage to not drinking a lot. I was just avoiding the sunlight. That was all I did all day.
Yeah, we're going to go through some of these photos and see if it jogs any memories. Anything you want to get to before we go to the photos?
Oh, Granny, dude. I loved getting to meet Lemmy and Granny. I went to Deer Butch's thing the night before, which was, they had an awesome band there. Oh my God. I don't know who that band was, but that band was fucking amazing.
Yeah. So real quick, thank you for reminding me of that. Deer Butch, one of our longtime fans, has people over at his show the night before the comedy show. It's like old school radio and Twitch fans, like people from that era. And they all go to his house the night before, and they just have a bonfire. It gets real hillbilly, and they just get shit hammered, and then they come the next day and tell us all about it. They had shirts made up, the whole deal. It sounds like it was a lot of fun.
I've got one. It's awesome.
Oh, you've got a Deer Butch shirt.
Yeah, I've got a Deerbutch shirt. I was gonna wear one of mine to fuck with you because it's green, but then when I put it on earlier and tested it with the green screen, it screwed with shit. So I was like, not gonna bother. But yeah, no, I went to the Deerbutch thing, and so I show up. I get to meet Lemmy and Granny, and the weirdest part is like, just from the day before the party to the day of the party, Granny got like 2 shades darker.
Oh my God,
Granny! Like the man was reddening in real time, like you were cooking a lobster. It was crazy.
I was concerned for Granny's skin. Like it looked like he was turning an unhealthy shade of red. He looked like the general in Captain America after he looked at the Tesseract. He looked like Red Skull
with facial hair.
Yeah, he looked like if Rasputin met Red Skull, that it was Granny.
That makes sense.
That was Granny's look. But yeah, it was awesome. I mean, having all those people from different places. Like the first person I run into, he's like, yeah, I'm an In Hot Water fan from Wisconsin, and I had to be here tonight. And then you see Lemmy and Granny. And by the way, no disrespect to Lemmy and Granny, tiny little people.
Oh, yeah. No, they're super short. That checks with me. They looked as I expected.
They looked smaller than what I was expecting. Lemmy is a tiny little gal. She's a short little.
She's just a little thing.
Yeah, and then Granny is a slight. He looks like the kind of guy, like if you had a group of people that broke into like bank vaults and shit, you'd send him through bars and you'd send him through like tight spaces because he looks like he can kind of bend in and form and get
But he
through.
has like a big personality, so if you just see him online, you're like, oh, this looks like at least an average sized dude. And you're like, oh, no, this is a mini-me.
And you know what's funny is like you would think the way he looked and how red his skin was that it would bother him or affect him in any way. He was in great form.
He was having a tremendously awesome time.
A great time. Thank you to Curly Adam for the $5. Says Cheese was a pimp on his vacation. Freaky Deaky saying sounds like Cheese needs to go back to Stillwater. Yeah, it was. Look, man, everyone there was great. Everyone was a lot of fun. Like nobody was a problem. Even the people who got really drunk. I mean, okay, Cheese by the end of the night was obnoxious, but he wasn't a problem. Like I didn't think he was going to get us in any kind of trouble.
He was only a problem for one person.
Yeah, just me.
Well, no. He was an annoyance for us. He was a problem for the bachelor party.
Oh, the bachelorette party. Yeah, they did not enjoy Cheese. I love how immediately after he starts harassing them, they start walking to their bus, and we go, Cheese, you walked them. He's like, no. They were leaving. It just I accelerated it. That's all. Like, okay, all right, Cheese. Sounds
sure,
good, buddy.
Sure.
Yeah. Over on Rumble. Sean Raz says, is there any video of the comedy show? Yeah, I think Johnny's editing some stuff up. April's got some video. Again, it's a fucking hardcore show. We'll see what we can show you.
It's not all shareable, and like especially with Keanu and Gino, like I don't watch them perform regularly. I don't know how much of their stuff. So like I'm not just gonna put stuff out there because it is comedians' performances too. But we'll be putting clips and things. Yeah. There's definitely one part with Chillstrom that I have already planned out on how I'm gonna edit it because of the way the whole thing went.
You mean Bert Chillstrom or Tom Kreischer?
Well, I was gonna save it for the surprise, but yeah, no, I think Bert Chillstrom is a better one. Actually, no, Tom Kreischer sounds better.
Tom Kreischer's pretty good too.
Sounds like a car dealer. Come on down, Tom Kreischer. I'll send you a Chrysler.
Fuck you, dude. Says you really do have the best fans. Definitely not missing the 10th anniversary party. Yeah,
the 10th one's gonna be nuts.
They were awesome, and next year's going. We were already kind of planning next year's. We stayed up, like we came home. And Gino rose from the dead. I don't think anybody knows that yet. When I got home, Gino rose from the dead about a half hour after I got home. I'll let him tell any stories about his evening if he wants to. I don't know if they're mine to tell. But he had a hell of a night. And Gino, had to be transported back late at night. And then when I got home, Keanu was out on the front porch playing with the dog. Playing with Gordy, and April and I were just like, maybe we'll get some sleep, whatever. And as Keanu and April and I are just kind of hanging out downstairs and playing with the dog and talking about the show and how amazing it was, we're like, all right, well, we can get like 3-4 hours before we drive you guys to the airport. And
you didn't get any sleep, did you?
We just hear lumbering down the stairs. Oh, baby. I'm back up. I'm like, oh, Gino's back. Fucking Gino, come on, buddy. Come on down. He's
alive.
Gino comes down. He hangs out for a while. I think we did end up getting about 3 hours of sleep before we went to the airport. And it was just a fun night, man. We were just we were talking about everybody who was at the show. I think Lemmy and Granny came up in our late night conversation and how much Gino had a blast with. I think it was Granny that he was hanging out with more so than Lemmy, and just the great time that he had. Gino was letting us know at what point he remembers and what point he's like, yeah, my body shut off at that point and I was done for the night. Like I was sleeping. I was sleepwalking at that point. But
yeah, I was gonna try and say, hey man, it's really nice to meet you in person. All that, do like a nice goodbye thing, and he's just completely and then Keanu's there. I'm like, he's got enough on his plate. I'll just saunter over this way.
I tell you what, everybody just had a great time. Everybody was really, no complaints. And not that there ever are, but no complaints. I got a lot of people in the chat. I'm going to start saving for this. Hobo Chili wants to bring Roots and Friendo with him. This might be an outdoor show at Stoney's next year because we couldn't.
You might need a campground.
Yeah, people were spilling out of the building. Like you went outside to either door and there's groups of people out there during the comedy show, just packed in. I mean, they had a little
room was packed when we got there. They had like a band or whatever, or not a band, but an artist who was playing really, really weird music on an acoustic guitar. Like he was doing like heavy metal music and stuff. It's kind of interesting. We're like, holy shit, is he really playing that song? But the fucking garage, the patio was packed the whole time while the tournament was going. And then literally as soon as that got over, we thought, it's going to filter out a little bit. Even people at table like, yeah, after the tournament's done, people are going to kind of mow. Nope. Then more people showed up. It just kept building the whole night. It was
just huge, man. It was the biggest tournament we've ever had. It was 20 or 21 teams. I mean, we usually have about 16. And then the crowd for the tournament was fucking huge as well. Cheeto says, I got a big backyard behind Stoney's. Yeah, we might have to have the show in the backyard at Stoney's.
Well,
next year.
That's the plan.
It's going to be pretty fucking big. So, just a lot of people in the chat. I'm coming next year. I'm going to make it. I'm saving up now to come up here. Everybody who comes to Minnesota from another state, they're like, this place is awesome. And, like, we live here, so we're like, it's the Midwest. It just is what it is. But I think the places people come from, there's just a little, like, I know New York, like coming from New York, it's just like you come here and you're like, oh, it's quieter. It's just, you can go just kind of do shit. And it's a good time. Like St. Cloud is I shit on it and everything, but St. Cloud's a fun city. I mean, you're going to have something to do.
And if you're like from New York and you're itching for home, just, cruise the east side. You'll smell some urine. You'll be good.
Go to the east side and you'll see tents now. If they don't fucking start rousting those.
Seriously, we have tents now? Yeah, I know they were talking about raining in on this shit, but I didn't know that we have like an actual tent.
They have 4 or 5 of them across from like the Culligan area. You know that house, that shitty house across from Culligan? Yeah, they have that now. And if they don't roust that, it's going to get out of hand. So they got to squash that thing immediately. I mean, I don't give a shit. I don't live anywhere near the east side, but it's an eyesore when you drive by it for sure. All right. So let's go to, should we go pictures? Should we go anniversary show pictures? Let's do pictures.
Let's jog your memory.
April put up a bunch of pictures from the anniversary show on her Facebook, on Twitter. I put up some on Twitter, but on Facebook, you can put up like a whole album. So she went ahead and did that. Let's take a look at these. Now, can I full screen these and keep going? I can. Okay, good. So this very simple one. This one's pretty self-explanatory.
There's
of course,
our buddy Gino.
There's April and Gino. And I think that's pretty much Gino's vibe all afternoon. What you see there, like the guy is just on all the time. He's never off. And by the way,
I remember when I saw him walk up, he was doing some sort of weird saunter. He was just having fun. But I caught like the tail end of it, and I'm like, oh God, he can't be that in the bag now.
Yeah.
It's only like 2:30, man. Come on.
He was so proud of his cigar shop lighter and that he was lighting his cigar. I was getting so frustrated. I'm like, give me the fucking torch lighter. I'm not lighting a cigar with this shitty free Bic lighter. He refused to use the torch lighter all day for his cigars. It was It was his little shitty free cigar shop Bic lighter. He wanted nothing to do with the torch lighter. He was very proud of that, I remember. And then there's the room. I think this is during Tom's set. So it's like a horseshoe, Stoney's is. So you have this, and then you're blocked out. You see the rest of the seating over here is behind the bar, and it's full. So it's full up here, all the way to the back of the room, back into that corner. And then what you're not seeing here is the back here part, and then the wrap around this way. That room, they had like a little tiny path for servers to bring you drinks. And it was, if you had one person going one way, you were going sideways if another person came the other way. It was, I've just never seen that much floor space in that place dedicated to doing our show. It was so full. And then if you try to look back here, I know this sign or whatever this is kind of burying it over by the bouncer's table, but there's just people. Oh, you can see them outside the window a little bit. There's just people lining the sidewalk down here. Then if you went off to the right on this side, there's people out on the patio there listening to the show. It's just wild, man. Anywhere you went, it's just people wall to wall. There's, of course, the lovely Keanu C. Thompson and April, who made fast friends all weekend. April was very sad when everybody left on Sunday, when we dropped them off at the airport. April, we were all saying in the car, we were like, God damn, man, it's like when you have a really fun party and you have a great time, and then the party's ending, and then you wake up in the morning and you see the places in the house where the party was just a few hours later, and it's kind of a mind-fucky deal. April was having a lot of that yesterday after Gino and Keanu left. It was a really good time. There he is again. Again, you're not going to get a picture of this guy without a giant hamish smile on his face. Ironically, outside of when he's on stage, and it's like the fucking Nuremberg rally. He's on stage, and I'm like, they might make him mayor if he doesn't leave soon.
I just don't get, he always looks like he just saw like he's just on the other end of seeing a donkey show by surprise. Like, hey, I can't believe they still do that.
He looks like a retard who just saw a balloon animal get made. You know, I mean, he's just so happy. Then you have, yes, that's the beginning of the tournament. Yeah, there I am right there in the Cousins jersey. I'm still setting up the tournament. This is before we even technically started.
Yeah, this is before the evening or the day began. This is like shortly after I got here because I'm sitting right there in the green. So yeah.
I know this is before the tournament started because the bracket was over here on this table and it's not up there. So yeah, this was how full it was. And then you have the back garage bar here. That was packed. And this is before we even got started for the afternoon. When I got there and this place was already full, before I even got there to set up, I was like, oh, fuck, this is going to be a big one today. So that was very encouraging.
There were some people there that were handicapped. So when I rolled up, I'm like, oh, God, don't tell me there's a convention. And I think I'm one of them. You're with us. No, I'm not.
You're their Pied Piper. They were just they followed you there. There's, of course.
They beat me there.
Yeah, there's Gino and April again. There's the lovely and talented Terry. And there he is. This is a perfect encapsulation of Gino's entire afternoon before the comedy show.
Just walking around like, hey, everybody, with a big-ass cigar in his hand.
There is a group of people over there, couple guys here. Over here is the garage, the entrance to the garage bar. And Gino is just sitting there with a cigar, holding court, like some kind of weird, drunken guinea Jesus, preaching some kind of gospel, and people were eating it up all afternoon. And there's our buddy Matt, of course, former co-host of the show, hopefully co-host again someday. He'll come guest host the program again. The lovely and talented Matt Poster, who is a giant Compound Media fan. He was very excited to meet and hang out with Mr. Gino Bisconti.
He was also a very funny part of the end of the evening.
Oh, yeah, Matt.
He danced to some really interesting shit. Like, I think, like, Girls Want to Have Fun or something like that.
Matt was dancing to some really gay songs. And you know what? I don't think it was Matt was dancing to gay songs. I think Matt was dancing to everything. And the bachelorette party had a lot of gay songs playing. I think
it's
that's
just, I felt bad for for his friend Kim there. Was just like, I want to go home. And we're just watching him, and I'm just like, oh, you got to take care of this one. That's so sick.
Dancing until the bar closed. It was insane. Here is April. There's Tom Chilstrom. And here's the reason none of the people talking all kinds of cash money shit showed up to the end. This is why Chad Zumach didn't show up to the anniversary show. This is why No Trolls showed up to our anniversary show. This guy right here, he's a nice guy. Don't get me wrong. But you don't
fuck with Cheetos.
You don't want to cross Cheetos. So a lot of fear. There was fun. There was a full party. It was a great time. There was a jam-packed comedy show. But for the people that didn't want this event to go really well, a lot of fear in those people, all because of that gentleman right there.
I just assumed Chad didn't make it because the check bounced. Like, that's what I...
That too. I think the overdrawn debit card might have had something to do with it as well. There, of course, Derek from Midland Armory talking to Geno and Keanu. One of the few times you see Gino not holding court. He's listening to someone else.
Well, Derek loves to talk about guns and stuff, so if they hit off on that, you're gonna sit there and let him go. Oh, there's Lemmy.
Yeah, there's Balls Deep. There's Lemmy. Oh God, it's I gotta stop hovering names over. I guess it's on Facebook, so it's tagged. Who gives a shit? But still, Tom Chilstrom, of course, and then ran out of thoughts.
I think so.
Behind them, yeah. Then there's, of course, Colorized. Look at April with her editing. Yeah, somebody was driving this to the show. We had to get a picture of this vehicle at the end. So somebody was telling us this story about how thrilled they were that they found a car for like $400 or $800.
$400.
$400, and they were so happy that they were driving this car, and it was parked across, as Gino would say, the street. And I watched this thing actually fire up and get driven at the end of the night, as did you. And boy, it sounded every bit the $400 car.
It's apparently a really, really good car. There's some work that needs to be done with the carburetor. It was admitted that, sometimes to get it to go, you got to really dump into her there. But apparently it was like a barn find or whatever. Somebody bought it for $300 and it sat in a shed. And then the owner of it, I'm forgetting his name now, but I hung out with him a bunch. The owner of it, he picked it up from his girlfriend's dad or whatever. He picked it up from her for $400. So he's been like, tweaking it and repairing it.
Yeah, he was very proud of it.
Yeah, it's an 81 and it's got like, I think under 82,000 miles. It's super low mileage.
We had to get a picture of it, though. It was just so fun. And then to watch that thing fire up at the end of the night was awesome.
And it still has the belt squeal. It's like you got the alternator belt to tighten, and it's got chicken wire on the front.
That's
oh my God.
I forgot it had chicken wire or baling wire or whatever holding on
the front of the thing. Like, Jesus.
That was some Rockville shit right there. There's some nice fan pictures. Of course, April under the Stonies sign. There's Grinch Girl, of course, who helped run the bracket for the cornhole tournament. That was great of her. And there he is, in all his gay splendor. Gino Bisconti, again, in another section of Stonies, not in the party area. Now he's out front of Stonies, holding court there as well. Not his White Claw. Holding his...
Are you sure about that?
Holding his lovely girlfriend's White Claw for her.
You know what? I'd actually be happy if it was the White Claw. Like, all right, slowing it down a bit. All right, pace yourself.
What was Keanu? Did she leave like a Hansel and Gretel bread trail crumbs of White Claws wherever she was? We got one over on this bench, one over on this bench. They were stationed.
They left a lot of stuff.
Yeah,
as your arms were attributing.
I have to be very clear about this. Gino was actually very professional about not drinking too much before he went on stage. He did say that. He's like, look, I'm gonna stay good until I get on stage. I did not follow that same rule that Gino did, but he said, I'm gonna stay pretty good. And then he got on stage and people just, you might as well have had a funnel in his mouth and people.
Well, Cheetos came
booze.
up right when he started on stage and just started handing him booze. So then once Cheetos does it, everyone's like, well, I got to get in on this too. It's just, it just became a thing.
It was really awesome. Then, of course, there's the front of the house. Tom Chilstrom, of course. Jax. This was the beginning of the show. Jax, the DJ, of course, who did an awesome job with all the walk-up music and the dancing and the karaoke. That was very cool. There's another shot of the room. This would be from the back left. Yeah, because
Yeah.
over on this side is the other part of the horseshoe. So this is, I guess you would say if this was a horseshoe, this is like the first leg. And there it is. That's where the servers had to work from. Was this little patch of floor here. Otherwise, you could not see the floor. It was just that little patch, and that was for running drinks over to different tables. It was
really weird. It's like Gino sold tickets.
Gino doesn't shut up. I believe what I said on stage was, quote, die, die, die.
That's one of those things where that one doesn't make the editing.
You know, die, die, die is an allegation that I said that. And it may or may not have, that whole rant that ended with die, die, die may have gotten a wonderful response. But we'll never know.
There are several guest appearances where it's like, and then this person showed up, and we'll just cut to the, and next.
Right. Yeah. There's, of course, Tom Chilstrom doing a wonderful job. April and Kiki again. There the girls are. There's, and there's you, Johnny K, with an appearance in the photo album from the anniversary show.
I was trying very hard not to be photographed. I felt like shit, but
you got around.
Yeah, I got around. I'm bloating from steroids. I've been exuding water for the past 3 days.
Oh,
I feel like you after a show. Actually, it's weird.
Those steroids, man. When I was having that tooth problem, I was on steroids 2 or 3 different times. And yeah, you just,
oh God,
this
is already after the first round of people in my car. Because I kept that piece in there, and I wasn't even smoking it. I was just loading it for people and instructing them how to use it, and just literally being in the room of that. Like, I just came out of that like, oh God, so you want to smoke? They're like, no, I have to perform. I want to be alive. Jesus.
Oh yeah, there were people they'd come up to me, they just hold it out, and you forget that it's legal now. People are just so brazen with it. Hey man, you want this? I'm like, no, I'm already, like, the booze is gonna be bad enough. Like, I can't throw this on top of it. There's no way.
I'm gonna die.
Oh, look at that cutie pie. Look at that cutie on stage, just up there entertaining everyone, smiles being just an MC keeping the show, just a solid MC right there is what that is. And of course, Granny, there he is. There's Granny standing up doing God knows what. If we
waited any later in the night to take the photo, he would be black. It would.
Yeah, he did. He kept darkening.
Yeah.
As the show
and he's
went
from
on.
Florida. We're like, how are you baking here?
You know, it's funny to hear from a Floridian and hear them go, oh, man, your guys' humidity here is great, man. It is so humid in Florida, man. It is so much nicer here. And I'm like, all we ever complain about in Minnesota in the summer is, oh, it's so fucking wet. It's damp. It's humid. This sucks shit. And here you got these Floridians living in the goddamn Everglades. Oh, man, it's so dry. It's a dry heat in Minnesota.
And the worst part is, too, they're sweating like crazy. So I'm like, how can you be dry? You are literally a puddle.
Yeah. There's more crowd shots. There's Johnny. Look at Johnny on stage with the cane. I have to be honest. I was talking to April, like, the night of the show. I knew where everyone's time was. I was ready to go back up on stage. But by yesterday, I was telling her, I'm like, I don't remember Tom's set. I don't remember Johnny's set, and I don't specifically remember anything other than uproarious laughter and people being excited about everyone's set, but like I couldn't pick out a single like actual thing from anyone's set. You had the dick joke, the MS drugs and dick joke. I remember that one, but other than that, I can't pick out people's set.
Well, like I said, there's no way to have a plan. Like, I wanted to do some of my older stuff for like Granny and Lemmy and people who've never seen me perform. But then also, as I started getting into it, like I said, the audience is used to interacting with us through the show. So when you're on a stage, it's the same as using a chat, except they don't have to hit enter. Right. So it just kind of kept going back and forth. And by that point, it was so fucking weird. Everything that had happened before I got there, and I'm like, I don't even know where I'm supposed to go from here.
Yeah, so. It was wild. Well, here's 3 old guys just taking a little break. there's this 3 old guys. This was early afternoon. We're just kind of getting everything set up, getting ready to go. We're taking a little breather. There's another handsome devil
up for Gino.
Keanu. Just before Keanu went on. You're coming off. She's coming on. Then there's the lovely Kiki up there. She was so disappointed. We told her how many Somalis there were in St. Cloud. We informed her, we're like, yeah, St. Cloud has, I believe, the 2nd largest per capita Somali population in the United States. And she did not know that. She was on stage, she mentioned it. She was asking people at the show. She's like, I want to see a Somali before I leave here. And I kept telling her, I'm like, look, you're going to the airport tomorrow. You'll get your wish. Don't worry about it.
Just send her on a run to Walmart.
Right. Then people were yelling shit out. That was fun. Then there he is. Okay. Gino was crushing. He was very funny and everything else. But some of the still shots, and if we could put the crowd audio with the still shots, I swear to God, you would think he was starting a rally. I use the term beer hall putsch conservatively, but that expression, just pointing threateningly at people and yelling, was definitely a hallmark. Okay, this one's perfect.
Yeah, dude, he just looks angry. Like all of his other shots for the whole day, like, hey, we're having a party this one. I'm going to kill you. Like, why? Why are you so mad?
Just looks.
But he wasn't. It was all funny.
No. He was doing it was an incredible job. Every bit the headliner of that show. But I noticed that every picture anyone put up of Gino, he just looks hostile. Every goddamn time. There's another shot from the back left of the room. There's Cheetos getting Gino his shot. That was the first of one. Keanu intercepted the next one, and then somehow they got a bottle of Windsor to him. Like Windsor became the running gag from Friday's show because Gino bought a shitty.
Gino was so excited for cheap Windsor.
He saw a $7 little $3.75 a Windsor somewhere, and he picked it up, and he drank that piss. There's, of course, April with some more fan pictures. April, of course, wanting to take a picture of her legs. Oh, yeah. More fan pictures. This was this must have been just before Gino went home.
Yeah, I think this is when everyone was starting to filter out. This is probably when Gino was having his I'll just sit outside in the air and I'll feel better moment.
Right. I want to leave the drinking water story up to him on In Hot Water today.
The drinking water story.
Oh, God. Keanu trying to get him to drink water before he got taken home.
Uh-oh.
He thought to God that it was a conspiracy. He thought that people were trying to get him more drunk and trying to trick him.
Thought
into
they were
thinking.
booze?
He thought they were trying. You could not convince him that it was water. He was like, no, why are you doing? He kept, every time we tried to get him to drink water, he go, why are you doing this to me? Gino, it's fucking water, man.
You need it.
Posterior retention and a few other. There's Matt. This is during the karaoke portion. And then oh my God.
Oh my God, he is so done.
This is after the comedy show. We wanted to make sure that we all got a picture. I'm not looking in the greatest shape either, just bloated from a weekend of booze and drunk, and there was probably a splitting headache. Gino looks like he just took out dentures. And the girls, of course, looking fantastic.
I can't do a show today because I have to go to the hospital for an appointment, but I actually am going to really look forward to listening to In Hot Water live.
Yeah, definitely get your Compound Media. Start with a free trial, then get your Compound memberships. Oh, yes, Keanu and Gordy. No matter how threatened Gordy looks in this picture, he and Keanu hit it off very, very well.
Gordy very happy with Keanu.
Gordy very happy. We found Gino a great cigar shop. He was in heaven. Here's the golf. Oh, yes, the golf outing. There's two men just talking about economics and the future of this great country before they tee off. April and Keanu, of course, with their look at that big bad motherfucker with his cigar and his backup golf glove because he couldn't find his other one, so he had to wear the one with the hole in the thumb.
Dude, a lot of people that hadn't seen you before, like smoking cigars, like, holy shit, look at, like, there was one dude there that was a friend of somebody, and he's like, God, look at that dude with his big ass cigar. Like, he kept losing his shit seeing you run around with the cigar, which was funny because you ended up being an attention getter with that because you couldn't light the damn thing. Like, everyone was watching you fuck with it.
So I was stretching my back. And then the girls went, oh, that's such a cute pose. And I'm like, nobody's supposed to see this. So then 2 photos needed to be made of me doing my debutante
Are those throat tickles?
Backstretch. Yeah. Then I had one where I had to rub them into April's tits. Speaking of tits, there's the girls. And I think we're getting to the end of the photos from the weekend. God, that was a fun round of golf, too. And then what's my grandpa doing in that picture? Teach him how to use foreground and background on a camera. Jesus Christ. That was just him all the time. And I think, that's the last photo.
Except when he was on stage, apparently. Very shouty on stage.
Yes. Keanu got an action shot of April, and there's the weekend. Yep, that's the last picture. Fuck, that was a fun evening. That was a fun weekend. I mean, really, the whole weekend was great. Balls Deep was 777, says, shout out to Stoney's, a gracious host. They were awesome.
Stoney's is the best. I love going out to Stoney's.
Yeah, Cheetos was great. I can't say anything. I don't think that night, it couldn't have gone off better.
Yeah, dude, the food truck thing was amazing because I got to try that with the Philly cheesesteaks and the fries and stuff. So just because I love Stoney's, the pizzas and the bar food and everything is great. Plenty of people had that stuff, but it was really nice to have that in during the day. Yeah. And then it was just an amazing hang the whole time. They had plenty of water free for everyone, so you didn't have to worry about being dehydrated or anything. Everything was really well taken care of. The staff was on point. It was awesome.
Staff was incredible. And the whole thing, I mean, again, other than me hanging the brackets up in a retarded area and then eventually fixing that, it couldn't have gone better. I'm going to pay somebody, whoever wants to. Next year, I'm just going to pay someone to run the brackets because it's hard. I can't socialize if I'm running that tournament because it's people just constantly reporting. And then I have to play. I may have to not play it, too. I mean, I may have to maybe sit out playing it because it just cuts into a lot of the other stuff, I think. Phantom X says...
and an idea for next year. Jax also does photography. So if you want
okay. So there's that, too.
You could do, like, pictures with people, get a lot more stuff. I mean, not that April's photography isn't awesome. It's just more photos.
It was a lot of fun, guys. We hope you come to the 10th one. And if more of you come to the 10th one, no shit, we are going to have it outside. There's no more. I mean, if you looked, first of all, it's impossible to get a full room shot of Stoney's, but if we could have grabbed a full room shot, I mean, you would see if we had 5 more people in that room, the fire marshal's going to be there. So
yeah, I'm not a firefighter, but I'm pretty sure codes have been pushed. We've done what we can.
Mel Gibson, after 12 beers, says Kumia for the 10th anniversary. Fingers crossed. I think it was Keanu brought it up. She's like, oh my God, Ant would fucking love Ant and his girlfriend would fucking love this place. So if Gino, we got Chrissy coming in October. If everybody from Compound wants in on next year's 10th anniversary party, I have...
Chrissy's coming in October? We doing a show in October?
Yep, we'll talk about that a little later. Tickets went on sale yesterday, eventbrite.com. Chrissy Mayer, Saturday, October 21st. I believe it's on our account, so I don't know if you can go steel toe on Eventbrite and you'll find it. But otherwise, it's just called Chrissy Mayer Live. Tickets are on Eventbrite. We'll put the link up a little bit later today in the chat for everyone. But tickets are already selling to that. We sold our first tickets yesterday. So that was... I mean, I think I put it up like in 10 minutes. There were already orders coming in. So I'm pretty sure that one's going to sell out. It's going to be at Partners Pub Saturday, October 22nd. Now, that is not like a steel toe comedy show. So we can't do the VIP thing for that. That is a Chrissy thing. We're booking it and we're promoting it, basically. I'm the booker promoter, not the host of, and I think I'm emceeing it too. But it's going to be Chrissy Mayer and Lila Hart. We'll all be there. I mean, I'll have all the steel toe people come out and, I almost called you Cheetos. Don't worry, Johnny. We'll have a tab to answer your question.
What do I need a tab for? I don't drink a lot, man.
I mean, wow, way to look a gift horse in the mouth. I mean, appreciate it.
You're welcome, you lush.
But yeah, everybody who came from out of town, come back Saturday, October 21st and watch Chrissy at Partners Pub in Sartell. Brown Candy said, can we please talk about how if we changed Granny's skin color a little darker than red, he'd be a Somalian? Yeah, we've been talking about
it's scary.
Granny's look.
Like, is he part chameleon? Was he trying to change shade to blend into his environment? What's going on?
like I said, Granny was just in fine form. Greasy N-word with $5 over on Rumble says, wait till I show up next year with my screw name on a tag. I think he means screen name. Should I do blackface too, like full-on mammy shit? That brings me to someone else's question. Did anyone vlog it? No, we cannot live vlog. If you live vlog that show, it would be canceled. You wouldn't be allowed to do it anymore. So
We'd be in trouble.
Our fans are very great about that. But Johnny did film it. Johnny's going to cut it up and cut out all of the things.
Presentable stuff.
By the time Johnny releases his video, Shaka was never there. Certain things were never said. You have no proof of anything you're trying to hang us on. It was so funny having so many people going, oh, I get why you don't want these sets recorded. I'm like, thank you.
Yeah,
I understand.
Because we're fucking around and we're joking, but some people can't take a joke, so let's just let it happen and go on.
John Jamingo with $2 says, Steel Toe sells tickets. Oh, look, as much as we focused on what a great, wonderful, fun, awesome time it was, the fact that so many people I know were salty about how well this went does give me a little bit extra pride. People with shows are melting down over how well this went for us, and I'm so happy. My favorite one is the people who have to lie to themselves to convince themselves that the reality they've constructed about this thing falls apart if they have to admit the truth. And I love, better than going, fuck, well, Steel Toe got us on that one. I don't mind that. That's always cool. I like that. I think what I like more is the people going basically the equivalent of, nuh-uh, like, I cannot imagine, even if I hated a show, if they drew a great crowd and had an awesome time, I go, oh, fucking good for them. Nice work. I'm not going to sit here and deny that it happened, because then I'm just going to look like an absolute petty, retarded, obsessive, no life having piece of shit, which, fun to watch. It would be terrible to be that human being. So,
well, not to bring this back to Gino, but in the quasi, I guess I would call it very excited TED talk that he was doing. He was talking about putting stuff out into the universe and getting it back. And you can have your thoughts on that either way, whether you agree with them or not. But the point of it is, if you're one of those people, those are people you don't know going to a show that you're not going to. And yeah, maybe they're seeing a person you don't like. But if they're having fun, that person's having fun, all those people are having a good time. What sweat is it off your balls? Right. Why do you want to fucking bring that karma in your life of I got to be angry at these people because they're enjoying themselves? Why don't you just go do something fun?
Yeah. And no offense, the only person looking bad in this situation is you. So you got to get a hold of yourself. Try to read the room a little bit so you don't look like such a lunatic. It was great, though. It was so much fun, man, and so many people regretting not coming out for the 9th anniversary party. We wouldn't have had a chair for you anyway, but next year we will. Next year we'll expand the seating. I think doing it outside would be great. I know comedy shows outside suck. I've done them. They're not fun because it's not like in a room where the laughter's just bouncing off the walls. You get that big rush of laughter in an outdoor show, and it just goes whoop into the sky.
I don't know. I've done comedy at a convention center. I think that's the lowest the bar goes.
Really? Oh, convention center is worse. Oh, the wide walls, the high ceilings, and
yeah. I'm on a stage in front of a tattoo convention while everyone walks around and gets ink, and I'm like, oh yeah, so let's talk about when I used to be a strip club DJ. Oh crap, there's a 5-year-old backing off of that joke. Okay.
Right, exactly. Friendo says Aaron looks chipper today. I guess getting railed all weekend puts him in his happy place. I mean, look, I wouldn't judge what puts you in your happy place. Why would you want to judge me? Why would you want to judge me? Welcome to the show, everybody. All right, so there you go. We got about an hour of anniversary show coverage. I think is there anything I missed that you wanted to get out there?
I'm trying to think. Oh, the only thing, for people that were there last year and those who know of him, Aaron DeTires showed up. He didn't make as much of a presence at the show, but at the Deer Butch thing, he was kind of like the guest of honor. I heard the horror stories of him hang out. The guy goes like Gino, but then he gets up at 4:30 in the morning. And they were literally telling me stories when I showed up at Deer Butcher's thing. They're like, dude, last night he literally just went, I'm going down. And he fell over and he just fell back and hit his head. We thought he died.
I think
so they're telling me how they thought they killed an old man, and then they get up at 6:30 and they're all hungover, and he's walking around like, hey, how you doing? And he's just moving around. They're like, Jesus Christ. It's immortal.
I think next year what I'd like to do is get in touch with Deer Butch and actually promote his pre-party thing. It sounds like there were a shitload of people there anyway without our help, but
it was a coming and going thing because it's at a shoot. He has like a shooting range. So we were literally at like the skeet shoot part of it.
Okay.
And they had to get a tent out there because of the sudden rain. But no, they had a fucking band, which was, I have no idea who the band was, but the band was amazing. And then it was just a bunch of people hanging out all the time. A couple people were there camping, like Lemmy and Granny stayed there before the show. Like that's where they stayed with balls deep and stuff.
Yeah, that sounded like everybody. I mean, I had multiple people at the anniversary show coming up to me, and they were a shitload of people wearing the Deer Butch shirts. And
yeah,
they
the
were
deer stock shirts were awesome.
Deer stock, that's what it was. Yeah, and a lot of people wearing those shirts and just talking about what a great time it was. So yeah, if we could,
I'll wear mine tomorrow.
I'll talk to Deer Butch next year, and maybe we'll promote that a little bit. Grand Poobah says, I skipped my 15-year high school reunion for the anniversary show. No regrets. Good. I mean, that's the best. Look, we had a great time. The whole weekend was awesome. Everybody had fun. But hearing from other people how great of a time they had that's the best compliment.
The point.
Yeah, that's the whole point of the whole deal. Yeah, Lemmy says deer stock was awesome. Everybody was.
Yeah, and they actually, for those of you guys like stream, they were live streaming that too. They had a laptop and stuff set up, so they were showing people like the party hanging out, and then people who couldn't make it got to jump in the live stream and say hi to Aaron to Tires and Lemmy and Granny and stuff. I was going to try and sit in, but it got late. The only problem is it was like an hour for me to drive out there, and I'm like, I got to go do the show tomorrow, so I'm going to go home and sleep.
I'm thinking about like the filming stuff, and I'm just thinking about, I just thought about Gino's like COVID stuff. We couldn't broadcast on YouTube today. If we would,
a lot of Gino's stuff is not going to make it.
No, a lot of Gino's set you will unfortunately probably not be seeing anywhere unless you go live to the show. More than anything else,
it's gonna be like, and coming up next is Gino, and everyone's like, yeah, and Gino like, hey everybody, how you doing?
And that's the end of the set. All right, guys, pushing 700 people for our little memory lane trip about the 9th anniversary show. 10 is going to be great. Thank you guys very much. And if you're just joining the show, I think they're saying it on Rumble best. Lobotomize the like button. Hit it, hit thumbs up, hit subscribe, hit follow. All those numbers going up. It's so exciting. It's so great to see. Thank you guys so much. And also, about 700 people hanging out in the first hour here. Let's, we're always looking to break that record, but 800s are nice too. Lemmy says, Curtis riding a tiny four-wheeler was the highlight of my life. Hung Solo says, we sat next to two gay dudes. It was funny watching their reactions to all the gay type jokes. They were definitely offended and took it awesome. I think you meant they definitely weren't offended. Like if they took it awesome, that would mean that they weren't offended. But oh well. Carlos said he's recovering from that hangover surprisingly well. Bring on year 10. I'm waiting for the hangover. I'll be honest. I don't know if maybe I just spaced out the drinking where I got the hangover during the show. That's what that splitting headache was. I don't know what the deal is, but I feel better than I should. I could probably use a little more sleep, but I feel, all in all, I feel great. Yesterday, we had a crossroads moment yesterday. We dropped them off at the airport, Gino and Keanu. Giano. We then we went and had some breakfast in Maple Grove, and then we came back home. My buddy wanted to know how the anniversary show went. Start texting him. He's like, "You want to go golfing today?" And April and I basically looked at each other. We're like, "Look, we got two choices." Gino left us a bunch of cigars that he didn't want to take with him, so we could go golfing. We could have a cigar, kind of cut down what we're going to have to throw away or go pick up a new humidor. Or we could sit at home, and after a party like that, you're going to sit at home, watch TV, and eat. And you're going to eat bad shit. So we went out. We went golfing. We did throw a couple of beers on top of it, so that might have eased us out of it. Bloody Mary during breakfast yesterday. By the way, never was a Bloody Mary guy. I stopped like 15 years ago. I'm a Bloody Mary guy.
You've been at Stoney's how long? And dude, like Stoney's is known for their Bloody Mary.
I know. I've been anti-Bloody Mary forever. I don't know what it was when I was younger. I just, for some reason, didn't like them. You get a little bit of the salt seasoning with the Bloody Mary. It's delicious.
It's an amazing drink. And like I said, it's a production at Stoney's, man. I've had their Bloody Marys. They're awesome. So you'd be like, I think I'm a Bloody Mary guy. You were in one of the best spots in your town to get a... All right.
Sorry.
Fine.
I apologize. I understand I'm in the wrong.
Heathen.
So yeah, we got through the front 9 of golf yesterday, and then it started raining. So I've got a free 9 holes at Greenhaven or Green Valley.
It just sounds.
Whatever.
I got a free 9 holes. I got a whole lot of holes over there.
I get to play the back 9 at, I think it's called Greenhaven in Anoka. Whenever I have some time. So yeah. Doorman wants to know, will we see some more old radio characters at the 10-year? Be cool to see how Whiskey Pete is doing. I was very disappointed that Oz didn't show up after he said he was going to. So that bummed me out.
I talked with Derek and Tracy for a little bit. Yeah, they were a little sad that he didn't make it out either. But I hope he's doing well. I'm sure he's got his new house and everything.
Yeah, he's moving into his new house. It sucked because he kept telling us, he called in a few times like, I can't wait to be there. It's going to be great. I was excited to see Oz. And he didn't make it. But there's always year 10, I suppose. Hobo Chili Recipe says, April smoking a cigar. It's got to look like George Burns in a wig. It's remarkably mean. Hung Solo wants to know if Shaka survived. Shaka did survive. Shaka's doing fine. I did not treat him well.
That's going to be one of those performances and then a guest showed up, and then we'll just cut to a few minutes later, and he's gone. We never saw him.
Oh, because not only did Shaka come out, but from what I remember, it was not a politically correct segment.
Well, the segment itself was all right, but I feel like you and Shaka started out as friends, and then he weathered the relationship. He got a little comfortable and familiar.
I see.
And you didn't approve.
Okay, I understand. John Domingo says, Friday's Rumble show with Gino was epic. One of the things, I had a lot of people... Phantom X says Oz was starting his car. Oh, that's why he couldn't make it. Oh, no, he was starting his car and he never made it. So, someone says Shaka did stand up. Yes, and the reason why we don't film these things now is laid bare. Shaka did stand up, and he was a hit. And
he's an acquired taste.
There were so many things that I said on that stage that even as I said them, I'd look back at Jax, I'd look at Bubba in the crowd, and I'd just go, I don't feel good about this, but I can't control myself.
And the worst part is both of those people were like, no, go for it, dude.
Yeah, they're both egging me on. They're like, oh, you got to do it, bro. You got to do it. I'm like, I'm not doing it. I look back at Jax. Like,
Jax is doing sound drops and shit for you.
Yeah, like Jax like, no, go, fine, go do it. I'm like, God damn it. Somebody make me stop.
I'm trying to be a better person. We don't want you to be.
Shuli the MN says, I heard Adrian Washington was playing piano like Sam in Casablanca. That the visual is very funny to me. The Mood says, Oz just arrived. He is on his way back now, seeing the party was already over. Oh, Oz, you got the wrong day. Son of a bitch. All right. Well, I think we've got everybody's perspective of the anniversary show. We'll get April's tonight. I don't know
what else we could have missed.
Yeah. I mean, well, just what we remember, I suppose. And then also, Gino's going to be talking April and either just April or just me, maybe both of us. I don't. It kind of depends on what the kids are doing today. We promised Gino we would show up on In Hot Water this afternoon, and we talk about the anniversary show. So get your Compound Media subscriptions and check that out, because it will be very interesting to hear things from Gino's perspective. And I'm holding on to a couple of Gino stories because I think they're his to tell. Mm-hmm. And I don't want to tell them here on this show first and ruining it. Hobo Chili Recipe says, we're all talking about going to the 10th. Are we sure we're all going to be here after the bombs dropped? That's a good point. If the world's here in a year, we will do the 10th anniversary show. There you go.
And I just really was worried. You say, like, are you sure we're all going to be here? Why I feel like that's aimed at me? What's that about?
No. I think he means the royal you.
Okay.
Everybody.
Thank God.
Yeah.
Better, God damn it.
1 o'clock Central Time, 2 o'clock Eastern. That's when you can catch In Hot Water on Compound Media, compoundmedia.com. Thank you, Matt Fields, for gifting a sub to Andrew Zodiac. You are seeing that right. $80 away from Monday evening's goal. Cheetos was remarkably generous before the show started today, so thank you so much, Cheetos. That was not necessary, but it was. He said it was his thank you for the business we brought in, but we're thankful that he lets us do a show like that at his venue. I can only imagine how much booze was sold.
From what I witnessed by Gino alone, most of it.
When you have hundreds of people, like just having hundreds of people at your bar for like the 9 o'clock to 2 o'clock rush is a great night. I can't imagine having hundreds of people drinking like fish from 1 in the afternoon to 1 at night. What kind of business that is. I thank you guys very much.
I still just can't believe we summoned a party bus. How does that? Because it's Rockville. It's not like it was on the way. You guys came here. How did this happen?
It was just an incredible turn of events, so to speak. Thank you guys very much. Again, $80 away from tonight's goal. We will do overtime today. Thank you so much. All right, now it's just this is the hangover part. This is the getting into the stories and talking about what's going on and making fun of people and everything like that. And it's kind of like it makes the anniversary show over, I suppose.
Yeah.
Which sucks, but here we are. I want to get the Chrissy Mayer ticket link up in the chat, though, real quick. I want to be able to... There we go. All right. Let me copy paste that in the chat and we'll move on here with the program. There you go. Chrissy and Lila Hart will be here on Saturday, October 21st. We appreciate you guys going to that one as well. I will be hosting that one. It is booked by Steel Toe. It is being promoted by us, but it is not one of the VIP shows of the year. So get your tickets. Chrissy is fantastic. Lila, you guys are going to love Lila Hart. She's... Go look her up. Go watch her stuff. She's great. It's at Partners Pub in Sartell, which is always a great time for us. I'll be there. If tickets just went on sale, but Johnny, if you're available, if you want to come out, absolutely do it.
Yeah.
April,
I'll do a little opening set for them to laugh at the crippled guy and get out of the way.
Perfect. And then April will be there as well. It's going to be a great time. So get your tickets. It's right there in the chat, eventbrite.com for Chrissy Mayer. Perfect. Okay. Let's we're drifting further away from the dock, so to speak. Oh wait, I got to get it. Cheeseburger Pie says, I had a good time as usual. Loved all the out of towners. Yeah, Cheese. We know you, Frank. Everybody knows how you had a great time. The whole goddamn neighborhood knows you had a great time. We
all saw, right?
We know you had a great time, Cheese. With, borderline committing verbal hate crimes until people left on a bus, just running off business. God. You know what it is, too? Cheese didn't mean anything by it. He just doesn't know how to talk to certain people. And gay people and easily offended women are two groups that Cheese just... The lines of community...
And Jive Turkey, because he's, had this thing where he's always, going up to Jive Turkey. And, her boy's right there. And it's just that we're just like, Cheese, you just don't understand social cues, man. No.
Cheese, look, I love Cheese. But,
Cheese is awesome.
Cheese is also, you know what Cheese is? Cheese is cheese. That's all. Cheese is cheese. It was great to have him back at the anniversary show. All right, let's go on. Let's do a show today. Besides, Cheetos is paying for it, so we should probably do a show.
Yeah, we should actually do one.
Yeah, $80 away from this evening. I'm not going to lie. There's a big part of me that would be tickled if that got knocked out before the show ended today. But, hey, do your thing. Enjoy the show. Let's have some fun today. It looks like it's going to be basically a goal-free Monday morning and evening. Did you see what happened in Pennsylvania this weekend?
No, I did not.
In Plum,
I took the weekend off.
In Plum, Pennsylvania, I got caught up yesterday, but in Plum, Pennsylvania over the weekend, I think this was Friday or Saturday, a house just straight up exploded. Not like there was an explosion in the house and then the house started on fire. Like, bomb went off, end of shooter, end of Django Unchained, explosion. Now, because we live in the brave new world and because this is New World Order time, everybody has a Ring doorbell camera so they can view the entire neighborhood through the fisheye lens. This was caught on tape. Now, what we know about this so far, let's get the depressing part out of the way before we actually see the physical fireworks. 5 people died in this whole thing. And not just from the house exploding, but this caused so much damage everywhere that 5 people ended up dead. It's in Plum, Pennsylvania. This, to me, I want you to watch and tell me what you think. I'm 100% going like gas leak hit a candle.
Okay.
And then the house went up, but we'll see. It just went up. Not like a controlled explosion where they bring it in and it implodes on itself. That was just the whole thing. And that's
like a pilot light filled a house and then finally something sparked it.
And that's what I thought because of the giant fireball that shot out of there. You know, it wasn't like a pressurized like explosion where it was just force of air and it pushes everything out. That was a fireball that to me says some kind of accelerant was lit on fire.
Yeah, there's no way that just, like, even as a gas leak, you'd have to have a pretty substantial gas leak. Or, like I said, if you let a pilot light slowly fill a house with, yeah, it could do it. But how the fuck did that happen?
Right. They said it will be, what I saw on the news yesterday was they said it'll be months or even years before they find out how that happened. And I mean, I guess because, you know, the evidence is all over the place. So you got to find like I guess you got to find burn patterns and I don't know. I'm not a fucking fire marshal, but I've watched enough Law and Order to know that you got to find shit that has like burn patterns on it and accelerant marks and shit like that.
Well, from what I understand with CSI, because I watched a lot of that, you're going to need some multicolored confetti, and you're going to have to start exploding houses and compare the confetti landing to match the blast pattern. So, yeah, it's going to be a lot of work and messy.
It is funny to watch those shows and think you know a goddamn thing about anything. You're like, well, what I've seen is that could have definitely been this, or that. And you're like, oh, you mean like a documentary or a school class you took? Like, no, I was just watching some CSI, and it looks a lot like the episode that's like
how much does the judicial system hate Law and Order and all that shit? Like, we get it. You watched it late night and you heard dun dun, and now you think you're a fucking attorney. No, it's not how it works.
Right. Court is boring. Court is not as exciting as you like. People watch like the Derek Chauvin trial or the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and you do realize it's like people are like, hey, do you want to live stream that trial on your show? It's like, no. And they go, why? I'm like, because it's really fucking boring to watch a court case. There's great clips. There's like awesome 1.5 minute clips, but you do understand that they're there for 6 hours a day and they get a 1.5 minute clip. I mean, not everyone's going to be Daryl Brooks Jr. and go on that rant of like, tell it like it is if you gon' tell it. Like that's
look, man, you're accused of some pretty heinous shit here. You better get a lawyer. I don't know. I watched all seasons of Suits. I think I'm good to go.
Right. All I know is that if I represent myself, I can't claim a mistrial, but I'm willing to waive my right to counsel. Like nobody says that. That's a TV word. Just say you don't want a lawyer.
Just say yes. Hey, some houses got some new
Look at that. Yeah. So there's like boards and supports and siding and shingles and stuff just pelting cars and houses throughout the whole block.
You get beamed in the head by somebody's dildo?
Yeah.
My God. Why?
Oh, I guess not everything burnt up in the initial explosion. I got hit in the face with a hot rubber dick.
They said it would cause an explosion. That's not what happened.
Oh, that house squirted. It's mostly piss. You know that, right?
I mean, That's what I've heard.
See, you got to make the jokes because otherwise you have to tell people 5 people died. Because
Really?
of that. Yeah.
Oh, no.
Yeah. Well, what? I mean, a house can't do that and not kill someone. I mean,
but if it did, that's the time to get that lottery ticket, right? Like,
God can't show you he exists. He can't tip his hand that much. He's like, there has to be some mystery. I got to let people, kind of believe in me. I can't just show them that I'm real.
the prestige.
Yeah, I got to hold back the prestige. We're working here. We have one more angle. Oh, here we go.
Now, does the thing that falls in front of the camera fall off of the house we're recording it from, or did that get blown from the exploding house? Because there's something that falls right in front of the camera, like.
Yeah, that's like a shingle or a piece of siding. Yeah, that's
Jesus
from the house.
Christ.
I mean, you saw how far. Look, the house is right there.
That looks like it's more than a oh my God, I'm watching shit fall off the side over here just from the concussive blast that just happened.
Yeah. Oh, no. Okay, that was their home sign.
Yeah, it did fall off the house.
You're right. That was
those,
their
like, live, eat, love things.
Yeah. Yes, live, eat, love. I think pray is in there, too. I think you have to pray also.
Well, you're going to need to pray now.
Yeah, that's for sure. Pray you got good homeowners insurance. Everybody's getting new roofs and sidings. State Farm's going to be...
When Jesus moves you on up to the next plane, he does not fuck around.
I think the explosion pretty much got him there. That was
right. Like, you land on the pearly gates, and
right.
It's just how it is.
But with their luck, they get impaled on the fence post. Poor guys.
Are we square? You blew my living room up in my face. Are we fucking square?
It's State Farm's going to be so fucking pissed at this entire neighborhood. They're just approving roof and siding jobs for the next 2 years because of this.
Oof.
Yeah, I think it looks like the closest thing maybe got like over to this house here. Was the closest, but Jesus Christ, man. To have that. I mean, when you hear sounds outside your house or in your neighborhood that sound like gunshots, it scares the shit out of you.
Yeah, dude. When I hear cars backfiring and stuff, there's a house near here where some asshole's always working on some little moped bike, and in the middle of the day, I'll just hear all the time, and eventually it gets to the point where I'm like, enough, all right, okay, you're a kid, let it go.
Yeah. So, like, yeah, like a gunshot kind of sound or an engine backfiring sound, that'll scare the shit out of you. Now imagine you're 4 houses away and the fucking house explodes. Oh,
but you're constipated. You've been that way for weeks. You just want it to end. God, if something could happen, boom. Oh, thank you.
I mean, now I have to stitch my asshole back together, but I mean, a win's a win, I suppose.
Blew up that toilet.
Vaping Dago says, I wanted to get a pic with you at Stoney's, but some big biker guy named Cheetos grabbed me and told me no photos or pics. What's up with that? Yeah, all the people posting pictures on social media definitely shows no pictures. Is that how they're coping with their embarrassment today over on different channels?
Oh, no.
Poor guys. Sorry about that, but like you shouldn't have tangled with this show in the first place. We do very well. I can't help it. I'm not going to sit here and apologize for having events that you can't have. I'm sorry. I'm sorry that we have a massive gathering of insane people. They say wild shit, and we go out in the real world and we do real world shit, and we don't have to be inside in our house on phones all the time. I apologize for the fact that I can do that and you can't. But maybe learn from me rather than try to fight it. It's not working well for you now. So just try a little harder and you'll get there, kiddo. $75 away. Thank you, Vaping Dago. But we're $75 away from tonight. The evening show goal, not the morning show goal. Everybody go ahead and hit the thumbs up. Everybody hit subscribe. Over 700 people checking out Steel Toe at the moment. So fuck it. Let's just if we have 700 people watching the show, I'll always ask for 700 likes. Can't hurt to ask, right?
Well, I mean, we need them. We got to get this thing growing, man. Year 10's around and it's all falling apart, Aaron. There was no one at the show last night. Or Saturday.
We had our biggest anniversary party ever, but it was supposed to be 20% bigger than the last one, and it was only 17.5% bigger than the last one. I'm telling you right now, the stock is down. Sell, sell, sell. It's completely over. The venue was so happy that they paid our goals for the first 2 shows of the week. It's clearly over and it's done. I'm sorry.
Just coping now. We're just coping.
Look, Gino and I were both saying, we're like, this is awesome how positive and wonderful this anniversary show is. But we both said, if there wasn't I have to admit that there is a sick part of all of us that went, the fact that people are spending their Saturdays obsessed with the fun we're having and trying to talk themselves into the fact that it's not happening. I would be a liar if I said that didn't make me just as happy as how well it went. The fact
I didn't really think of it the day of, but yesterday and today I've been like, oh yeah, there were a bunch of people that were pissed.
Once the cornhole tournament was over and I was getting ready for the comedy show, I did take a minute to go, people have wrecked their day because this is going so well. That's the highest compliment I can be paid. It doesn't get any better than that.
And how do the people that, like, they're letting it wreck their day, they don't realize you're giving us a win. We didn't ask for it.
Right.
We don't need it.
We were just having a good time. We were just hanging out with our fans and everything else. But if you want to hand us more victories, I mean, we're not going to turn them down, right?
All right, man. If you want to be pissed, be pissed.
Yeah. CK Benzona says, I was at the door and the drag queen story hour people had vibrators and weird headdresses. I decided to go to a Waffle House and watch the fights. Oh, man. Cheeseburger Pie says, I'm pretty sure we all just imagined going to a show. It never really happened.
Oh, no, it happened. I remember your ending.
Yeah.
I saw it very well.
Believe me, if that was AI or an alternate universe thing, Cheese, I would have hit the little thing that Jennifer Lopez has on her thumb in the cell before I watched you walk a group of homosexuals at a bachelorette party. I would have done that.
I'm just glad they didn't realize what our show thing was, because then I feel like that Cheese may have left a memory that could follow them. Like, oh, those steel toe assholes.
Right. Scary Terry says, also another theory on the Pennsylvania house explosion is they had a big battery-powered something that exploded. These new lithium explosions can be scary. Oh, you know what?
Yeah, but the lithium explosions go off like a road flare. Like, those things go off, and then it's like a jet engine burning. It's like a solid, that's more of an actual explosion. You're going to need something like a gas or some sort of accelerant. That's not just a battery.
Yeah, to me, I think your pilot light theory is pretty solid.
Yeah.
And then also,
and it played out in Fight Club. So
exactly. And as we said before, movies and TV is how you diagnose fires.
Edward Norton and Brad Pitt wouldn't have done that if it wasn't scientifically accurate. You know,
they wouldn't. Yeah, they wouldn't lie to me. Hung Solo says, "Wait, what? Stoney's had enough money to pay for 2 extra shows, even after paying Gino $20,000 to fly out." Yeah, the $40,000 we paid Gino was well worth it.
40. Yeah, cool.
Yeah. $40,000. That was the other thing. People, the other anger-producing thing in people was they were trying to guess how much we paid Gino to be there. And I know they were counting his money. This had nothing to do with us. This was people, because Gino has his own group of people who are convinced that, you know, if he wakes up in the morning, they feel like they've lost. And I don't know why they put that pressure on themselves. But they're like, yo, this bullshit. Gino's making like $5,000, $6,000 to go to Steel Toe. And I'm sitting there biting my tongue going, don't correct them. Just keep raising the number. Just keep making it more and more money and watch them get outraged. Union Jack says it was
good enough to believe you.
Yeah. Union Jack says, I thought it was 4,000. 4,000? What is Gino on fucking welfare? It was at least 6 from what I remember. I even told Johnny, I said, Johnny, I can't pay you for the next 7 months. I have to pay Gino. So it was about $10,000.
It's all right. I'm working on getting more gigs together. Going to be DJing again. We're going to be fine. We're going to be fine.
9,000. Did you talk to Jax about DJing?
Yep.
Okay.
I talked to him. Like I said, he came out and he was surprised I was still there. And then he was just like, this is the weirdest fucking thing that's ever happened to me. I've never seen this shit happen. And I was like, yeah, man. He's like, I'm glad I came out to it. And then he was like, hey, man, if you want to ever do any gigs. And I'm like, yeah, I might start picking up a gig here and there. Yeah. Legs are getting stronger.
Are they getting stronger?
They're getting stronger. The stamina's all... I've got a long way to go to retrain my legs to walk again. But, yeah, we're getting there.
Now, what April said you look like you've been losing weight also.
Yeah.
I'm not that gay. I don't notice these things unless you like show up with like the skin hanging off you.
Like to weigh people, which is weird. So it's just like, hey, man, are you losing weight? Step on the scale, Squig.
Yeah.
Fucking...
Oh, do what I do. Make sure you get naked to step on the scale. You want to make sure it's accurate. So now, does the losing weight help the legs with the MS, or is it because the MS attacks the legs in a different way that the weight doesn't really help or hurt?
The weight really doesn't make much of a difference. I mean, losing weight's always a good thing. Like if I have less weight, it's easier to move. But yeah, no, the losing weight isn't really going to be a big thing. What it is for the past several months while I was screaming with my doctors, my body just stopped being able to function. So it learned to do things different ways. And now I have to retrain my body that, no, you can actually move. It's a lot of mental effort. I'm just relearning to walk. It's fun.
Okay. I heard it was Shuli the MN says, I heard it was 1 billion Zimbabwean dollars. Yeah, well, look, he requests weird currencies. Yeah, that was shocky, Shuli. You know it was shocky. That was shaka, Shuli. You know that. Travis Schulte says it was 10 grand plus a prostate massage. Yeah, see? Everybody knows exactly how much Gino made. I made this very public. Kevin Brennan was wildly upset about how much Gino was making. And here's why. You know, Kevin accuses Shuli Egar of being a Jew, which he is guilty of. I mean, Shuli is 100% guilty of being a Jew. But he likes to go, oh, Shuli's a Jew. He's counting everybody's money. And Kevin, meanwhile, has been having like a week and a half meltdown along with his minions about how much money Gino's making. And I want to shout to him, like, not that I care about his mental well-being, but I'm like, Kevin, you sitting here bitching about Gino making a bunch of money to go do a gig is not a bad look for Gino. It's a bad look for you. Stop telling the internet these things hurt your feelings. It's not good. All of you stop showing that we hurt you so much. It only makes us happier, and we're going to talk about it more. But
just get your towel out, wipe down, and go get a gig. I mean, seriously, man, I understand needing to make money, but don't count other people's money like, hey, man, how is he can't get paid to do this. Go do a gig. That's what I'm doing. Just get a gig.
Go get a fucking gig. The guy with no legs is getting new gigs now. Don't be so upset about what other people have. Try to get yours. That's what you got to do. I mean, he shits on Shuli, and he wants to see Shuli's money, and he wants to see Shuli's money. You can't accuse another guy of being a Jew when you're literally sitting there counting his fucking money. Leave Shuli alone. He's doing a show. That's what he's doing.
Like it's a stereotype. Perhaps if you let me look at the ledges, we could earn a few things out. What are you doing, Kev?
You can't talk like Tevian from Fiddler on the Roof at Shuli while accusing him of being a Jew. I want to see your numbers. Are you sure you're Irish? What's the real genealogy there? If it wasn't for the fact that your skin looks like it's falling off like you were just pulled from a river, I wouldn't believe you were Irish. Because the obsession...
If I had your pink logs. The
obsession with Shuli's money and Gino's money, do not obsess over Gino or Shuli's money, because I got bad news, big man. They've both made a lot more than you have doing comedy this year. Both of them. Not combined. Both of them. Individually.
But do they get super chats?
They don't sell tickets. They don't. It's just, he's just going to end up rocking back and forth in a corner in a room, talking into his headset unplugged from the wall, going, none of them sell tickets. None of them sell tickets. It's just going to be, it's a mental breakdown happening in slow motion in real time.
He's going to end up in an old folks home, and then the orderlies won't know what's going on. Like, what's with that guy? Oh, he used to be a Burger King drive-through guy. And he took not having the job really serious. So he sits there in the headset and screams at the world. It's all good.
Not only that, Shuli has not ever tried to hide the fact from people or deny the fact that he is indeed a Jew. He is 100% telling you exactly what he is. So I don't really think that... And then not have the balls to say Jew. He goes, oh, he's a Shuli. No, he's a Jew. You're afraid to say Jew. Look, as a show that has gotten 2 strikes in its time, trust me, I've seen your show back when it was good. You're nowhere near strike level. You are not edgy in the least. You are a remarkably safe show. You're not going to get a strike. I get strikes. I push the envelope. I actually have a bit of a daring program. You are nowhere close to getting a strike. Do not flatter yourself. You are fine. Your content is as safe as a box full of puppies. I promise you. But as far as obsessing over how much money Gino makes, I paid him $12,000. Oh, and he was just throwing it around. He gave a bunch of people money.
He came with a bunch of hookers. Just rolling out the dough.
Cerberus with 10 months says, Johnny looked tired when I got there. Then I realized he was just cooked. Great times were had.
Yeah, dude, heat does a lot to me. That was the worst part of it. Like the day part, I was sitting outside. It kind of was like zapping me. But by the end of the evening, when it was cooling off and stuff, I was actually moving around pretty good. So yeah, next year will be even better.
Shuli the MN says, let's contrast this with the shit show of whatever KB is having in Atlantic City this Saturday. Look, man, no, it's not going to be any. Don't try to compare it to ours because you'll embarrass the poor guy. It's not going to be anything. And first of all, we sold tickets. He's just going to have people go try to hang out with him. And
at a bar?
Even for free, he's not going to get a third of the people that we got there. So don't do that. Don't compare his thing to ours. Our audience goes outside.
I hope he has a great time. Fucking tell it out, man. Have a blast. Make people laugh.
I really hope I'm wrong, and I hope they have 500 people there, and it's the greatest time anyone's ever had. It's just that I know that when you're just that angry and miserable, people tend not to want to be around you a lot.
I'm just saying, I'm going to be fine either way. They don't have anybody there. Oh, that sucks. They had a whole lot of people. Good for them. Either way, I'm good.
Friendo says, who did Aaron have to blow to get Grindr to sponsor the party? Gino, have you not been listening? Stevie J says, Aaron Heisenholt, I am the one who strikes. Yeah, I get strikes. I talk about shit and I say funny things. Bitching about a Jewish guy's money or an Italian guy's money is not strike worthy. You're going to be fine. And it's okay. You can call Shuli a Jew. That's what he is. Kenneth says, I hope there's 500 people there, and Kevin hates every minute of it. I do too. All of these people, I hope they all have immaculate success. I hope they do great. I hope they make all the money in the world. I hope it makes them happy. I know it won't. But I really hope they do well.
But why would you let your be that way, man? Like, because I'm sorry, even after the show and the way it ended for Gino, I'm pretty sure, and we'll find out today on In Hot Water on Compound Media. Be sure to watch. But I'm pretty sure we're going to find out Gino had a great time. All things considered. So just why would you let yourself hate like that?
April and Keanu became fast friends. They were both very sad to go. I will say this.
Slamming out like crazy.
Just scissoring all over the place. Just fluids all over the floor. Yeah, it's one of those deals where I can't understand getting mad at people having successful events. First of all, it makes you look like a jealous dick. And second of all, I want all their events to go well or not go well. Like, it doesn't matter, because if they do well or don't do well, it adds nothing to my bottom line. Like, if those shows have the miserable failures that they have, it's not going to get me more fans.
It's not going to make life any better.
Right. My life is not going to, get better, get worse, anything like that if they go under or do well. Like, it just, I can't imagine that being a part of my life. You know what? Honestly, it's depressing to even think about being that type of person. All right, guys, moving on with more great stuff on the program. I got Shuli the MN. Oh, really? I'm going to have to listen to WATP then today. April says, people upset that someone else had fun means they're not having fun. That's it. Yeah, I think so. I think that, I can't get into the psychology of that, but it's not healthy. I know that part. Speaking of unhealthy psychology, boom, segue. Tiffany Gomez, the crazy, that motherfucker is not real lady.
Yeah.
Her story's continuing to evolve. So we thought it was just, a month or so ago this motherfucker is not real, and then done.
I thought it was like a fucking like allergic reaction or something. Like she took a Zysol or some shit.
Yeah, she, I think probably some kind of, I still think it was some kind of sleeping pill. And then she didn't go to sleep.
Did acid and she didn't know it.
Yeah, I think, and then she just had a fucking full-on mental breakdown. But
so what's the angle?
Yeah, at any rate, the new angle is they released some new video of her after she got pulled from the plane for that motherfucker is not real thing. And then yesterday or Saturday, I don't know, the weekends kind of run together for me lately, she released an apology video. Now, if I were her, I know she's like a marketing executive, so maybe the company she works for made her do that. To me, you just ignore this thing, you pretend it never happened, and you just go on living your life, and you let the internet forget about it maybe in a month or so. But
if you're lucky.
Yeah, she felt the need to address it. She felt the need to talk about it. First, let's play her at the gate after she got kicked off the flight for this motherfucker is not real. And then we'll play the apology video, which again, I won't say I have sympathy for this woman. I think I think what it is not sympathy for her. It's sympathy for the fact that she won't let this die. And I really want to see her let it die because she, honest to God, thinks what she's doing is the right thing. And you're watching it going, I know how people work. This is not the right way to handle this. Just ignore it. Go to work. Live your life. Don't read Twitter for a while. You'll be fine. But this is her after she got kicked off the plane at the gate. Oh, we're going to get an ad from the New York. Oh, the New York Post doesn't have enough money yet. They got to get one more ad in there. Here we go.
So this moment, you're one of the longest traveling American Airlines. So the cuz holders. I don't care if I'm ever fly with y'all ever again. I want to know what happens to this flight right here.
I don't care if I ever fly with your airline again. Well, first of all, that feeling's mutual.
Not going to worry about that.
Yeah, don't worry, you won't. Second of all, I want to know what's going to happen with this flight right here. I'm pretty sure, I mean, if you're taking a hint, lady, your involvement with that flight is completely severed. Like, you don't need to know.
And you don't want to be involved with it any further. I mean, imagine in some weird place it has like a final destination outcome. Now the FBI is like, what did you know? When did you know it? Who did you talk to? I mean, you're just making yourself culpable.
This is the moment now where your life moves on from that plane. You forget about it forever, and you just, ask them if they can hook you up with a Greyhound bus ticket to wherever you were going. That's all.
They're gonna escort you out, so just moment you're following with us. Great. I don't ever want to fly with you ever again.
All right. Yeah, they've been real unreasonable,
Well, I mean, she's pissed. That guy paid the same amount for a seat as she did, and he's not even fucking real.
Right. Yeah, she has to pay $400 for a ticket. He doesn't, and he's not even real. Actually, then the not real guy is the one who should be pissed, not her.
Yeah, he should be pissed.
Yeah.
He got overbooked.
It's the not real motherfucker who should really be complaining. He's like, if I'm not real, then why is there a charge on my card? Dicks.
Hey, ma'am.
Escorting me out, and I'll never fly with them again.
Ma'am, since you no longer have a valid ticket or business on this side of the airport, we gotta escort you out to the public side, okay?
Where's your suitcase?
You ready?
It's on that flight.
If you don't leave, you'll be under arrest for criminal trespass. This is your warning right here.
Okay.
How many weirdos and psychos does this guy deal with being a cop at the airport that this is his facial expression to all this? He just looks bored. He looks annoyed. It looks like 7 hours and 48 minutes into an 8-hour shift, and he's just like,
well, at least this lady's not trying to sell something or run a kiosk.
Yeah, that's true. It's not like 16 people at a baggage claim hitting each other and stomping on each other and grabbing hair and dragging people around by it, He didn't have to work the Spirit gate.
He's like,
today.
what wing is it? A Delta? Oh, thank God. If you were going to say it was Spirit, not fucking again. Not again.
It's like guys checking which team they made after football tryouts. The cops every week check which airline duty they have at the airport. Come on, United, Unite. Yes, United. Okay, what do I got next week? Okay, Delta. Delta, yes. What do I? Spirit. Fuck. You know what? I'm getting sick that weekend. I'm drinking drain cleaner. I'm doing whatever you got to do to catch something nasty. I'm using vacation.
The vid better stay home.
Yeah. They already have a policy, the police department does now. If you mysteriously get sick the week you have Spirit, they give you 2 extra Spirit weeks just so they can kind of weed out the not sick people.
What? What? Am I leaving?
You know, the entitlement that women in general have in situations like this never ceases to amaze me. I'll never just be able to watch it and tolerate it and accept it.
What entitlement? How's she entitled?
The 2 cops are sitting there going, bitch, you've been kicked off a plane. You're done now. And she's ignoring them. She's not talking to them. She's sitting there on speakerphone, which, by the way, being on speakerphone in the airport or any public place is maddening. Maddening. Why is your conversation so goddamn important that the rest of us...
My ear, my phone will get all sweaty.
Oh, God, it's the worst.
What are you talking about?
Ma'am, if you don't leave right now, you could be under arrest for criminal trespass. Let's go.
And she
Right, she just walks away from them. Now, is that motherfucker real?
I don't know.
That people who wear
I want to
hats...
say yes, but this does look like an AI mix. It's too blurry to tell, but he looks like he might be Japanese.
Yeah.
I don't know where we are. Why is he getting... Wasn't this a boarding plane? Is that fucker real? I don't know.
That we need to find out. I think she should actually work for the airport to let us know which motherfuckers are indeed real or not.
Is that one of the lizard people?
And they live underground.
Do not let that flight leave. Do not let that flight leave. Being dead serious. Do not let that flight leave.
Oh, ma'am, I'm sorry. We did not realize that you were being dead serious. We will stop that flight immediately and get you back on. We thought you were just fucking around for shits and giggles.
This is your captain speaking. I know a lot of you have plans and you've put time and money into this, but we're going to go ahead and stay at the gate because one crazy white bitch has declared one of you isn't real, and we have to play this out. I'm sorry.
And she's very serious. So we got to head back.
You ready? Let's go. Come on.
You heard me say like, do not let that flight leave.
Why do you...
Flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Oh, shit like that'll get you kicked off ever being able to fly. Yeah, like now she's angling not to get kicked off of American Airlines.
Of all, you're angling for a flight ban, lady.
Now you're angling for, what do they call it? The no flight log or the no flight list? Yeah. You're angling for the no fly list with, I'm telling you, that flight is not going to make it. Oh, really? And how do you know that? Well, it's right.
I put a bomb in there.
Well, it's right here in my Quran. It's like, all right, bring her into the room.
That flight's not going to make it to Orlando.
Let's
It's
go.
not going to.
Why?
It's like she's done it. I'm not making it to Orlando.
Are you filming your journey?
Yeah, like this is another thing.
Why do you have your phone out?
Again, it's white woman shit. Just that narcissistic, obsessive, like, I need to film this because I'm somehow the victim. I can't imagine behaving this way to find yourself in this position in the first place. But once in that position, not being able to realize you've lost and that you just need to make sure that this process goes as quickly as possible. I just don't, I can't get into the mind of a person like this.
How do you have to be the center of attention for all of this? Again, what is, I got to know what brought her to doing this. The apology, is she going to explain that?
Skin tone and genitals brought us to this.
But I'm telling you, 100% that flight also is not making it to Orlando. And there's a lot of people on that flight.
So she's video chatting with her mom or
You'll need
whatever.
to escort me out.
Yeah.
Can I just-
Yeah.
You had your own warning. So, keep walking.
Oh yeah, until y'all see that fight blow up.
Okay.
Oh, ho, 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 ho. And that's going to be the end of that.
Well, thank God that comment aged well for you, ma'am.
Yeah, that flight is going to blow up. Oh, yeah, well, that flight didn't blow up. But maybe you could have been in Pennsylvania over the weekend and helped some people out. Thanks for the warning, dickhead.
You can stay in his house if you want to, but that motherfucker is not real.
Yeah, you just made the wrong call. That house blew up, and yesterday she was looking at her friends and said, see, I just got the location wrong. I knew something was up.
Right.
Kyle says, who won the cornhole tourney? I don't remember. I know Dingo came in second. My team came in third. Won no money. Not that I can't win money anyway, which is all go to my partner. But I can't remember the name of the people that won the thing. I know that I know that they came there with Dingo. And I can't remember. And I thought Dingo was going to win it, but they ran him back to back. They beat him twice and were able to win the championship. So she ignored everything you told her and starts crying and making a demand, says 99, you ain't one. Yup. That's exactly what she did. And it didn't surprise me in the least. But that whole thing with, you're going to see when that flight blows up, it's like, there's words that, like, if you use them in succession over time as an accumulation of punches will get you in a lot of trouble. And then there's those words that are just the red button, boom, right away. And watching that plane blow up, that's one of the red buttons. That's just no fly list, period, end of story. As they might say, Johnny, gone existed.
Gone existed.
Steph, that was her name. Steph and Jason or something like that. That's who it. Jamie and Steph, Dingo's daughter, ended up winning the thing. There you go. Thank you, guys. They remember this shit better than I do. But, yeah, they played very well. I lost to both of those teams. So I'm very familiar with how
I just don't even throw bags. It's just not worth it.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, just skip the middleman. I understand. Let's go ahead and watch her. Let's watch. So this is now Tiffany Gomas, who tweeted out an apology yesterday, made a video, plugged her website in the apology tweet. That's pretty good, right? Narcissism don't sleep, can't stop, won't stop.
Because, after everything I've seen, I'd love to have her work for me.
Right. Yeah, this is the kind of person who I'm looking to hire.
You'll go get her.
Yeah, when I tell you that your consulting work was subpar, you'll go, well, you're not going to say that when your whole building blows up. Like, what the fuck, lady? Well, who can we lay off? Well, you can lay off that motherfucker because he's not real. It's like, I'm starting to see a pattern here with this lady's behavior. So
why she always picks the Mexican guy as the one who's not real? What's her problem?
She keeps calling him Kaiser Sose. It's really strange.
Jesus, that's insulting.
So apparently the rumor is that she was drunk. That's what I'm hearing now, that she just got really shit-faced. But, Johnny, like we said, it's got to be drunk with something.
That's more than that's beyond cheese level drunk, okay?
Right.
That is.
Yeah, you don't hallucinate shit like that in order to as an explanation when you're drinking. Like, you don't get that fucked up that you start hallucinating people. That's like, to me, that is some kind of prescription drug on top of, but I don't disagree that booze was involved.
Yeah, but you'd be blackout drunk. I mean, she's standing there talking on the phone when she's ignoring the police officers. She's not swaying back and forth. She doesn't have any drunk body behavior other than the fact that she's being a completely unruly, crazy bitch. She's really technically sober.
Stevie J says, today Aaron has said narcissism. Oh, shit. Did I say narcissism? Narcissism. Maybe. And he says, and crail of breadcrumbs. And I'm worried he has an undiagnosed brain tumor. Oh, shit. Now I'm starting to worry I have one, too.
If you smell toast, we're in trouble. Or April's cooking. One of the two.
Yeah, exactly. What's the Bo Burnham line? If you wake up with your house smelling like toast, you're having a stroke or you're burning some toast. Those are two very logical assumptions to make from that scent. So let's go ahead and check out Tiffany Gomas, the this motherfucker is not real lady. She made a big apology. They found out she was a marketing executive. Her, the house she lives in, which is like a $2 million house, was put up online. And she felt the need that she had to address this now because it was, it just wasn't going away. I still think she should have rested on this. I still think she did. I don't think she needed to address it. I think it would have died, but I'm not the big marketing executive. Somebody in the chat, Johnny, did say that this could be a work for her company. What do you think the odds are of that?
I'd say it's a good 50-50 because this is really, really weird. But if that's a work, they've got to have some sort of incentive, or she's incredibly stupid. Because, again, you literally said that plane wasn't going to make its destination. You interrupted the flight. You got hauled off. You didn't really cooperate with. You're going to have long-term repercussions from this stunt no matter what it was. So I hope it was worth it, Toots.
Right. So even like the comment... Like, even if you could say, oh, it was a work so that, we could, get some attention for the marketing company. And then, all these people, potential clients would see, holy shit.
Crime, though?
These guys, you guys can really get, you can go viral in a second. I should have my business work for you. I mean, maybe, or they'd look at it and go, holy shit, a fucking executive at your company says shit like planes are going to explode. Yeah, no, I'm not working with these unstable motherfuckers.
I don't think this is going to go the way you want it to, homie.
Right.
Again, like the whole thing with the cops will be pissed if it was a work too. Wouldn't they be like, all right, we got to start talking about like litigation and shit? Because you literally interrupted a flight and started claiming that it was going to blow up or not make its destination. That's not something they ever. There's this thing that happened September a while ago. I don't remember, but
yeah, I remember,
ever since then, they really don't like it when you talk about planes not making it.
I remember that September. I believe you're referring to when the Minnesota Twins beat the Detroit Tigers in a one-game play-in to win the American League Central. And it did. It changed a lot of things.
Yeah.
In the country.
As some people call it, some people did some stuff.
Some people did things, yes. So Tiffany Gomez tweeted, I apologize and take accountability for my actions. They were uncalled for. My very worst moment was captured on video. Although the memes have been amusing, the flip side has been cruel. I'm thankful for my friends and family supporting me through this. This experience has been life-altering, and I hope to do good from it and promote positive mental health. Stay tuned. I keep hearing all these crazy white bitches talk about mental health. Did it ever maybe sink into your head that maybe you're not cut out for the shit you do? So you see all these high-powered, marketing executives. And they're like, I'm a bad bitch. And then they have a mental breakdown and they go, well, mental health problems are very real. Yeah, Bob Iger doesn't have these episodes. We didn't see Michael Ovitz or Mike Eisner over at when they were running Disney, have mental breakdowns on planes. I mean, that's what the child molesting was for.
Yeah, they were private planes. They were busy.
Right, exactly. So
actually, they were the ones like, all right, little girl, now remember, this isn't real.
That's what, she was just trying to follow in their footsteps. But you know what they didn't have after that? Mental breakdowns on public aircraft and then threatened planes with explosion as they're walking through the airport. Maybe you're not cut out for this type of shit. I know you're a bad bitch and you're an independent woman and you're a marketing executive, but I never hear the let's promote positive mental health. Let's watch our mental health more from high-powered women who have a snap or a break. And you just start wondering to yourself if maybe, this wasn't something your brain was equipped to handle from the outset. But go.
She's a survivor.
Yeah. She's not going to give up. She's going to make it.
Dude, seriously, I've been thinking this the whole time. How much of a red flag are those eyebrows? They're too big, they're too pronounced, but they're like, man, like you've spent way too much time on the billboards above your face. That's some narcissistic shit right there.
Yeah. The sport coat and the blazers too, those are a red flag. It's like, that's a woman trying to be taken as one of the guys. Instead of wearing
also trying to still have sex appeal. Pick one.
Instead of like wearing like women's dress clothing, you add an element of dude to it. It's like, stop. Like you're trying to be the thing you think other people want you to be.
Guys, they always tell me I'm just like one of the guys, and they love having me hang out because I'm just like one of. It's not because of my tits.
No, not at all. And they're gonna be mad if it is about my tits when that room blows up. Let's go ahead and listen to her apology. I'll on the record, I don't think she should have done this. She should have just let it go away. But here we go.
Tiffany Gomez, probably better known as the crazy
Puerto Rican rattlesnake. Oh wait, that's Louis J. Gomez.
Oh, I thought she was on that. Oh, God, I'm thinking Selena Gomez. I'm like, you have changed. Holy Jesus.
I thought Tiffany Gomez was the Puerto Rican rattlesnake, and you know what? I'm sorry. I got that wrong. I apologize.
She does spit.
I thought Louis J. Gomez was on that plane going, yo, that motherfucker's not real, doggy. Different. Okay, so now I understand. She was on the plane. He hosts the Legion of Skanks podcast on Gas Digital. I have this straight. Let's continue.
Crazy plane lady, which is completely warranted.
Oh, okay.
As you know,
She's humble.
have been unwilling to speak on the viral video, but I do finally feel that it's time.
She took a large enough viral load that she finally felt it was necessary to address the infection.
There you go. Or a morning after pill could help, lady.
Well, that's what you got to do. Once the viral load gets too high, there's no ignoring it and hoping it goes away anymore, I suppose.
She didn't have to lock her legs and beg for it. That's all I'm saying.
I mean, that's what got Tommy Morrison.
First and foremost, I want to take full accountability for my actions. They were completely unacceptable. Distressed or not, I should have been in control of my emotions and
distress. But okay, this is what bothers me about her. We still haven't heard what the distress was. I know there was a motherfucker and the motherfucker was not real.
Right.
But then technically you should not be bothered by the motherfucker if he's not real in the first place. He can't harm you. He's not real.
I feel like we're glossing over the why you were distressed part a little too quickly, ma'am.
That's the other thing about these chicken shit internet apologies is it's never just, hey, wow, crazy, right? Yeah, I had a wild day. Yeah, I fucked up. Exactly. It's always like, look, whether I was going through horrible things that would have absolutely crippled any other human being, that's not the point. Oh, okay. See, you're a superhero. I understand.
that was not the case. My use of profanity was completely unnecessary.
It was literally the swearing was the most normal thing you did during that whole deal. It's not,
again, ma'am, I feel like you're glossing over you kept insisting someone wasn't real.
Right. The flight attendants and the cops were not going, ma'am, it's that human being is not real. Thank you. Just settle down. All right. You're on an airplane.
And I want to apologize to everyone on that plane, especially those that had children aboard. Can imagine going through that and trying to explain to your kid what in the world just happened.
It's actually pretty easy, especially if you have daughters. You get to have visual aids of what you don't want them to be. You just go, you see that, honey? If you behave like this, no man will ever love you.
See, I see that stuff and I just look over at my daughter and I go, Ivy, Daddy loves you. I just tell her a couple of times. It's like, I know. I'm like, Daddy loves you. I know. I got it. Like, no, we're going to keep doing this just so you always remember.
Look at me. Look at me. I love you so much. I don't know what I would do if you weren't here. Okay, Dad. All right, now let's go get a chiropractor to straighten out that neck. I pulled a little hard, but I meant it.
Did it with love.
We all have our bad moments, some far worse than others.
Sure. Yes, we all have our bad moments. I mean, some of us get a little too drunk at a Christmas party and call our boss the gay F word. Others go on a plane, threaten to blow it up, and start screaming at unreal motherfuckers. I mean, it's levels to the game.
And mine happened to be caught on camera for the whole world to see multiple times. Sorry, trying not to sound like Minnie Mouse.
I'm sorry. This woman oozes crazy.
Yeah.
She's high strung as fuck. She
Minnie Mouse.
Yeah, she was never built to be a corporate executive. She was never built to have a high powered job. She can't handle it. Like having that job seems like it pulls at the strings of her sanity and makes it so tight. The tension is so tight. If you flicked it, it would snap. So like she's trying to apologize for this and she's got crazy person deep breaths. She's like, I'm sorry, I'm trying really hard. You know what she's trying really hard to do? I'm trying really hard not to sound crazy.
I'm trying to contain the madness within my face, right. And it's slipping.
This is like being, on a fourth date with a guy. I'm just trying really hard to make you guys think I'm not nuts.
I got to say this once again. This message has been being reaffirmed all weekend long. Sometimes, guys, slump buster, not worth it. All right, just endure the slump. You don't want the aftermath that comes with that. All right, don't do it.
I will argue this point. I do not think she's a slump buster. I do think she's cute.
Yeah, she's cute, but she's also completely fucking nuts.
Right, but that's, I mean...
They're cute, but they'll still eat your kid.
I get that. I can see a guy getting tricked the first time. You go back the second time, it's on you. But the first time, I'll give you a pass.
Well, it has been really comical for everyone, and I have highly...
Stop. Yes. That's it. Now, I'm sorry, and turn off the camera. There you go. I'm sorry to everyone who was on the plane. I apologize. That should never happen. You're correct. A lot of people thought it was hilarious. And click. There's no but. Nothing else coming after that. It was funny. Period. End of story.
I really enjoyed so many of the memes. On the flip side, it is very invasive and unkind.
Invasive. You goddamn white lady. Invasive. You were on a plane full of people, and where did you say it was going? Orlando, right?
Yeah, Orlando.
People were going on vacation. They were going to Disney. They were going wherever you could, maybe Daytona Beach. I don't know. But they were going places. They were doing it. And you had a fucking meltdown on a full plane and ruined everyone's start to their vacation. And you're going to sit here and tell us what feels invasive to you? I'm sorry, ma'am. You have no right. You had a meltdown in public. It's fair game. Invasive. Invasive is what you did to the police, what you did to the security, what you did to the staff on that plane, what you did to that entire airport. I mean, having to turn around one of those flights and reroute it, or, it backs up everything else. It fucks up the entire schedule.
Yeah. They had to move planes around, and they might have had a late start. They might have had to hit their gate for an extra half hour. A lot of people might have been like, this is fucking annoying, man. Come on.
And you, all you can think of is how invasive and public it's been.
Because she can't not read the tweets and the comments. This is the other fun thing about this. The internet's been so mean to me. Don't look at it. I got a news flash for you. If you turn off your phone or you don't open your X app or whatever, you can't read the comments.
Right.
And you can go on with your life. You can do other shit.
You're a marketing executive. You shouldn't have time to go on Twitter and read comments about yourself.
Don't you have work to do?
And I don't know what I would do without the love and support of my friends and family. They are loyal to a fault, and I don't know what I did to deserve them.
I don't know what they did to deserve you.
Yeah, right. They're thinking the same thing. What did we do to deserve her? Was there something I did in college that I don't remember? Because this is a lot.
He's a marketing executive, right? We can right this ship. Here's what it is. She can team up with Bud Light and pull them out of the fire. It's a double redemption arc.
She points at Dylan Mulvaney. This motherfucker is not real.
And then everyone's back on board.
Right. You got Johnny. That's brilliant. She's going to save Bud Light. One commercial. Motherfucker not real. Everybody's buying Bud Light again.
Sorry, y'all. I hope that I can use this experience and do a little bit of good in the world. And
no, just shut up and stop doing things and go back to being a private person. No, stop putting more pressure on yourself than any of us are asking to put on yourself. Go and make commercials. Go and make marketing strategies. Make sure your company has a good third quarter. And then as far as I can do some good, don't bother. It's all right. You're famous for all the wrong reasons. Let the fame die down and just do you. You've shown
done enough now.
Yeah, you've shown you can't help yourself. You're not going to be able to help other people. So just
I'm not done either.
as they say in your white lady community, work on yourself.
And that is what I intend to do. I hope that you guys can accept my apology and I can begin to move on with my life.
There you go. Join me on, she put a plug at the end. Join me on my journey of promoting positive mental health and standing up against cyberbullying. TiffanyGomez.com. Do you think if we reached out to her, we could get her on the show?
Probably. She seems like she'd go for it.
Just make sure we delete this episode if she says yes.
Yeah. That.
April, could you go on TiffanyGomez.com and could you see if they can contact her and see if she'd do a little talk on the show? See if she'd come on the show for a little bit. I would love to have her on the program. I don't care what day it is. We'll make it work. Phantom X says, did we ever get video of the seat she was pointing to? No, but there were very funny memes.
Yeah, there were a lot of memes like the cat one, and just like they look back, there's a cat there. I don't think we ever. No one ever really knows who was sitting. Who was the guy that wasn't real? That person never came forward.
Right. I saw one of like there was the Loch Ness monster and Bigfoot and the abominable snowman and shit. And you know what? I get it.
I saw one that was Ray Epps.
Oh yeah, Ray Epps. I forgot about that one. D. Gulag says, I forgive her. Ladies and gentlemen, D. Gulag has forgiven Tiffany Gomez.
There we go. She's made a difference.
Yes. Marley Analytics says you can see little micro expressions of crazy. You know what? Thank you for saying that, Marley, because I was seeing it as well, but I didn't want to point it out because I thought I was looking too deep for crazy. But there were little crazy ticks. First of all, your eyelashes and eyebrows, pointing that out, that's a sign of crazy. A lot of stressed, heavy breathing, like quick, heavy breathing, like the, or like that. She had really like unforced panic breathing. That seemed a little crazy. But what did he say? Microaggressions of crazy, or that's a great way to put it.
Micro expressions.
Micro expressions of crazy.
Expressions would be like, you're a woman, you can't do as well. That's a microaggression, I think.
Right.
Well, fact, but
Right. Whereas when I do it, it's shouted, so it's an aggression. I like to make sure that I get my shit out there and just, make sure I hit it right in the face. Thank you very much to Martin. Martin with 666 over on PayPal says, hell of a show Saturday night. Did the Windsor help your headache? Okay. I have to address a moment from the show. Johnny, I'm going to give away the prestige here.
Yeah, I know.
And the prestige I have to give away is that there was a scene, and Johnny will probably have it on his video that he releases, unless it's bookended by horrific words that can't be aired. I don't know.
Well, and I had this happen last time I recorded where I had to step away from the camera. The battery died at the end because Gino just kept going. And so I didn't get to switch the battery before Gino got up there. So the end of Gino's set just ends because the camera shuts off.
Oh, okay.
So it depends when it happened. It might not have made it onto the film.
You weren't.
But otherwise, yeah, we'll have that there for sure.
You weren't going to be able to use that anyway.
Probably.
Don't worry. So there was a moment where Gino left. Was it after his set? Gino left that bottle of Windsor up there? Yeah, so you wouldn't have gotten this on tape anyway.
Yeah, it is after the set, so I don't think it's on there.
So after Dr. Climate Abortion, you're exposing the goddamn business. A little bit, I'm sorry, but I have to do this because there were people genuinely concerned for my safety after this moment. But I was on stage, I was wrapping up the show, and either Gino or other people in the crowd, I don't know if you remember, Johnny, were yelling at me to drink the
Windsor.
The Windsor. It was Windsor, that's what it was. And I said, no, guys, I can't. I have a headache. And they're like, pussy, you're a pussy. Drink the Windsor. I take the Windsor, and I do the aggressive, 90, straight up in the air tilt.
Yeah.
And I lean it back, and and then I make the throat muscle flexing motion, the glugging motion. And people are like, holy shit, what the fuck? They thought I took 3 big gulps of Windsor. And I put it down. I get off stage. Oh my God, man, are you okay? What are you doing? Oh my God, I can't believe you drank that much Windsor. I couldn't kayfabe it. I had to tell them, I go, no. And April goes, oh my God, honey, you did not just drink all that. You're not gonna be okay. And I go, the lips were tight. They were puckered. They were watertight. Nothing was getting in there. I did the glug. It was good. Hey, for the show. It was good for the show. And that was it. Didn't hurt
Good for you.
anybody. It got a pop. We're good. I did the same thing with Windex at the 3rd anniversary party. It was totally fine. April,
hat off someone.
Yeah. April says, would you like me to post your Bent video? Do people want to see Gino and I singing Bent
I would
together?
like to see you do Bent.
Did you miss this during the show?
Miss this because that was when I was after the comedy show got done. I had other people that wanted to go with the whole in the car thing. So I had another round of guests to entertain. So
Okay.
yeah, I missed the Bent.
Well, then I tell you what, April, if you go ahead and post that by the end of the show today,
Overtime.
we can do the Bent video. Yeah, I guess we can do it during overtime, I suppose. So, okay. There you go. We'll do Gino and I doing Bent. Curly Adams says your mouth lips were puckered, your butthole lips were not Saturday night. These are all accusations. April says, how about I send it to your Facebook messages instead of posting it? That's a good idea. Mr. Approachable says, and that's where I got thrown out there screaming that motherfucker drinking isn't real. Yeah, don't call me out like that. Aaron's biggest member says, I want to see videos of Matt's dancing. I heard it was awesome.
It was apparently a sight to be seen.
It was, yeah, you could see it. That's all I can say. You can see it. Let's go to Dub. He says they don't make birds vanish and reappear. They crush them. I don't know what that means. Gisardi over on Rumble says the guy was a completely tattooed Mason sitting next to her on the plane. He posted it on TikTok. He knew she was nuts and had fun with her. There you go. Chevrolet JB says, I would like to see the pics of my tattoo and Gino. Oh, was Chevy the one who has the giant rib cage tattoo of the Chevrolet logo?
I have no idea.
I mean, it makes sense if he's indeed
Heavy JB would fit.
JB. Boys and girls, we are $70 away from this evening's goal, not today's goal. We're $70 away from this evening. So thank you. All right. So the message is said. She says you people will want to see this. I've rewatched it multiple times and still lose my shit. God, can we wait? Can you guys wait an hour and a half, or do you want to just do this now?
Dive in now.
We have been able to mix in a few stories with the anniversary show talk. So we've done pretty well with that. But this, I don't know if people are going to want to wait for this. They might just
April
want it now.
clearly can't.
It was too... And I think... I'm almost positive this was right before Gino went out onto the bench outside the bar and had a...
So it was his grand hurrah, like the final moment, if you will, in the show.
Yeah, this was the end of Gino. This was the last great stand of the wonderful Gino Bisconti. So, to you 700 people watching the show at the moment, hit the thumbs up, hit like, hit subscribe, share the show. All of that stuff works great to promote our program. We do appreciate it. Go ahead and hit all of that stuff. Oh, and Rumble Friday, once again, about 20, I think at our peak, it was like 25 people away from that goddamn all-time record. It is still just staring me right in the face and avoiding me by about
so close, so far.
That much. All right, let's go ahead. She goes, you see the reason Gino becomes sick within this video. All right, let's play it. Gino Bisconti and I performing oh God, oh no. I just saw the first, oh boy. I am, first of all, let me say this. I'm a tall motherfucker.
And Gino is, I'll say this for you, a lot shorter than I thought he would be. I knew he wasn't a huge dude, but...
He is a little fella.
He is a lot tinier than I thought he'd be.
Tinier than, not as tiny as Granny. Granny is not only short, he's so slight. He's such a narrowly built individual. This is...
Well, I thought he was a shrink-a-dink with the way he kept kind of exuding fluids and changing color. I'm like, if we keep this going, eventually he's going to be small enough to fit in Lemmy's bag.
So Gino and I had been singing this song off and on all weekend since the Friday Rumble show. And I decided, you know what, Gene, get up here. Let's do Bent. Let's do the song. We did, and I could tell Gino was about to go down because in between lines in the song, he would like shoulder bump me, like, in a band when you're like, hey, boom, you're doing that. But he was like leaning in full on linebacker, shoulder tackling it. Like he's significantly smaller than me. And he was knocking me to the side. Like I was physically being moved by Gino. Like he was hard shoulder blocking with that Stoney's shirt he had on. This is Gino and I doing Bent. Now, Johnny, it's about 53 seconds long. Do we play pause this, or do we play it one time through and then play pause it?
I think we should play pause after the one time through.
All right. Because no commentary. I'm going to mute my mic, and then we'll watch this one time through, and then we'll chop it up for posterity. We'll do this Tosh.0 style. Here we go.
He's dying. Let's fuck, guys.
It shouldn't be so complicated. Can't touch me again. Don't trust me again. Help me, I think. I'm so scared that I'll never get put back together. Keep breaking me in, and this is how we do it. With you and me landing without understand, and hell, I'll go there again. I'm so scared that I'll never go there.
There we go.
I think I see where Gino went too far. I think I can literally call it.
I don't think that my mic was on. Either that or I'm so loud that Jax just potted it down really low. Because like when Gino,
I don't know.
When Gino starts singing, like it's like his voice is out there.
Well, you were beating the shit out of the microphone all day. Like you weren't doing it like deliberately, but you were unintentionally just beating the crap out of the microphone.
I tried to twirl it a few times and catch it, and I dropped. It was when I tried to do the twirly catchy shit with the mic that I realized, oh boy, this has gotten away from me.
Yeah.
Because there was not a lot of coordination. Then when I dropped Shaka on his head, I was like, oh, there were a few red flags. But yes, you can now see why immediately after this performance, Keanu was trying to force feed Gino water. I'm telling you, those lights after you've been drinking all night, they really do fuck your head.
Well, they're going to get you to perspire more. You're loaded up on booze, you're a little dehydrated, and you're under hot lights. It's just going to make it worse. And, Gino decided we'll add more Windsor to the mix. How could this go wrong?
So now we play pause it. And by the way, I'm not looking at the chat yet. We will do, you know what? Let's look at the chat's thoughts, then we'll replay it. Let's see what you boys and girls have to say about all of this. Let's go to, April says, peep their gay hop at the beginning. There was the hop. We did a hop. Oh no, did y'all make Gino puke? I'm going to let Gino, as the kids say, tell his truth on In Hot Water today. I'm not going to give away too much about, Saturday's show. D. Gulag says, us little fellas have giant personalities. We are very annoying. Friendo, Aaron uses Nair confirmed. Kyle, that outfit is kind of whack, Aaron. Nah, my Kirk Cousins jersey? Fuck that. My Kirk jersey rules. Nobody's getting off my Kirk jersey. Who was Gino's hype man with 100 pieces of flair on his jacket? Oh, that was a really big In Hot Water fan.
And he came all the way out to see Gino.
Yeah, he came out from Wisconsin to see Gino. There were a few Compound Media fans there. It was really cool. Aaron, why are your legs triangle shaped? It's just the best I can do. Leg day escapes me. Dying of cringe. He's not that much shorter than you. Oh, yeah, he is. In fact, a lot of the people who came to the show, I felt very complimented. There were two things they said. One, you're a lot taller than I thought you were. And two, you're a lot skinnier than I thought you were. Which both of those I found very complimentary, and I chose to believe them.
So you just look short and fat online.
I guess online I look very short and very fat. Gregarious says, this is an incredible tranny show. Rob Thomas, sir, you are not. Oh my, that makes me want to punch you out of principle, says Friendo. Nice Wham cosplay. Just two dudes doing karaoke. Nothing gay about that, says Stevie J. All right, let's... sounds like a retarded couple, says Trucker 18-Wheeler over on Rumble. King of all Yetis. In the words of Richard Nixon, oh, the faggiest goddamn thing I've ever seen. All right, let's... So now let's do this, Johnny. Play pause. And you're going to... just when you have something you want people to especially notice, you just yell pause at me.
All right.
Because I did this. I don't know if I'll be pausing on my own because it's me.
I get you.
I'm not going to pause it to explain away my actions. I did this. So here we go. Okay, no, I am going to pause. I'm fucking dying at this point.
I also can't see it. So
I'm so sorry. Jesus, I didn't put it up there. All right, we restart.
I'm going to call pauses. I might want to see where we're...
Yeah, we restart. Here we go. All right, let's stop right there. Let's talk about the hop and the gay leg kick.
Oh, God. Oh, my God. That's so bad.
Did I just
one like dork stand.
Did I just do a hop kick?
Yeah.
I believe I did a hop kick.
Someone's reliving their days in Glee Club.
I can hear April laughing upstairs. Here we go. Let's watch hop kick. It was a hop kick.
It would have been even better if you two just leaned in and kissed.
I should be teaching stage performance. All right, kids, today we're going to work on hop kicks. And then just like really like lean into it and be like a Russian gymnastics coach and just fucking beat the shit out of the kids if they don't do the jump kick right. This will make or break your performance at a karaoke stage. We will get this right or nobody goes home today. Now watch Mr. Imholt do the jump kick one more time. Right there.
All right, hold on. He's having fun. And you're like, okay, that kick was too much.
Guys, not only did I do a great jump kick, it nearly killed me. That is either a migraine or an aneurysm in progress, and I didn't know which one yet. Oh, and I love that Gino to the point, like because he went from this performance, he walked right outside, sat on that bench, and then
just crashed.
It was over from there. This is probably what, 10:30, 11?
No, probably close. Yeah, 10:30, 10:45.
Okay.
Because it went a little long, but yeah, no, this was definitely later in the evening.
Oof. How long did Gino go? I know he was up there killing, so I just kind of let him go till he was done. Did he go? We said half hour, 45 minutes. Did he go over?
Yeah, he went over.
Okay, cool.
But then, like, everybody kind of went a little long. I don't know about me. I didn't check my timing, but yeah, everyone kind of went, like, Towler's thing went a little long and Tom. So it all just kind of, and we started a little bit late, but yeah, no, I think Gino he just kept going for a while. You couldn't figure out where to stop him.
Yeah. I think we probably did 2 hours total.
Yeah.
All right, now we continue. I'm dying. Gino's still pro wrestling it. And we're going to see in this video, again, the exact moment where the clock started ticking down on Gino.
He's dying. Let's fuck, guys.
They shoot me so complicated. Can't touch me again. Touch me again.
Oh, and I did the bend. I did the bend, Johnny. I gave it the big back bend.
You leaned in.
I really went to give that fucking note. And by the way, if you can hear both of us singing, I'm going to give myself the award for the better singer, but merely by default, not because of quality. When Gino gets in there, touch me and then it was just, and then he's got the Windsor bottle. He wanted to pound it, but the music came back on.
Yeah. Like I said, he picked it up and he had all of this time to make a better decision. Of this time.
Can't touch me again. Touch me again.
I love how Gino's like, I can't do this anymore. And I'm like, come on, motherfucker. Stretch run. We got this shit.
We're at the end game now.
We can do this, buddy. Just push through a little bit further. With the Windsor bottle glued to his right hand. Oh, man, I forgot about this.
On the 10th year, we just have to get him like one of those beer sipping hats, and you can just have the Windsor bottle in it, and you just straw. The other one will be water. We're going to half and half.
Yeah.
All right.
All right, there. See, guys? And that, as Larry King once said, was the start of the ruination. He pulled out of that Windsor bottle a few times that night, and that was the one that was the bee that stung him.
Oh, that was, again, that's the line where if he had just not done that, it could have gone better.
By the way, this quick word. This is why tall people shrink as they get older. We're too tall to stand up straight all the time.
Yeah.
So we hunch over a little bit, and we just our spine compresses over time, and we shrink.
Yeah, and I do it because my body's weakening. If I can actually stand fully straight, I'm about like an inch or two shorter than you.
Yeah.
About the same height.
If I square my shoulders back, yeah, I look really, really tall. But it's just so much more comfortable to just kind of let them hang just a little bit.
Laziness.
You short people don't get it, how good you have it. I'm just fucking into it. Holy shit. Gino can't read the word. He whispered to me at one point on stage. He goes, I can't follow the words on the screen. So he literally just sang the parts of the song that he knew. There's a part before this where, we were going back and forth. Like I'd do a line, then he'd do a line, like during the verses. And to like transfer over to my line, he would do the shoulder. He would go, bang, and just bang into me with his shoulder. Not realizing how hard he's doing it. I'm like, all right, motherfucker, I got it.
I feel like I have to message Jax later after watching this video and go, yeah, I'm sorry. I'm sorry.
It was some artistic performance. I already had one. Oh, wait. No, I didn't. Oh, there we go. That was the end. Oh, wait, kick. Jump kick. We'll go jump kick one time. Thank you. I want to point out one thing on the jump I just noticed. Watch how I don't quite stick that landing, and there was a drunken wobble in there. I almost went down at the end of the drunk jump. There was a little bit of a hinge in the knees.
I'd laugh if you ended up leaning into Gino by accident, and then so he's been throwing into you, but he's not ready, and you're a bigger person, so you just launch him into the wall.
This was
I'm so amazed that neither one of you died. That's amazing.
It was, oh boy. It was, I think I did I did a song with April after that. And then, God, were those the only two? Yeah, because I couldn't be on that stage anymore. My head hurt way too much. Oh,
everybody wanted to do songs with April. Like Tyler said, like, we can do Britney Spears.
I think her and Cheetos did Islands in the Stream.
Yeah.
She did.
And he kept doing that, fucking Macho Man thing.
Oh yeah, he was doing the Macho Man bit. Cheetos was getting involved. Oh yeah.
But he was doing it with the song, which was the weirdest part.
He was having fun.
Yeah, I mean, she's just like, and we'll rely on each other. And then she just comes in, oh yeah.
I remember that, yeah. We'll rely on each other. Oh yeah.
Just fucking weird.
I laugh. I remember laughing my ass off at that now. By the way, we introduced Geno and Keanu to that I'm going to enjoy now. We ordered them a Casey's breakfast pizza.
And they'll never have it again because they're in New York.
Right. Keanu loved Casey's breakfast pizza. Could not sing its praises enough. Hold on. Delicious.
Mukbang.
Curly Adam. Sorry, I shouldn't have done that. I'm sorry. God damn it.
I love that we have consummate professionals on this show. It really shows how it's a step above the rest. Wouldn't want to do something stupid like put a bunch of food in your face before you begin talking. Who would be such a dick?
I can only do that when Johnny plugs, just kidding, LL. Oh, you don't have a show today, goddammit. How am I going to eat this pizza?
Yeah, I gotta go all the way to. I gotta go to the cities. I'm talking to them about the stem cell stuff, and I'm getting.
So the stem cell stuff is still in play.
The stem cell stuff is still in play. It hasn't been ruled out either way. We're gonna look at how the steroids treated me. We're gonna be talking about if we have to go to plasmapheresis and stuff. Super fun shit that people want to hear about.
Yes,
but
very interesting things.
If the stem cell thing happens, cool. But either way, we got a plan of action. So hopefully by this winter, I'm hopefully going to be back on my cane again and not. My goal is to be able to walk and stand at the next anniversary show.
Well, that's a good goal. So. Hey,
yeah.
And if we don't get the stem cells, who cares? We still got that Meat Lovers pizza in the trunk. So it works. Curly Adam with $5 says Gino is like the Vikings. Oh shit, I lost that. I'll have to go back and get it. I got to catch up with the chat. $65 away from the evening show goal. Thank you, Cheetos, for a massive shit ton of money. The $500 he threw at us today before the show started as a thank you. We should be thanking him. Let's go. I'm going to go all the way to the top here. I've got to go way back in the chat to find everybody's, the beginning of people shitting on the Geno Aaron karaoke segment. Let's continue on. Dying of cringe. Nice Wham. Okay, Nice Wham cosplay, I think, is where I left off. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I can't wait to see you in person, and I'll say you're more feminine than I thought you were. Thank you. Warren Gordon says, I thought Gino vomited all over Aaron, but it was that Kirk Cousins jersey. Perfect.
Gino didn't actually see, like, I think he went to the restroom like an adult, but yeah, I don't believe he vomited on anyone.
No, he did not. All right. Sorry. I heard you take the stick, and I thought I had a minute to sneak one in.
Yeah, no, that's cool. But it's fine. I mean, I don't have pizza, dick.
Good Citizen Media calling my move the leg kickstart. Warren Gordon, Aaron is Slender Man confirmed. Union Jack, he did a hop kick. Aaron's bricked up. You just can't see it, says Kyle. Garrett says, Aaron looks so top heavy. Get them heavies, them dairy farm teats. Thank you, Garrett. Appreciate that. By
the night, you can't keep the sports bra on. That's really just for the bags.
Got to get rid of it. Got it. You can tape them down when you're being athletic, but otherwise you got to let those bad boys breathe. Warren Gordon says, Gino still thinks he's in a Loverboy cover band. Aaron's legs look like the current U.S. dollar. Dr. Climate Abortion, the worst part of not caring about music is not knowing what song everyone is singing. You didn't need to know what song that was because Gino and I made it our own. Meg Joe says, they taught us the jump kick at Johnny Young Talent School. April confirming this was 10:30 at night is when that was taken. Yeah, we'd been drinking for a solid 8.5 hours by that point. Hobo Chili Recipe says, I swear to God, if me, Yeti, Roots, or Friendo are there together, we are going to berate you unmercifully. I'm bringing boxing gloves to the next one. Oh, boy. Aaron's biggest member says, Gino absolutely killed it. He can come back every year. I'd even listen to the same set again and laugh my balls off. Yeah, that room, man, I was outside because that headache was kicking in. I was outside for a good chunk of his set, and the laughter and the noise was loud out there. Even.
It was insane.
Yeah.
It was just, I kind of felt bad. I was like, I feel like I didn't do good enough now. Like when he went up there, like, and he's killing, I'm like, I really should have done better. God, I'm a dick.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, how much longer did the karaoke last till? It was still going like an hour after we left, or after
Jack
Gino and I did that.
Up there, so he would have done it all night if anyone asked.
There were people, like the bachelorette party came and did some karaoke too.
Yep.
So
Jax is one of the best DJs in St. Cloud. So, I mean, you had the best person you could have there to be like, oh, we got to switch. Because you even pointed this out that night. There was very much a mood with the group that was there. The bachelor party came in. That mood changed considerably to more of like a techno dance,
just say
lilty thing. And then as those people left, it almost immediately went back to the original mood. And just, yep, we got it.
Kyle wants to know if Gino was cremated after this performance. Not quite. He did make it. He did survive. Curly Adam with $5. Gino, like the Vikings during the playoffs, just can't finish. Oh, boy. Was he drunk enough to have a clam radio moment? Again, I'm going to let Gino tell his story on In Hot Water. But there may have been some clam radio moments.
There have been a couple of moments knowing Gino.
Yeah. Friendo says, this just in, Kirk Cousins has ended his life after seeing Aaron wearing his jersey. The Tigger next door, artistic performance, more like autistic performance. Hey, now wait a minute.
That's accurate.
Like a retarded giraffe. Shuli the MN says Aaron's wearing his performances rating out of 20. Oh, 8. 8 out of 20. You know what? Remarkably generous. Very generous.
Room for improvement.
Aaron's biggest member says Gino absolutely killed it. He can come back I read that one. You put that up there twice. You silly goose. Curly Adam with $2 says assisted suicide is always a thing, Johnny. Jesus. Are you going MAID program?
Not that I know of.
Johnny's sitting here talking about going back to a cane and feeling better and the steroids working. And they're like, you know what? In fairness, that is how the MAID program works. You start feeling better. They go, well, you sure we can't kill you?
Like, that'll probably be a thing. Like, hey, I'm doing better with the DJing and some private projects. Hey, we hear your life's going good. Have you considered ending it yet? Oh, shit.
Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Perfect timing, by the way. Great work. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle says, I was looking where to go for the Casey's Pizza, but I couldn't find it. I'm sorry. Casey's is not a pizza place. This is what makes it so unique. It's a gas station, but it has remarkably good pizza. The reason it's such a commodity in Minnesota is because we're like, wait a minute, this doesn't compute. It's a gas station, but the pizza's fantastic. I don't get it.
So I can put $20 in my tank and get a good damn slice. Fuck, what's going on here?
Yeah. Well, $20 in your tank, then you'll be back later that day.
Oh, dude, sad. That's what I did when I went out to Deer Butch's thing, because I didn't have a lot of time, so I threw 20 in my tank, and I came back, and that's why I told you on Saturday, I'm like, I got to stop and get gas, because I'm like, I put enough in there. Got to go get some more.
Balls Deep says, Casey's passed the test for our Florida friends. All right, so the Florida people loved Casey's. Shuli the MN says, breakfast pizza is what Keanu calls morning beef for Gino. Or morning beach for Gino, I'm sorry. It is breakfast. Oh, it's so nice. Aaron's first job was as a scarecrow. Cooter Soup says Roots is a boxer too, Aaron. Oh, Roots and I should definitely have like an exhibition at the next anniversary show.
That's what we can do at Deer Butch's thing. We'll set up a ring and you can take on all comers.
There you go. If Roots is a legit boxer, that would be kind of fun. We could put on I don't know if he'd want to do sparring 18-ounce gloves or 12-ounce gloves. We'd throw the headgear on. Oh, you know what? You got to make sure that both of us have USA Boxing insurance and that the venue...
Again, I love where your head's at, but let's do it more fun. Let's do sumo suits.
I just can't. Yeah, I'm getting ahead of myself here because you got to make sure whenever you do that shit that the people there are covered. Sometimes you just treat it like it's a high school thing. It's like, no, there's got to be like official. You know, nobody gets fucked over.
And why I say sumo suits, it's all fun. Now we're just fat people.
Hung Solo says, couldn't believe nobody helped Johnny down after watching him make the 45-minute trip to the stage. I thought you made it down, didn't you?
Down just fine. The only problem was I felt bad for Keanu and them because the space is so stacked and I can't twist to let people get by me. I have to literally lean on chairs and shit. So I'm inadvertently grabbing shoulders as I move. So I felt awkward, but no, I had no trouble getting up or down. Plus the beautiful thing, getting on stage is always the difficult part. Down is really easy. You just let go.
Yeti Flyer says, I'm sad that I missed it this year's 3 years in a row with a wedding on that same weekend. Oh, shit.
Stop
having friends and shit. Silverwolf with $5. Sad I missed the show, but my mother was in the ER. Sounds like I missed a good time. It was, look, man, it was definitely one of, if not the funnest ones we've ever had.
Hope your mom's okay.
Yeah, hope your mom. Yeah, you're right. Number one. Hope your mom's okay. Going back, Gino could sell out every event he would do, unlike a friend you never had. Oh, I don't think we need to go to that place. Raz of Chaz. Go ahead. Sorry.
No, I'm just saying next year we can do that. We can just tell them the day after, hey, man, we were going to invite you.
Yeah.
Whoops.
It was full. We couldn't fit any more people. Rads of Chaz says, my wife and I had a blast. Aaron, it's good to see April finally came back to get you. Well, yeah, I don't want to give away too much, but they had to get Gino taken care of and get Gino to bed. And that apparently ended up taking quite a bit longer than it was supposed to.
Gino needed a little bit of help. We all do sometimes.
Because they were all fucking. And then I got picked up later. Yeah, what do you do?
They were all boning Gordy.
Gordy with that giant cock of his. The Mood says, I have a gas station with some killer sandwiches near me. Yeah, there's just some gas stations that have...
They get it right with something. It's nice.
Yeah. Danger Bear Wolf Turtle. Deer Stock was really fun. Yeah, people liked it. People enjoyed deer. Was that what it was called? Deer Stock?
Deer Stock, yeah.
Right. Okie dokie.
Honestly, it is an under promoted gem of the whole thing, like from the weekend, because of it's a little bit of a trek to get out there, but then you go, like I said, it's a shooting range. So there was nobody there. It was like a campground kind of atmosphere, if you will. But then a bunch of tables were all hanging out, mingling, awesome band playing music, food and stuff. They had porta potties. It was great. It was a fun hang.
Honestly, if you would have told me about it, I would have promoted it on the show, but I don't know. Somebody says, don't forget about those cookies you like, Aaron. Oh, I ate all. Yeah, the cookies April had, I ate all of them.
Uh-oh.
Like Geno, Keanu, April, and I just absolutely crushed a batch of cookies that she made. Black Malice says that pause looks like your leg is broken. Yeah, my legs were doing weird shit during that performance. They were starting to go too. Black Malice over on Rumble with $2 says jump kick gayness confirmed. Hobo Chili Recipe with $2 on Rumble says I'm having a premonition that Kirk Cousins has an Alex Smith knee bending experience, which causes you to drop to your knees crying and your dick hole snaps shut permanently from all the distress. Chevy JB says you're going to bring boxing gloves, but you couldn't arm wrestle me. What the fuck? I did arm wrestle you. I'm shit-faced drunk. Chevy JB's like, let's arm wrestle. Let's arm wrestle. Let's arm wrestle. I'm like, dude, I'm not going to be able to arm wrestle. It's not going to go well.
But so you gotta flip it around because it's like a switch.
Like a switch. I just flipped it around. So we got to the table and we started, and I gave it like a half-ass kind of a push just to see where he was at too. And he wasn't budging, so I let go. I'm just like, come on, fucking just end it. Like I'm not gonna win. I'm shit-faced. I have a headache. I didn't want my blood pressure like continuing to go up as my head is numbing. I mean, would you just fucking beat me at this arm wrestling, please, so we can continue on? Jesus. Oh man, $60 away from tonight's goal. Thank you guys very much for your contributions. Tonight's goal, not this morning.
We're already done with today.
Yeah, we're already done with today. And we'll do overtime and whatnot. Got us into the 700s today, guys. Thank you very much. We do appreciate all of the support. Remember to hit like, hit subscribe, and all that. Let's close out this karaoke video. I think that's probably.
I'm sure it'll make an appearance again before the year's.
You know what? I'll play it on In Hot Water today.
Because, yeah, I'm sure Gino. Why would you need to? I'm sure Gino remembers everything that happened on that stage. I'm sure he'll be like, oh, I remember this part. This is what I was thinking right here.
April is having a very hard time with her new friends being gone. April just texted me, I just miss them so much. She goes, I just looked at Gino's coffee mug on the counter and choked up again. April has a hard time with friends leaving. We got to see our other friends yesterday, so I think that helped soften the blow a little bit.
When you have a Stockholm wife, just how clingy they get. Just right. Jesus, man.
She was telling them, take me with you. Take me with you. She says my throat is fucked. Yeah, we were with Gino, so we had a lot of cigars.
Yeah, you guys were sucking on them stogies all day on Saturday.
I had 2 at the golf course on Friday. I had 1 at the anniversary show, and then I had 1 yesterday. So it was, I had too many for sure. Cooter Soup Instruction says, y'all need more friends. Jesus fucking Christ. Well, a lot of them are kind of spread out all over the place. I see all my friends from time to time. What do you want? All right, we got a lot more stuff to talk about today. Some of them are kind of bummers, and I kind of wanted to keep on the anniversary stuff. Hung Solo says, Stoney needs to add on and get an event room. I mean, we cram about $175 in there probably by the end of the day, and then you got probably another 25, 30 people hanging around outside.
I mean, it is a bar in Rockville. It's not like it's like, how big do we need to make this event center for the one show we're doing? Because, I mean, I love Stoney's and stuff, and I'm sure he keeps that place pretty packed, pretty regular with all the bike nights and things, but I'm pretty sure like they can handle what they've got. Like if they have too much space, they're not going to use it all the time.
I don't mean to like be a cunt or anything, but I'm going to sound like one. But like when we have an event, like when Steel Toe has an event like this in this area, there's no other like local act that sells tickets and draws people to a venue like that. Like you have to bring in outside stuff. Like you got to bring in national acts and stuff. Like there's no local act that sells a couple hundred tickets to an event. So yeah, if Cheetos were to add on an event room, he'd have to do like wedding receptions and shit like that. I don't know if Cheetos really wants to get into the wedding reception business.
All right. If you have any reason why these two should not be married, speak now or forever hold your peace. Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah. I think he was trying to do Macho Man, but it came out more Kool-Aid Man.
Yeah, it was beautiful.
Oh, yeah. He was into it, though, man. He leaned in. I gave everybody my wrestling impersonations, and he gave his. I don't know how if this news has made the rounds yet, but there was a really fucked up letter that the New York Post found of Barack Obama's. So Barack Obama wrote a letter to one of his ex-girlfriends years and years ago. Somehow the New York Post got a hold of it. And guys, you're going to think this is a bit, and you're going to think I'm fucking with you when I read you some of this shit. Do you remember the black pastor guy? What was his name? What was the white folk are ready to riot? Pastor David Manning.
Yeah, I was about to say fucking beta guy, but
yeah, Pastor David Manning was like, he had that song where he's like, Obama and Larry Sinclair had a steamy love affair. And he goes, Barack Obama, that half-breed homosexual. He would really get after him. Well, we now have documentation of Barack Obama perhaps maybe at least having an affinity for the dick.
Uh-oh.
Yeah. We always knew. Oh, this is from not the B. They're very conservative and like old school conservatives. So they have like old timey references for gays. We always knew he had a little extra prance in his gait, says not the B, in a previously redacted 1982 letter to his ex-girlfriend, which was obtained by the New York Post. Barack Obama said he had, quote, an androgynous mind and fantasized every day about having sex with men.
It's really going to light a fire under that whole Michelle's Michael.
Yeah, the whole Michelle's got a dick thing does seem to be, yeah. No other, Can of Monsters says no other talent than Aaron and Steel Toe. Nobody else sells more than 200 seats. Did I hear that correctly? In this area, in the St. Cloud area where we live, yeah. No, I don't, unless you bring in a national act, like I said, unless you bring in a band like The Ledge or Paramount Theater or something like that. Johnny, I don't think that's that crazy.
Yeah, no. Unless you're doing something at like the event center. Again, it's not like, oh, people here suck and nobody's going to come out. No, it's just everybody's got stuff to do, and it's not
right.
Like a big, giant, always something happening at every place every night thing.
Right, like there's not a local radio person or local comedian or local band that would draw that many people to a venue. What I'm saying is you'd have to bring in some outside help, and then you could sell a shitload more tickets than that around here. So at any rate, I'm glad you let me clear that up for you, buddy. So Barack Obama's letter, do you want to hear some of this?
Yes.
Of course you do.
Did he say he loves the dick?
This is a 1982 letter that he wrote to his ex-girlfriend, which kind of gay if you're writing to an ex-girlfriend. In regard to homosexuality, I must say that I believe this is an attempt to remove oneself from the present, a refusal perhaps to perpetuate the endless farce of earthly life. Sounds gay so far.
Yeah.
You see,
sounds like somebody loves the flute.
Yeah. He says, you see, I make love to men daily, but in the imagination, Obama wrote to Alex McNear.
He's mind-darring people.
Like, dude, in my opinion, this is not, a scientific fact, but in my opinion, if you make love to men daily in your dreams, you're gay. Like, I don't.
And I got news for you. That means you're gay.
Like, if you say, I make love to men daily, but in my imagination, to me, that says you want dick, but you haven't found the right opportunity to go get it.
Yeah, I mean, if you're thinking about it constantly, it's because you want it. I don't think about cigarettes because I'm like, I hate them. I'd never smoke them. No. If I'm thinking about cigarettes, it's because I want to smoke a cigarette. That's how that works.
Yeah. People just saying in the chat, I got news for you. That means you're gay. My mind is androgynous to a great extent, and I hope to make it more so until I can think in terms of people, not women as opposed to men. But in returning to the body, I see that I have been made a man, and physically in life, I choose to accept that contingency. Dude, Barack Obama might be more than just gay, dude. He might be trans. I mean, doesn't that sound like that? Like, I'm androgynous in my brain, but my physical being is male. I mean, that's what trans people say, isn't it? Like, Barack Obama's non-binary now?
Yeah, I guess. I mean, he should have come out with this stuff before. He could have got elected for a third term.
Right. They would have changed the Constitution for him, for God's sake. Yeah, not only is he gay, he might be like a non-binary trans guy. Barack Obama.
Barack Obama could be the first president to be the first male and the first female president.
Yeah, does he get... Oh, that... I'm so excited for that day. I want them to elect a trans woman president and then watch the media call it the first female president and see if women finally go, I'm burning this motherfucker to the ground. And then
they won't.
Pointing at the president and going, that motherfucker is not real. Ooh, you know what? I'd be willing to sacrifice the integrity of the country. Just to watch. Yeah, they were just like, oh, that's so nice. I'm happy for them. Fucking bitch. They would just say it behind closed doors. So Barack Obama's letter here is saying, in my opinion, is saying more than I'm gay. Barack Obama's letter here is saying, like, I don't think I'm a dude or a woman. I'm just kind of floating around, doing everything.
I just to say, I like the dick. That's all it is.
I just like to say to the American people that I like cock, and I don't think it's gay because I don't necessarily feel like a man. I feel like a woman. Northern Backwoodsman says now they have to look for a pic of Joe sniffing Barack's hair. Well, I don't know. Joe has a type. Let's just say that. He's old school. Joe doesn't, there's certain streams that Joe doesn't believe in crossing, if that makes sense. Friendo wants to know if Samwell is actually Barack Obama, the what in the butt guy.
Yeah, that makes sense.
It's a little bit of a connection. How about the fact that Barack Obama wrote letters to his girlfriend like a complete pussy?
I'm amazed that they still exist.
Right.
Like, I feel like that's something like, all right, I don't care what you got to do. Get that letter back. If you got to put her in the ground, that's what happens.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, when he became president, how did he not remember that letter and just go, oh, I don't care what you have to do. Just make sure the bitches.
Really like dick.
Yeah. Just make sure that, they don't find the whole gay thing. That would be appreciated. Yeah, the letter writing like he's in the Civil War is that. First of all, first red flag. Second red flag, he's androgynous in his mind. Third red flag, he has sex with men in his mind every day. Fourth red flag, he's accepted his physical male body as a contingency, meaning a backup plan.
How awesome would that Civil War letter be? I write to you, my dear Clarabelle, as I sit upon the field of battle amongst my brethren. I know we fight for a cause that is just and true, but I cannot help as I watch the charge and think I would really like to have Todd's dick in my ass.
But by ass, I mean I wish I could convert my penis into a vagina and have him stick it in there for me.
The South shall rise again, but I hope it goes in the back door.
All I can think of when anyone says that is, the South may not rise again, young man, but my dick will. It's one of the greatest lines in any movie, in my opinion. Just, they give me this for the obstruction in my bowels, but nothing comes close to this. This shit, Stumpy, will fucking kill you. He just injects himself. Maybe the chick was into all that new age stuff and he was just trying to get in her pants. I don't know. He seemed a little too comfortable writing in that fashion.
It was the 80s, man. No.
Yeah.
I'm not. That's a really weird one to be like, hey, on the off chance you're into dudes.
Back in 1982, you didn't have to write gay ass letters to fuck chicks. You just brought cocaine to a party, and you were probably going to get laid. But Barack, Barack wasn't interested. Plus, if he's trying to get in the girl's pants, is a girl really gonna fuck you if you're like, look, in my head, I'm just slamming dude asshole all day long. It's just what I do. I mean, I can't help it.
Look, if we go out, I'm going to be, wingmaning with you and everything. But I'm going to be honest, every guy that hits on you is thinking about his cock.
Yeah, exactly. I'm kind of swinging for all the fences. Left field, right field, center. It doesn't matter.
Any hole in a show.
Any hole in a Dr. Climate Abortion. Oh, they found another letter of Barack Obama's. It was actually his journal, Johnny. We have an excerpt here. I met a nice man today who goes by the name Michelle. I don't know. I'm going to have to check my sources on that. I'm not positive. Tucker, going from one side of the political spectrum to the other, Tucker Carlson, who got fired from Fox a while back and is now doing a show on Twitter. One of the reasons people believe that he got fired from Fox News is he interviewed the Capitol Police Chief after January 6th.
Why would that guy have anything to say?
Well, we're going to find out because Tucker had him on his Fox show. Fox refused to air it. They didn't air it. And so Tucker said, well, fuck it. I got a Twitter show now. Why don't you come on? We'll do the interview. So they did. And the Capitol Police Chief, who was the active duty police chief on January 6th,
has thoughts.
He has some things he wants to say. Let's just say he should maybe team up with a Bob Lee Swagger for some protection. That's all I'm saying. Let's go to this. Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund tells Tucker about feds in the crowd on January 6th. Oh,
where was Steven's dad?
What's that?
Well, it was Stephen's son, but where's Stephen's dad?
Hey,
man. Sometimes when you're from Florida and your leg doesn't work so well, they say they're from Crampa Bay. Remember that shit show you did before I got on stage?
Did you want to kill me?
5 minutes of really bad dad jokes. Like, hey, we're going to set a mood up here. I'm going to find, hey, Tampa, get it Crampa Bay because you got a cramp.
I have to tell you where that comes from. So Johnny is correct. Before he came on stage, Ryobi was sitting in the front row, and I noticed him, and I wanted to do a little crowd work. The night before, after we had been golfing, we wanted to go to Brick and Bourbon, but it was closed. So we took Geno and Keanu to 7 West Tap House because it was in walking distance. Hey, I want to ask you a question real quick. 7 West Tap House or Old Brick House if you have to take someone somewhere for, as Gino called it, pub grub?
7 West, man.
Okay, so we went to 7 West.
Because isn't Old Brick just kind of a fucking chain?
It's an no, Old Brick House is a
I forget. Place. I don't like chain restaurants with those.
No, Old Brick House is an Irish place. Brick and Bourbon is a local chain.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah. But they have the waffle, smoky, old-fashioned drink. Anyway, we go to 7 West, and Ryobi is there, and Ryobi comes over and says hi to us, which was really cool. So Ryobi sat down, and we were just so excited to be sitting with one of our fans who flew up from fucking Tampa. We wanted to have a beer with Ryobi before we went home. And he started telling us how he's from Tampa Bay. And I don't know if it was Gino or if it was me who started it. But it went on for 15 minutes. Me, Gino, Keanu, and April telling Ryobi about the different nicknames for his city of Tampa Bay. And it all started when I go, except for when Tom Brady won the Super Bowl and you guys literally started calling it Champa Bay. And then, of course, we were off to the races from there.
So you're telling me that horrible bit wasn't even just like, oh, it was a spur of the moment thing. It was a callback to a horrible moment you had in a bar.
Yes.
And you decided to share that with all of us.
It pained Ryobi so much at 7 West when Geno and Keanu and it was like being on the show where like you have like 7 seconds of silence where nobody's saying anything. And Ryobi's like, you guys are just thinking of more Tampa Bay jokes, aren't you? We're like, yes.
Yeah. Yeah, that's completely what's happening.
Exactly what we're doing. So then at the comedy show, like I had some notes. I came down here. I had some notes. Maybe I would do some actual stand-up for the show. I left them the fuck at home. I didn't care. I was like, you know what? We're going up like every year and we're just going to have some fun. And I didn't know if I should bring Johnny up yet. I didn't know. I lost track of time. And I'm like, you know what? I got something. There's Ryobi. And I did, I don't know. Let's not exaggerate. I did 3 to 4 minutes.
Yeah.
Of Tampa Bay jokes. And the louder people groaned, the more rock hard I got. And I told them, I go, if you guys keep groaning like this, you're just guaranteeing that I'm going to keep doing these.
I literally started walking on stage. I'm like, perhaps if I like saunter over there and lumber over, just the guilt alone of like, I've made this poor cripple climb up here. I should go now.
Oh, by the way, I don't know if you noticed this too while I was drinking, but anytime the phrase over there was used.
Oh, yeah, you were happy.
I would immediately break into song. And then a few people wanted to sing Erica, but I don't speak German. What do you want from me? And I wasn't going to go up to people like, Aaron, you should walk up to Erica tonight. And I go, I'm not going to explain to our Mexican DJ what Erica is and what the significance is to the show as to why I'm playing it. Now, is Jax offended by anything we do? No, not at all. But I don't want to explain it.
He watches the show. He's aware.
But on the off chance he hasn't seen that part yet.
Like I said, it didn't ruin my friendship. I'm good.
Well, anyway, I did the Tampa Bay, Crampa Bay, Grandpa Bay, Lampa Bay, whatever bit for about 4 minutes before bringing Johnny on. But from what I remember of your set, I did have to go outside and take an Advil and drink some water. But when I came back in, you were doing just fine.
Oh, I was doing just fine. I'm a good comedian. I'm just saying. It was just like, oh, wow. Because I had to lumber through the room. I'm tired. I'm exhausted. I'm all like worn out from everything I've been going through this week. And I'm sitting like, really? This is what we're doing now? Because it's just, when you see what Tom did and then the moment we had with Towler, I'm like, oh, yeah, we totally could go further down. Okay.
So I believe so you were doing very well. You had a good set. So I believe the words you're looking for are thank you for the Tampa Bay jokes.
It was a great time.
Yeah. You're welcome. I know how to set them up. Make them hate you so they'll love the next guy. It's perfect. All right, let's watch this Tucker interview with the former police chief of Washington, D.C., talking about plants in the crowd on January 6th.
Folks, never anyone said, hey, we got this from military intelligence.
So in the aftermath of January 6th, there's been a huge debate over to what extent there were federal agents or people who are working in some way for federal agencies in the crowd. And the initial explanation was, well, none. And you're insane if you think that. You're Alex Jones, you're crazy. And then over the last couple of years, we've seen people in authority confirm, actually, yeah, there were a lot in the crowd that day. I mean, that's now a fact. Did you know that going in?
No.
No. So just for perspective, since you've been to a lot of these events, there's a huge a planned demonstration in Washington, D.C. Will there always be assets, agents, people working for federal agencies in the crowd in civilian clothes?
There always could be. And for like inaugurations, there would usually be some combined teams out there, one for communications, but just, for situational awareness. So it wouldn't.
Again, shit that for decades people have been called crazy for. That, oh, yeah, there's plants in there and they're agitators and this and that. And they're actually federal agents and this and that. Shit you'd be called crazy for decades. This isn't like a COVID thing. This is a long time conspiracy theory people have had. decades now, people have been accusing this. Oh, you're crazy. Oh, you're nuts. And now here's the Capitol Police Chief going, oh, well, yeah, at a big event? Oh, yeah. Like he's saying it like you're crazy if you don't do it.
Well, I mean, he kind of has a point. If you're doing a large event like that and you want to have security, now it's not to have them like, agitate or in any way affect the crowd. But if you technically wanted to have good security, having plainclothes agents is, those are people that won't be seen as a security guard. So you might see someone behaving badly or something and be able to report it, that kind of stuff. The problem we have is, though, they're doing a lot more than just hanging out, keeping an eye on things.
Anybody, yeah, right. If they're plainclothes and they are not identified as assets or they're not identified as law enforcement, then you're not trying to keep people in line. You're trying to trick people. You're trying to catch people doing something. Like, you can have teams of uniformed police officers, and that'll keep a lot of people on their best behavior. They'll go, well, I'm not going to throw that bottle at somebody. There's a fucking cop right there. But if you're trying to deceive people and trick people into incriminating themselves so you have an excuse to send in people to beat the fuck out of this protest and end it, then you go in with plainclothes as a response team so that you can goad people into it. And you're out of your mind if you think that it's a far leap to go from plainclothes assets inside a crowd to those people trying to stir up something that will get that protest shut down.
Well, plus the other big thing of this is, too, is, as he said, at a large event, like you would expect to have those sort of things. But you would make sure that the Capitol Police and all the other law enforcement people are aware that there are, again, plainclothes assets in the field to keep an eye out for things. And like everybody, that just seems like good communication, just like, hey, we're all on the same team, guys. Woo.
Hey, come on. It's totally normal that we have assets in the crowd. It's like, well, then why are you hiding it? Well, you have to, but no, you want to catch them doing something so you can stop it. Whereas we know that if you have mommy and daddy in mommy and daddy uniforms, the kids are going to behave better. We know that.
It can be surprising, 4th of July, different things like that where we have threat pictures or concerning threat pictures.
And what does that look like? Does that mean, FBI agents dressed in Dockers and tennis shoes trying to
Well, it'd just be, plain clothes.
Yeah. I love how... I love how Tucker asks it like it's a crazy question. He goes, what, are you going to put them in Dockers and tennis shoes? And the guy goes, yeah, it's what we do.
I put them in jeans and T-shirts.
Yeah, just, normal clothes. Right, exactly. I mean, well, then what do you have them do? Like punch somebody in the face and throw a brick through a window? Well, yes, I mean, sometimes a brick, but like sometimes a Molotov cocktail. Yeah, sure, why? Oh, well, I was trying to be ridiculous. You're just confirming the thing I was saying. I mean, what are you going to do then? Write a blank check to a lab to work on infectious diseases that you're already working on mRNA vaccines for? Well, yeah, but we'd probably have the vaccine just about done before we manipulate the virus.
We were ready to roll it out before we started this. It's called being preemptive.
I mean, there's a reason the disease that got out of that lab had something in the spike protein that was already, not monopolized, but copywritten and trademarked by Moderna in 2015. I mean, we were working on things. I mean, these are investments, Tucker. Tucker's like, all right, look, I'm going to give away the game here. I'm setting you up as the crazy guy, and you're supposed to make me look insane. Well, why would I do that? You're being incredibly reasonable. Like, okay, now wait. So, like, oh, I bet you there's aliens that crash down from outer space and, some of the aliens get out of the spaceship and they just start shooting at people. And say, well, yes, and we would return fire and we would neutralize the threat and then research their bodies. No!
Look, the simple fact is a lot of our best advancements come from pilfering alien species when they make the mistake of landing on our backwater doorstep.
It's like, no, stop doing this. What would you like us to do? Lie to you? I mean, I didn't think so at first, but then you started telling me the truth. Yes. Tell me this doesn't happen.
All right. It doesn't happen, and the world totally isn't flat.
Wait, hold on a sec. Now you don't know where I'm coming from, do you? In fact, I'd like to introduce you to our new head of NASA. Guys, I'm trying to tell you that the Earth was flat the entire time and it was a work. Oh, no, Owen's the head of NASA. What are we going to do? Guys, we're going to stop focusing on going to fake space and we're going to drill down to the core of the Earth. Oh, no, Owen, you're going to kill us all. Only if the core is real. I don't think it's made out of magma, you guys. I think it's made out of hard iron graphite like in Armageddon.
Look, I do a simple experiment, all right? If a plane leaves here and it goes down to the bottom of the plane, it'd be upside down. World is flat.
Yeah, I love, you got to give them this. Their confidence in their horse shit is as good as, it's as good as our government's confidence. In fact, the government should hire flat earth people to do their propaganda horse shit. Because
maybe they did. They're a psyop.
Oh my God. Oh no, we're stumbling onto flat earth being real. Yeah, he's like, all right, well, let me tell you this. You ever flown from Michigan to Orlando, but you feel like you're going up? Exactly. Earth is flat. Wait, what? No, that's not. Sometimes I feel like I'm going down when I'm going north. And I was like, yeah, flat earth. But that doesn't.
Almost doesn't make sense, and they lied to you.
All right, let's continue with this guy. So Tucker's trying to be like, oh, so what? They're in Dockers and tennis shoes? Like, yeah, maybe jeans. Who knows? Yeah.
Next thing you're going to say Ray Epps was on it.
We're actually not allowed to say his name. We call him Cujo now.
The plain clothes to blend in. So that wouldn't be unusual, and it'd be, just standard police work. That'd be good police work. So coming into January 6th.
Yeah, tricking people into doing violent shit so we can violate everyone else's First Amendment rights. Good police work. Before COVID, I love how fucking cute all these libertarians were like, yeah, the cops will turn on the government and they'll be on our side and they won't lock us in our homes. As the fucking cops break out the duct tape and, the padlocks on gym doors. It's like, yeah, guys, there's there's that thin blue line looking out for you to protect and serve. You know what? I like that they have to protect and serve and thin blue line on their cars because that's exactly what they do. They protect and serve the thin blue line.
Well, I think you're jumping on this guy a little early. He's explaining, like I said before, how that practice and theory is good as a thing. But he's about to switch gears here.
No, I know he is.
Oh, okay.
I'm saying the whole.
Like
I'm saying I'm saying the whole practice of it.
Okay.
His acknowledgement is no. You're right. His acknowledgement is great. I'm saying like that being their practice of like, oh yeah, we use assets. We put them in plain clothes, to keep an eye on things. Say, yeah, but that's keeping an eye on things so you can go in and fuck shit up. If you wanted to keep things peaceful, like I said, you would put them in uniform and let people know there was a show of force inside their protest.
And guys, we just want you to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer.
Right. No, that's perfect. When the FBI made a plan to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer and tried to give it to a bunch of white nationalists and go, see, we got them trying to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer. They said yes to our plan. Right. We went to them like, you sure you don't want to kidnap the governor? And they're like, can't we get in trouble for this? Oh, no. You'll be totally cool. I mean, it sounds bad. Oh, we got the plan right here. All right, fine. I guess we'll do it. You're under arrest, you fucking terrorist.
How'd you guys know where this was going to happen? Oh, we arranged the whole thing.
So wait a minute. You're telling me that if you, the FBI, had not come up with this plan to kidnap Gretchen Whitmer, it wouldn't exist? Correct. Aren't you glad we're serving the country? But
protect and serve.
But you were the only criminals in this. Nuh-uh, we got them to say yes. And we were just doing our job, so they're the crooks. Get them. By the way, I think you already know this, but those guys had their case thrown out.
Yep.
Because even the judge went, this is fucking psychotic. You guys can't do this.
This is entrapment.
And I'm a guy who signs search warrants in the middle of the night for just going, are you sure? And they go, yeah, and I sign it. So even I think this is fucked up.
Talk about it in the book with the fact that shortly after January 6th, I'm driving through Loudoun County. I just talked to somebody from the Hill, and I get a call from overseas. And it's press. I don't remember what it was. It's somebody from Great Britain. And they started asking me about feds in the crowd. And I was like, oh, no, I would have been told. I said, no, we're getting word that there was feds in the crowd. And I said, no, I would have been told. I've got lots of friends with the Bureau. They all have my cell phone number. They would have told me. Thinking about that, and Jill Sanborn's testimony in 2021 where she's...
So now we're finding out that the Capitol Police Chief was not told that there would be federal assets in the crowd.
And now we've got you're getting people riled up and getting them guilty thing.
Oh,
now,
boy.
Beyond the whole, like, look, we got to have assets in the crowd to help neutralize things, whatever, to have hidden assets. Right. But when the rest of the police force isn't aware of the hidden assets, now we've got that's just agitators. That's all that is. Those are agitators on behalf of the government agitators.
I mean, the fact that you can't call, well, it's called, what do they call it in law enforcement? Professional courtesy.
Right.
They go, hey, we're going to be fucking around doing a thing in your jurisdiction. Do you mind? They just ask you, they let you know. And they're like, no. And by the way, they all protect each other. So like, yeah, of course, go ahead. But for whatever reason, they didn't want this guy, the police chief, to know. And a journalist had to call.
Many people on staff, they're like, we don't want to overwhelm you with bodies. Now you got to manage people and shit. How about we just keep to ourselves, not tell you a damn thing, and you go ahead and handle your shit. We'll just stay out of your way.
It's amazing. These people organized a coup against the outgoing president so that they could accuse him of organizing a coup against the incoming president.
But hey, at least we got Trump.
Right. It's the Whitmer thing all over. If you guys would have just not gotten fucking involved, it would have been a protest. Everyone would have been went home. That would have been it. And they were like, yeah, but then we couldn't frame Trump and indict him and make sure that he couldn't run for pride. What do you mean federal assets in the crowd? You're crazy.
My point is simply there's one other fact you're forgetting.
Boy, are we in debt.
I forgot about that. Do you know how in debt we are, Johnny?
I don't look anymore because I don't need another reason.
I have a metaphor for how deeply in debt we are.
How deeply in debt are we?
Oh my God, he's like a black woman in a Wawa.
We have somebody on the line, Johnny. We have a mystery caller.
Okay.
On the line. Let's go ahead and pod this up. Hello, mystery caller. Identify yourself.
Because they're lizards, you two, and they fucking live underground, okay? I was watching this, and I'm like, I'm going to let them finish, but this is what I've been saying since day one, and not like I'm right and no one knew this. A lot of us did, but everything is common sense. Everything is common sense, and everything this guy is saying is what I've been saying to people. It's like, look, I'm just saying, let's say that hypothetically that they did steal the election, that they did, rig the voting machines and stuff. And I said, who do you think would want the proceedings to go through to challenge it? Donald Trump or the people hiding something? If you're hiding something like the Democrats, wouldn't you be the ones that want to stop the proceedings? Wouldn't you be the ones that would? I'm just saying, common sense would tell you if I thought the election was stolen from me and I still was dumb enough to believe that the Democrats weren't fucking criminals, I'd say, well, let's just do the thing that we've been doing since, the Constitution. I always forget that word. Since then, but if you don't want the proceedings to go through, wouldn't you do, and now we're back to the center of the corn maze, everything we've been watching unfold on your show the past hour.
Well, it's by the way, ladies and gentlemen, Gino Bisconti from the 9th anniversary party.
And if I can say one more thing, fuck you and Johnny, I'm alive. Nice try, you two. Nice try.
You got it.
Nice
You got through our dragnet. But we made a federal asset out of Keanu C. Thompson, and she couldn't even kill you from the inside.
Well, I got her back. I threw up on her leg when I was bent over the toilet at the end of the night.
See, we weren't going to talk about the throwing up. We wanted to let you save something for In Hot Water. We didn't know what you wanted to divulge, so we kept that part quiet. We did, however, play the karaoke video.
That never happened. I'm sorry.
No,
I'm so scared that'll never get put back together.
It was watching that and watching me do a jump kick at the beginning and then watching you slam Windsor in between verses and choruses. That was a nightmare. And in fact, Johnny and I both pointed out, and it was right here, this chug of Windsor, that I believe he walked right from this karaoke performance right to the bench outside, and that was
That's
game.
where it ended.
Yeah, that was where I believe in the video of my life at the pearly gates, and I'm being an optimist, that's where it goes to white noise. There's several of those clips in my flashback at the end.
There was we were literally scared that you would never get put back together at that point.
But thank God you said I can help you, you're bent. So it was nice. It was very nice.
It was. Do you remember trying to damn near shoulder tackle me in between lines of that song?
Maybe.
You were
Maybe.
shoulder bumping me like you. I would sing a line, then I'd go throw it over to you, then you'd sing a line, and to transfer singing, you would throw all the weight into your shoulder, into my shoulder, and I'm like, what the fuck is he doing?
It's like when a lineman intercepts a quarterback, right at the fucking line of scrimmage. He's like, now I have to tackle this fucking animal. All right, let me give it a shot.
Now I don't believe you recall this, but since you've brought it up, we can mention it. Do you remember believing that Keanu was trying to poison you by giving you water?
Get that devil juice away from me.
I'm not that funny. I don't remember. I'm sorry. What's that, Johnny?
I just said, just get that devil juice away from me. I need my Windsor.
I think I yelled, "People drown in that shit," and I pushed it away.
You thought
I do
she
not
was.
Remember that.
You thought she was trying to trick you into drinking more booze. And
because Keanu, she's just the meanest, most evil person alive. She would do that.
And by that point in the night, what Keanu wanted you to do was drink more.
Yeah, because I have another leg you can puke on. Have some more whiskey.
She was like, Piscanti, it's water. And you were going, why are you trying to do this to me? I'm sorry. You're mad at me. I'm sorry. I don't. And she's like, okay, if you're sorry, just drink the water. And you went, no.
I think I went through all 7 stages of the Duff people. I went from surly, that was remorseful.
The only time you would drink the water, and this was the gayest part of it, is when I would go, hey, bro, listen, man, you're going to need to get that water in you. You're going to feel better. And then you would look at me like I was being completely reasonable, and you go, oh, okay, and you take a swig of water. But if Keanu tried to get you to drink water, you would go, no, why are you doing this to me?
It was like a war movie when you'd offer me the water. My brother, I got you. Give me the water. I will drink it, man. I can do it, man.
And when she did it, you were Ben Stiller in the interrogation scene in Tropic Thunder. My spirit breathes free. Puh.
And I speak freely about what happened because, look, there's no question. I started this set by because our boy Cheetos goes. He's like, I'll do a shot with you when the show starts. I'm like, you're bringing me a shot on stage. We're doing a toast to all your loyal fucking people. And from there, it's like game on. And it's like when you're on stage, it's fucking adrenaline.
Yeah.
And I'm like, there's no way I'm going to survive once this ends. And it was very nice of you to try and keep me on stage to do Ben to see if I could survive a little longer. But there was no question how that was going to end. I knew going in.
That was the end of the night. By the way, Johnny, I think, just grabbed a slice of Casey's pizza, breakfast pizza. I had a slice of Casey's breakfast pizza during the show today. How did you find the great gas station breakfast pizza?
I recall it was, well, one, amazing, better than even advertised. And I remember you want another slice. And I'm like, yeah. And I'm like, I shouldn't have eaten all that pizza. I don't want to be a pig. I'm like, I should have eaten the entire pie because that's all I ate that morning.
Yeah.
So there wasn't a lot for stuff because once we got to the bar, Stoney's, oh my God. It really is. I think I said it several times. I just retweeted it with a picture. I'm like, yeah, I'd rather be with you guys than the best people in the world. Your fans, the crossover fans, like that is. I've said this since I've started doing Compound, and meeting the guys like you and stuff. There are times I just sit there and I'm like, I'm the coolest man alive because we just have friends coming. I say it all the time, friends instead of fans. Like little Lemmy and her guy come up from Florida. We're just talking to guys in steel toe shirts, and they're quoting our show, and fucking our fans are fucking sending me, text messages and fucking, pictures like responding to this. It's why we do it. We don't do it to. I'm sorry, I'm going to take a dig at somebody. We don't do it to sit in boxes and stay home and fucking be miserable. It's like this is why we do this.
Yeah.
Live
events
and
are
the $48,000 you paid me and Keanu. But aside from that.
The 48,000, again, thank you to Johnny for taking a pay cut so we could facilitate such a move. He's a real team player.
When you gave him the check for $20,000, he was a little upset, but he's a good man. He sees the big picture.
Right. He understood. He understood. It was like it was like Pippen taking pay cuts so they could keep the dynasty together.
He was Brady restructuring the contract so they could get another ring. I love what he does there.
Johnny, was there anything else?
I'm for the farm league if I kind of push it, so I'm like, I will just not rock the boat.
Yeah, we'll send you down to AAA if you don't fucking cooperate. Which I believe is you have to co-host Win by 2, sending you down to the minors.
No, fuck
So, Johnny, was there anything else about Gino's evening that we didn't get to that we would like that inquiring minds would like to know right from the horse's mouth?
I just mostly want to know how was the ride out to the airport? Like, was he just out the whole time, or did he come? Because we heard he came back at the end of the night. That's what none of us saw.
Gino did rally when I got home. About a half hour after I got home, he did wake up and come zombie crawl his ass down the steps. And we did stay up, and we all just kind of looked and we went, if we just go to bed now, we can get 3 hours of sleep before we go to the airport. we were doing
the numbers back ending. If I were to fall immediately asleep right now, we could get 3 hours, and it never works out like that.
We were at that point in the night where you went, look, it's shit or get off the pot. We either need to stay up the whole way, or we need to go to bed now. And we did end up going to bed. We did get a little bit of sleep.
Yeah, just a power nap. But yeah, it was it's pure adrenaline. Like, you're out there for the 3 days and you know what you're getting into. And it was even, and I cannot thank you and especially the lovely wife for just the what was I going to say, the 5-star service. And I love that she's falling over making us breakfast both days, all that stuff. And just as a goof, I post that picture of me and Keanu with a cigar, a coffee, and a half-eaten cookie. And everyone's like, oh, they didn't even feed you. I'm like, that's not what we meant.
Yeah, you can't even be funny without people's autism ruining it.
It is so funny. And, of course, April's looking at it like, come on. I think you guys called. There was never a hot pot of coffee. It was amazing. You guys are the best.
Yeah, there was breakfast pizza. There's eggs and hash browns. And then Gino posts, oh, look at the breakfast they gave me. It's a cookie and a White Claw.
Cookie, White Claw, and a cigar and a black coffee. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, one, if not both of us, we'll sneak away for a little bit today to do In Hot Water, and we'll talk about the anniversary show.
Yeah, we'll give you a call around 3 o'clock our time. I guess that's 2 your time if that works.
Yeah, we'll send the kids. We'll send the kids outside for a little bit, and they won't have to hear any naughty language.
By the way, still getting the In Hot Water guy. Our YouTube page put up the clip of us on Rumble. Yeah. Already more hits than any of the other ones. We usually get a solid 30, 40 hits, but it's well over 1,000. It's good stuff. So again, right. And Johnny Crutches, great finally fucking meeting you, man.
Yeah, it was a pleasure to meet you too, dude. I wanted to say hi at the end of the night, but I'm like, yeah, you got enough going on. I'll just go over here with my working legs.
He would not have heard you. He would not have heard you if you said hello.
We barely had one healthy human mind and legs to combine by the end of the night, buddy.
It's a good thing that one guy wanted to join the cornhole tournament as it was in progress, because you were slated to be somebody's partner. And one guy's like, oh, I'm late. I really want to be in. And I see Gino in a corner of a room with like 7 people around him, like some kind of shit-faced guinea Jesus proselytizing to people. And I go, hey, you're not going to mind if this guy takes your spot. And he's like, nope, totally fine.
Nope.
Good, go.
Nope. And what was I doing the first 4? Just saying, I can't do a shot. I didn't come this far to not be sober for this show. I can't. And then once I was on stage, Gino did the huge shot with me, brought me another one. Then he comes up with one shot for him and the bottle. And I'm like, well, we better fucking front end the ha-ha. Yeah. Because this is about to come to a crashing halt.
You can tell kind of the evolution of your set, which Johnny was telling us. Johnny was the only one probably keeping a clock in the room in any way. Not a literal one, but at least kind of keeping track of time, because I just kind of let people do their thing. And he goes, yeah, Gino definitely went over his time because it was just a madhouse in there. And he goes, everyone went a little bit over. And I go, oh, that's what happens when the MC and host of the event just gets shit-faced and doesn't care. It's just everybody go over by a little bit. But during your set, you could definitely, there's pictures of where the drunkenness was taking you, because it went from comedy show, and then the last 15 minutes in your facial expressions, it turned into the beer hall putsch. And
well, and another thing that just it's again, it's like I love being right about stuff that's common sense. And if I may bring up the man we call Chad, the day he started doing his, shtick, like, oh, we're going to go to Minnesota. I'm like, I said, you're not going to go to Minnesota and fly to a biker bar where, again, you accuse the owner of not a scrawny Jew who books a club in New York City, but a biker that owns a bar that, you said he flew across state lines to assault you. And that's just the picture of common sense. But then when you're standing next to Cheetos, when you're standing next to this guy, the only thing larger than his frame is his heart. And you're sitting next to him, and he's laughing with you. He's like, yeah. I'm like, yeah, you built this entire bar that's filled with all these friends and fucking loyal fucking, customers. And you have such a great life here. But you would throw that away to fly to Florida and hit Chad. And we're just laughing. Yeah. And that's another moment where I'm like, I really am the coolest man alive. This isn't even a bit anymore. Yeah. Because he's such a good dude,
Yeah, it was a great time all around, and we just wanted to get you on real quick today to see which stories you were comfortable with us sharing exclusively here, and which ones you wanted to break on In Hot Water, because Johnny and I both did hold back a few, just to see.
I want you to share any and all, because again, the crossover fans will be like, yeah, I knew this already.
Okay. All right, fine.
I didn't sign. I was too drunk to sign the NDA when I left. So I guess everything's in play.
Oh man, was that the end of that water thing? I wish I would have recorded that water thing, because just for myself, not to release it, but just for myself. It was, everybody who was watching it was laughing so fucking hard because you were being so goddamn unreasonable, and she was just trying to feed you water, and you weren't being mean. You were being a victim. Like, you were like, why are you doing this to me? I'm sorry I made you angry. And then she would be like, okay, if you're sorry, then drink the water. And you would go right back to, no, I can't.
I'm talking to Steel Toe, baby, about when you tried to poison me with the water at the end of the night. she's in bed, she's like, you're screaming. Just stay there. When I'm off the phone, I'll untie you. So anyway.
Oh, by the way, Keanu, who is getting a pink sack pretty soon.
That's right. Keanu is getting a pink fucking sack. She blew $12 grand of the $38 grand you gave her on a giant futon that the dog liked.
Yeah, exactly. Also, what came during the anniversary show in the mail, that we didn't go get the mail until after we dropped you guys off at the airport, all the Steel Toe coffee came.
Just as well. The Folgers Black Steel Toe. Well, we'll have to come back and get some of that Steel Toe coffee.
Sounds good to me. All right, Gino, thank you very much for calling in, and we'll see you on In Hot Water on compoundmedia.com or the Compound Media app at 1 o'clock Central today.
Thank you so much, you two. And, of course, thanks the lady for it. You guys are the best.
Yes. Later, buddy.
Later.
Bye. Well, there we go, Johnny. We did get the okay to tell the vomitous water story.
Well, I mean, do we need to now? I feel like Gino kind of let it out there.
Yeah, he did. He vomited twice at Stoney's. Once. Now, do you remember where he vomited the two times?
I remember seeing Keanu take him to the restroom.
He vomited once in the men's room, and then the other time they just took him to the women's room because it was a hurry. It was an emergency situation, and he just needed to get in there. And then one more last one when he got back here, and then that's what kept April. So we couldn't tell what kept April so long because I didn't know if Gino wanted us to tell the story. But it was one last vomit in the bathroom here at the house, and they got that all cleaned up, and then April came to pick me up once Gino was.
I really regret not filming just you at the end of it. Again, you were standing outside for I don't remember how long. But you were holding Keanu's stuff. You're holding Gino's jacket and all. So you're just standing there with a pile of shit in your Kirk Cousins jersey. And you're like, I'm sober and I have a headache. I want McDonald's and I want to go home. Where's my wife?
That's all I was saying. I'm like, I want McDonald's and I want to go home. Where's my wife? And then Cheese is like, hey, man. I'm like, oh, no. What, Cheese? What is it, buddy? Oh, boy. Everybody did a great job though. It was a lot of fun. Okay, you know what? We're almost to overtime here. Why don't we got a lot of these Tucker clips.
Yeah, let's do another Tucker clip.
And I do want to get through these Tucker clips. And we are, what did we end up today? $60 away from tomorrow evening's goal. So thank you guys very much. Well, thank you mostly to Cheetos for his amazing generosity. The rest of you got we got a freebie today. No asking, no nothing, no rattling cans. And I'm guessing tonight's show is going to be the same way because there's very little left. But the links are in the chat if you'd like to contribute. Okay, so let's finish up this clip. I think people remember where we were. And if you're just joining us, Tucker, when he was on Fox, was not allowed to air his interview with the police chief, Stephen Sund, of the Capitol Police on January 6th. So on his Twitter show, he decided to interview him. And this guy is letting us know that, yeah, there were federal assets, and yeah, there were undercover people in the crowd on January 6th. But the thing that was the thing about this one that was different from most is he was never contacted about it. He had to find out from a British journalist that there were federal assets in the crowd. So let's check out the rest of this clip, and then I think we've got two more.
He said they were taking overt action to keep certain people from coming to January 6th to Washington, D.C. That's big for FBI to start taking overt action. I mean, that's not covert, overt. That's a big deal. Fast forward to February of this year, 2023, in the GAO report that says on January 3rd, the FBI was tracking 4 domestic terrorists that we're talking about coming to Washington, D.C. The Washington Field Office, their AOR, Area of Responsibility. By January 6th, they were tracking 18 or 19. It's in the GAO report. Domestic terrorists. So think about that. They have 18 or 19 domestic terrorists coming to this event. So of course they're going to have resources on them, and they're not. You're not going to be just putting one agent. You're going to have multiples. So it'd be multiple with that. And I don't know how many they actually had coming there. Folks never.
So that's the end of the first clip. So basically, what this guy's saying is they had federal assets on the ground because they were, in their words, tracking domestic terrorists. Now we found out what they were doing was going on people's Facebook pages. And
calling anyone who said anything a domestic terrorist.
Exactly. And he said, I was never told about assets in the crowd. I was never told about these domestic terrorists until after. Now, you would think if you're tracking dangerous domestic terrorists, you would want every police department, every branch, every office to know about
FBI.
it. Yeah, you would want to coordinate this with everybody so that you can all keep an eye on these people. Was never told. They never let him in on it. Nothing.
And we already know how the police feel about the presence that they had, that they felt set up and all, or set up, that they felt set up and all that shit. Like it's super dirty for this now because it's like, come on, it's not even a joke or whatever. It's just, you clearly looks like you set this up to paint our own citizens as hostile combatants and then hold them accountable for an incident you caused.
Right.
Weird.
You caused an incident so you could arrest these people, so you could blame it on the guy that you already beat. This is how evil these fucking people are. And it's not even Democrat, Republican. It's in charge, not in charge. It's the line we always quote from Shooter. It's haves and have-nots. They beat this guy, but they wanted to be sure that he stayed beaten to the point where 3 years later, we're still doing indictments. They're talking about a 4th indictment against Trump now. They've realized they used to do one thing at a time to get him, and it kept not working, and not working. So now they're just going to throw 7 at a time at him and go, we'll bury him with one of them.
One of them's bound to work. But then that's the other thing. How long is society as a whole just going to, because it's really hard to just sit back. I don't love Donald Trump at all. But it's really hard to just sit back and be like, all right, you guys just keep going. And meanwhile, you have Grandpa McFuddlefuts over here doing everything he's doing to the country. Like, all right, so just on the sense of pretending to not be biased, can we do something about this asshole? You're going to go after that guy. What about this one?
What's his name? Grandpa what now?
I don't even remember.
If you can get it again, I loved the name.
McRumplefuts? I don't.
Fuddlefuts.
Fuddlefuts?
Grandpa Fuddlefuts. Yeah, I love that name. Silverwolf says, Aaron, I want to laugh and also console you, LOL. I'm tired. I want McDonald's. Where's my wife? I really was. I mean, what Johnny said is almost a direct quote.
Yeah, pretty much.
Of what I said.
I was the whole time.
I'm tired. I want McDonald's. I need my wife. Where is she? Every car that came down the road, I'm like, that could be it. They're like, Aaron, that's clearly the headlights of a compact car. Like, I don't give a shit. I have to have the whole...
a truck? No, fuck.
It's exactly how it went. So now we have another clip. You know, we talked about this before, Johnny, about January 6th. Where was the National Guard? You know, why couldn't you, if like any other day, unless you, the Capitol's one of those buildings where people can't storm it and get in unless somebody at the top wants them to.
Yeah, because you kind of expect that people would consider that a target.
Right.
For reason.
You would get shot if you were that aggressive towards the Capitol. Unless, again, somebody wanted you in there. So let's watch, again, Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund on the presence of the National Guard at January 6th.
Or violence that he sees coming. It just doesn't make any sense.
Wait. So the military says we're so concerned about potential imminent violence that we are considering shutting down the city. But at the very same time, they decide that the National Guard can't adopt an aggressive posture.
Remember in the last clip, he said they're tracking domestic terrorists. Johnny, if there were an actual domestic terrorist named Abdul al-Aziz al-Mafez, and he was you knew exactly where he was going to be outside the Capitol on a certain date, I have a feeling that this country might mobilize a few military assets that day.
Why? Just a guy doing some things.
Maybe because there's an actual violent threat against the United States. I think that maybe they would have more than a handful of local police officers there.
Well, thank God we had enough people here to keep all of those violent threats we had under control because we didn't have anything happen. So, I mean, it could have gone way, way worse if they weren't there.
Ladies and gentlemen, I believe we call this mission accomplished. We did have one death, though. Oh, who was it? We just shot one of those fucking protesters we framed point blank in the head. Oh, that's great. Wonderful. And also, 5 or 6 police officers who worked that day are also going to kill themselves. What do you mean going to? I mean that, who knows? That could...
It's a high-stress job, man.
Yeah,
There's a lot of turnaround. It's sad.
Yeah, we're just saying...
Mental health matters. We got to do something about it.
We're going to call Tiffany Gomas, and she's going to help us with mental health struggles.
That motherfucker, not real.
Actually, she could have yelled that about January 6th and been right.
Yeah.
Right. They're deploying because they're going to be deploying National Guard to assist Washington, D.C. with crowd control at metros and some of the traffic control areas. But they put this out on January 4th, specific to January 5th and 6th. And this direction affected the National Guard in Virginia and Maryland. When I was calling, begging for assistance on January 6th, they weren't allowed to respond at first. You look at Governor Hogan. He did a...
Well, you know something, dude. If you're asking for the National Guard, brother, I don't know if there's anything I can do to help you, man. Because I got Joe Biden and Nancy Pelosi, brother, and they're crawling up the Hulkster's ass, dude, saying I can't give you National Guard support, brother. But if I had it my way, I would have taken my prayers, eaten my vitamins, and I'd have stopped that January 6th on my own, dude. But what you gonna do when the FBI, the CIA, and the whole federal government runs wild on you, brother?
Johnny,
oh, yeah.
Johnny, I'm being told different Governor Hogan.
Apparently.
I thought Governor Hogan...
That one's not done. We need that, Hogan.
I thought they elected Hulk Hogan as the governor of Maryland. Real quick, before we start this again, note for tomorrow, we got to figure out what you or I did. I don't think I changed anything, but I can definitely go look at my settings. I did the thing where it doesn't cut off your mic if I start talking, but now that's back. So I don't know if that's on your end or my end, but I want you to be able to talk over me if need be.
I'll have a lot of time to play with it today.
Okay.
I'll see what we can do. We'll get it figured.
Press conference saying he was begging to respond and he was not being denied by the Pentagon, all because of the memo.
I mean, it's what makes all of this more frustrating is it's just the confirmation of what you already know, and you start to get filled with spite and anger at the people who yelled at you for saying it. And you're like, you motherfucker, you acted so smug. You acted so shitty. You acted like you were so, smart, and everyone else was so stupid, and we're sitting there screaming at you. They're fucking organizing it. They're planning a thing, and they're going to frame people for it. And they're like, oh, that's crazy. That's conspiracy talk. And now, as soon as their overlords say they did that, they go, oh, yeah, well, they just wanted to make sure it was fine. You told me it was all bullshit.
And again, that's kind of fucked up, man. Yes. Everything's fine. No, it wasn't. You kind of pulled some hanky shit.
Not only that, you kept the web so tight that you didn't even tell the fucking chief of police, who's the primary first responder of security in the area, while he's begging. He's got these federal people saying, oh, we're looking at terrorist assets. And he's calling the National Guard. Hey, you motherfuckers got to get up here. There's terrorists coming. And they're like, nah, we'll be fine. You know, fucking. In fact, don't call us anymore. It's like, and then, Johnny, there's that body cam video of that one Capitol police officer going, we're being set up.
Yeah.
Because
there's a lot, and that's I don't know if that's one of the officers that mysteriously isn't around to give an interview now, but it's just too much weird shit happened around it. And then while it all goes down, for them to now come out and be like, yeah, so there were obviously plainclothes agents, which all of us knew, but the thing of it, like, oh, but they didn't tell us, and there's this horrible list of terrorist threats coming in, but we're not allowed to. So it's like, were you trying to hope something? Did you want something to pop off? Like, what's going on here?
And my answer to you is, do you want to know? Do you want to know?
Don't concern yourself with the details of scary people.
Don't bother yourself with the secrets of scary people, kid. You see, this you don't understand. And you always fear what you don't understand. Now this next clip, and I think we got 2 or 3 more of this fucking guy. Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund reveals Nancy Pelosi. Oh boy. Reveals Nancy Pelosi promoted Capitol Police Assistant Chief for Intelligence and Security Yogananda Pittman day after January 6th, then given a high-paying job across from Pelosi's. I don't want to play this one. I haven't heard this yet. Just because of your stupid face, I know you're right. I don't want to play this.
You don't?
Here we go. Let's rip the Band-Aid off. This is fucking gross. This is a movie. We're living in a fucking movie.
Who's Yogananda Pittman?
Yogananda Pittman was my assistant chief for intelligence and security.
Okay. So did she have the intelligence that you didn't have?
I don't know.
What do you mean you don't know?
I don't know. You don't know what you don't know. I don't know.
Good point.
I don't know what she had and what she didn't have, but I do know.
This woman worked under him.
Mm-hmm.
He was not aware of many of the assets and things that were going to happen on January 6th until after. We've settled that with the British journalist calling him and him going, I didn't know what the fuck was going on. And now they're talking about this woman who worked under him because he's the chief. He's the guy. Buck stops here. This Yogananda Pittman is perhaps knowing of some certain shit going on and not telling the police chief. And then literally the next day, promoted, high-paying job in Pelosi's district.
Oh, well, that's not the next day. There's a step in there. But yeah, he again, she was the chief intelligence officer. So if someone should have known something, it should have been her. And the fact that people didn't know, I feel like that should mean there's some culpability there. Your job is intelligence and you seem kind of dumb.
Right. And you would figure if you're the head of intelligence and you get information like this passed on to your desk, you go to the police chief. You know, what do they always say in movies? Oh, I got to take this to the chief. Probably should have taken this to the chief.
That when you look at it, and we immediately knew, anybody immediately knew, one of the first things you start thinking about is this an intelligence failure? So think about it. We go through January 6th. I was begging for the National Guard, refused before, refused during it. We get the Capitol under control. I get them to where they can go back into session, 7:30. They elect to go in at 8, and then the House goes in at 9. But nonetheless, so think about this. The very next day, less than 24 hours after we got control of
it was such a national tragedy. It was such an insurrection and a rebellion that a few hours later they were able to go back and conduct normal business.
Right. It was America's democracy at stake. They couldn't wait. They had to get in there now.
Everyone remembers on 9/11 when everyone went back into work at the buildings the next morning.
Yeah, nobody was bothering with ground zero. No, we've got litigation to pass.
Yeah, fuck.
Of the Capitol. Nancy Pelosi goes on national TV, blames the leadership at the top of Capitol Police, calls for my resignation on national TV, and then lies about me. Okay? The very next day, puts Yogananda Pittman as acting chief.
They fired him and put his underling as the acting chief. And by the way, the story's not done yet. It has more time.
We're not. Oh, no. This story is not done.
But Yogananda Pittman, you just described her as the head of intelligence for Capitol Police.
Correct.
So if there was an intelligence failure, which again doesn't seem like a failure, it seems very intentional to me, but if there was such a failure, she'd be responsible, correct? Or she'd be in the chain of responsibility.
People are like, hey, why in these conspiracies do these people drop dead? Because if you leave them alive, they fucking squeal like this guy. They're like, you fired him. He has no reason to be loyal to you. And then Tucker's like, hey, bro, what happened? He's like, I don't know. These fucking bitches fucking ran a train on my integrity and fucked my whole life up. Let's get them.
Uncle Sam is cornholing your freedom.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, she was the head of intelligence. So if there's an intelligence failure, my thing is, do a proper analysis. Why do a knee-jerk reaction? I mean, putting her in charge. I mean, she ended up getting a vote of no confidence, so she didn't get the position.
So Pelosi tried to install her. They gave her a vote of no confidence. She doesn't get the job.
And so Pelosi gave her a ticket.
Even when these people organize a fucking scam, they can't totally run it right. God, the government's good.
From the police officers, because many were upset with what happened.
Where did she wind up?
Where is she now?
Yeah.
She's chief of police for the University of California, Berkeley.
Oh. That must be a really difficult gig. I bet she had to take a pay cut.
That must have been really difficult to get. I mean, I can only imagine the interview and resume process and the screenings and God, it's just so weird. Hey, Johnny, where does are there any universities by Nancy Pelosi's district?
Actually, I believe there's a really well-known one right next to her district.
Oh, where would that be?
It'd be UC Berkeley.
Oh, that's fucked up.
That's weird, yeah? Wow, coincidence. Huh.
Oh, my God.
Interesting. So right across from Nancy Pelosi's district.
That is correct,
in the
sir.
Bay Area.
That is correct.
So you just kind of take the Bay Bridge over there, and that's...
Yeah.
You know what I love about Tucker's cuntiness is he knows exactly what the question is, knows what the answer is, has no actual curiosity about it whatsoever, but he's like, no, you say it. If I say it, it doesn't. I want you to say it. He's like, he's Pesci in My Cousin Vinny. He's like, no, I did say that. Would you say that?
She is.
Just say the word. Just say the word. Just say it. What's wrong with it? Say it.
Yeah. I don't
what word?
No. Nope. Nobody. Nothing. The word is. Oh, I can't say it. Say it.
Position paid, you know.
I think it pays pretty well. There was,
pays extraordinarily well.
I'm sure it pays.
Tucker's like, I'm leading you, motherfucker. Play ball with me.
It pays pretty good. It's interesting. There was a hearing just recently.
What's wrong with the police chief job she got? The police chief job she got, it paid pretty good. I don't know what they pay at them other jobs she had. What's some of them other jobs she had? Chief of Intelligence at the Capitol. Chief of Intelligence at the Capitol. Police chief interim at the Capitol. Police chief interim at the Capitol. I ain't hear nobody complain about them other jobs. Fucking hell.
That was it's on TV. You can look at it, where the chief of police, Tom Manger, was asked about her position. It turns out that she was given some type of a secret leave so she could start her job on February 1st as the chief of police and not retire from the Capitol Police for months later.
Oh, so you should get...
They let her double dip. They let her get paid from the Washington Police Department for months while she was the acting police chief at UC Berkeley.
Remember, everybody, we got to stop Social Security because these horrible people that are taking advantage of the system and cheating and all. I mean, really? This rich bitch is double dipping on a government dime after she... And it's just, you're not even going to try. Like you say,
Right.
We could hide it, but fuck it.
Hey, how much is the integrity of this nation worth to you? A few months' salary. You drive a hard bargain. But okay.
How much is the integrity of this nation worth? Ha ha! We don't have any of that left. It's gone.
Right. Of the nation, we don't give a shit. We're just looking out for us, not the nation. You give a shit about the nation? What are you for? Barack Obama dreams.
China.
Yeah, Barack Obama dreams of fucking dudes all day. Like, what do we give a shit about the soul of the country?
The benefits.
Yeah, think about that. Yeah, it appears to be against departmental policy. And nobody.
And the only reason I say appears to be is that I know it is, but nothing happened. So, fuck it.
It appears to be against departmental policy. By appears, I mean it is, but since we're not doing anything about it, does it matter?
Yeah.
What you're saying is that the head of intelligence for the Capitol Police, which demonstrably didn't have the intelligence it needed to protect the building, that person was first elevated to acting chief of Capitol Police and then given a very high-paying job right across from Nancy Pelosi's district at the University of California, Berkeley.
That is correct. And I will say this.
So that looks like a reward to me.
Well, I do know that the unit had significant intelligence. And I know many people within the unit were pushing that intelligence up to the leadership of the unit. So I do know that. Many of them became whistleblowers, and many of them were punished and forced to resign.
They were trying to get him the information because they knew he would act on it.
They were trying to get her the information, hoping she would act on it.
Yeah. And nobody... No, I think what he's saying is the acting intelligence chief knew, and then people in the unit knew, and they were trying to push it to the top, meaning him.
Yeah, no, I'm saying people all over were pushing the information up in general, but the buck stopped with her.
With her, yeah, exactly. Yeah, you're right.
Yep.
This looks like a scam.
I mean, just saying. It just gets more convoluted. I feel so bad for the men and women in the police department, what they went through.
Well, they knew. I mean, the people in the police department knew day one. Like we said, they had that body cam footage with the guys like, we're being set up.
We're being set up, man. This is kind of fucked up.
That's the worst is when like a really stupid person thinks they're getting one over on you. And it's like, no. You just have all the power. We know exactly what you're doing. Like from day one, these cops knew exactly what you were doing. They're just not allowed to do anything about it.
Yeah, but you didn't realize I was behind it the whole time. No, we knew.
We're well aware that you didn't hide it fucking at all.
At this point, it would be hilarious if like before the election or whatever, just Ray Epps comes out. I have something to confess. I know a lot of you won't believe this or anything, but I was actually a federal agent. I was an asset of the federal government on January 6th, and my actions were not entirely of my own choosing, and I was being directed. Again, I know this is really hard to understand, but this is the truth.
Sage with $5 says, thank me later. Let's check this link out. By the way, $55 away from the evening show goal. You guys, Cheetos gave us a very generous gift this morning before the show started. Let's check this link out. Then I got 2 more clips from this guy. What is this? 4 minutes and 40 seconds. Oh, no. Oh, no.
It's from Sage, so I'm worried. What's going on?
What would be the worst thing you could see today?
That's a very, very loaded question. I mean, I guess I could see a compilation of Gino vomiting from the anniversary show because I have sympathetic stomach pains then. But
okay.
I mean,
what would be the worst thing you could see this morning that would involve song parodies?
I have no idea.
Who could make a song parody and release it today that would make you want to fucking die of cringe?
Not Jake, no. Crowder did a fucking song parody?
Yeah. Do you remember the Cranberries song Zombie?
Yeah.
He made one called Vaccine.
Oh, Jesus.
First of all, the retard's too dumb to know what song you do Vaccine for. You do Vaseline by Stone Temple Pilots.
Duh.
Yeah, that's Vaccine. Vaseline, Vaccine. You can make that work. I don't know if we're going to have time for this. We might have to do this tomorrow morning for overtime. This will be you guys' overtime bait, if you will. But I think I speak for everyone, Johnny included. We want to get to the end of this Tucker thing, right?
Yeah, and I'm going to click that link to check it out on my time.
All right, I've got it saved for tomorrow's overtime. There we go. Oh, God.
Holy Jesus, I'm looking at the opening screen.
Thank you, Sage, I think thank you, Sage. Or fuck yourself. One of the two. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm saying thank you, Sage, or go fuck yourself. I haven't watched it yet. Here we go. Former Capitol Police Chief Stephen Sund reveals to Tucker that D.C. police were stopped from assisting the Secret Service as Black Lives Matter rioters burned down White House grounds with Trump inside. Oh, boy. All right, this is our second to the last. Oh, no, this is our last clip. that we have of this. Here we go. Steven Sund, continue.
One of the things many things that are in here, I talk about the 2020 riots versus the January 6th attack.
The riots in front of the White House where famously St. John's Church was set on fire.
Oh, White House, across the country. I talk about the White House, and I talk about an agency that was formed by Congress specifically for the protection of the United States president, the Washington, D.C. Police Department. The White House is under attack, and they are prevented. They are prevented. I know it's not from Chief Newsom. It's from his, he was the chief at the time. It would have been from above him. They're prevented from going on White House grounds and helping the United States Secret Service with defending the White House. So think about that.
Who made that decision?
Again, all I know is, Newsom's hands were tied. So Mayor Bowser, higher? I don't know. But think about that.
Mayor Bowser, well, then clearly all he had to do was send in the Super Mario Brothers, and they could have
a fucking fire flower and burn that bitch.
Yeah, you could. All you have to do is when he jumps, run under him really fast, and then jump on the axe so you can cut the bridge, and then he falls into the lava.
All right, guys, it's a tense situation, but here's what you do. You run up to Barack Obama, you punch him under the chin to knock out his star power. You grab that, and then you got to run like the fucking wind to get to Bowser before it wears off.
Or I think you could also maybe hit Bowser with a turtle shell, then run around Mayor Bowser, grab the tail, spin it around, and throw them into a bomb.
Oh, random anniversary show anecdote. Now, that was something else that was weird that happened at the end of the night. I don't remember if Gino was still there or not, but we all started doing the theme to Mario. I don't know who started it, but all of a sudden we're all just in there.
Oh, we did, yeah. We even did
Yeah.
We did them all. That was Gino because we said we need to get him a star or a flower because he's Italian. We were like, quick, I think if we get him a mushroom or a star, he'll be able to bounce back. And we just started singing Mario theme songs at him.
Oh, my God.
All right. I'm sorry. We'll finish this up.
But he told when there was real rioting. In fact, I think that more officers were injured at that riot than were injured on January 6th, I think.
Yep. Again, don't take my word. GAO report. More officers injured at the protests up by the White House than on January 6th. And I'm told by Park Police, all charges were dropped, according to the fighting at Lafayette Park and at the White House. There were Secret Service agents bloodied and battered over there. There was a number of federal agencies that were hurt. Structures set on fire. They tried to light the Hay Adams Hotel on fire. That was occupied. Think about that.
God.
Charges dropped. No such situation. I mean, when you look at the disparity of how...
I have to say, and that's pretty much the end of that clip, but I have to say, from clip one to that clip, I found myself so exhausted by how shitty this was that I wasn't even upset at that last clip. I found myself not even being mad. I like that. That's the numbing sensation you get where you're just like, yep, that's...
Well, just, again, it's not... I don't know how I'm losing my shit here, man. Like, we're treating the guy who put his fucking boots on Nancy Pelosi's desk like he was, Hitler's reincarnated son out to make the Third Reich rise again. And meanwhile, so they set buildings on fire and occupied hotel. No charges pressed.
Not only that, we're not even going to do anything to keep the president safe during that riot. We're just not going to help out. Oh, shit.
But they could kill the president. They could.
Well, in that case, stand down. All right, guys, we got to get through some of these before we leave. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. If you go in the ditch, if you have any kind of accident, hopefully none of our visitors from out of state this weekend needed to use All Care Towing. But if you did, they are the best because they get there remarkably quick and really cool, fun, nice drive. I like the drivers at All Care. I've never had a bad experience. Obviously, they get there quickly, but I've never had an experience with a driver where they were less than remarkably friendly. So you're going to love it. It's going to be a bad situation because you need a tow truck. That's never good, but All Care is going to make it the easiest. All Care Towing, 320-253-5203. Midland Armory, great to see Derek and Tracy at the anniversary show. That's why I have to hire somebody to run the tournament next year because I got to be able to say hi to more people. MidlandArmory.com. Of course, our friends at Midland Armory with a great selection of firearms, a great selection of optics, knives, parts and gear, suppressors, and so much more. Order right there online. Have it delivered right to your door, or if it's a firearm, have it delivered to the nearest FFL dealer, and you can pick it up. Look at that. Look at that little 22 rifle there. That's fun for getting varmints and whatnot. That's only $199 right there online at MidlandArmory.com. Plus, you're not going to pay that price because you're going to use the promo code SteelToe, and you're going to get a nice discount on your order. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley or MidlandArmory.com. And then, of course, if you have to defend yourself in the line of duty, or if you're not a cop and you're maybe a security guard, repo, bail bonds, anything like that, and you need legal help, how about a $19.99 monthly subscription to Fairline Defense so that if you have to defend your family in your home or if you have to defend yourself on a job, Fairline Defense will give you civil and criminal protection from any prosecution that arises from you having to defend yourself. Just because you're in the right doesn't mean they're necessarily going to leave you alone. And $20 is not much to pay for that peace of mind. You get $1.5 million in civil judgment awarded to you, and if you win or lose, you don't pay anything more. You also get your lawyers, part of the package, and access to 24/7 crisis response teams when the incident goes down. That's Fairline Defense, FairlineDefense.com. Check them out, FairlineDefense.com. And guys, our coffee just got here. We ordered the Steel Toe Select Anniversary Coffee, which is going to be available just for the month of August. So be sure to get that at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And then April's Magic Bean also came in the mail. And, well, that's phrasing, of course. April's Magic Bean arrived in the mail.
Put it home, huh? Had to order out.
Gino with puking. So both of those bags, they smell very good. Excited to try them. You've got the Steel Toe Select Anniversary Edition, a smooth South American coffee aged in a whiskey barrel for 30 days. And then you've got April's Magic Bean. And by the way, these are the actual bags. These are what you'll get on the bags. They're very cool. That's at crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Again, crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. And no, CK Benzona, I appreciate your skepticism, but it is not repackaged Black Rifle. This is from a small company, Temecula Roasters and Crescent Mount Coffee. This is a joint deal between the two of them, and it is far different from any of these other prepackaged bullshit coffees. These are made fresh when you order them with our friends at Crescent Mount Coffee. That's crescentmountcoffee.myshopify.com. Order yours today. They're fantastic. Johnny, I am going to cut overtime a little short today. All right. Because I have let's just put it this way. Basically, I would have time for you to plug your show while I step away for a second. And when I came back, overtime would be over.
And I'm not doing a show because I have a medical appointment, so it's all good. I'll have a show tomorrow. We'll talk about it then.
I think the Tucker thing is the perfect thing to end on. And I think after, anything we would bring up for 5 minutes would be who gives a shit.
Now it's all about waiting to hear Gino tell about the anniversary.
I can't wait, guys. Compoundmedia.com. Sign up for Compound Media today. Watch Gino. If you can watch him live at 1 o'clock Central, do that. Otherwise, it'll be up on demand later. He's going to be talking about the anniversary party, so get your subscription to Compound Media. And also, thank you to Cheetos and everybody who threw in today. We're only $55 away from tonight's goal already, so thank you. Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. Go ahead and hit like on all of Johnny's stuff and hit subscribe on all of Johnny's stuff. And, of course, throw us a like and a subscription before you leave Rumble or YouTube today. Johnny, thank you very much again.
Thank you. We'll see you tomorrow.
We hope you all had a wonderful time at the anniversary show, and we will see you tonight at 7 o'clock.